Sheng Firen now has some doubts. Is it because he hasn't eaten meat for more than 20 years and suddenly started to eat meat? That's why he is so easily imagining random things. At this time, Kai Yi had already walked slowly behind Sheng Firen. While Sheng Firen was still staring at the computer in a daze, Kai Yi had already slowly reached out and pressed her temple and started massaging it. Feeling the force above his head, Sheng Firen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Kai Yi, your massage technique is really amazing. Did you learn it somewhere? Sheng Firen asked curiously. Well, when I was abroad with the boss, the brothers in the team were injured or sprained, and then they learned a little bit. I see. Sheng Firen nodded slowly. She already knew that Kai Yi was a sentimental person. Unexpectedly, he is really warm-hearted. I have to say, this kind of person is easy to make people like him. Do you still want to work? Kai Yi asked. Sheng Firen opened his eyes in a daze, then looked at Kai Yi. Obviously, she was still immersed in Kai Yi's massage and had not yet recovered. Didn't we agree to give you a massage? Kai Yuro said with a smile. After hearing this, Sheng Firen suddenly reacted. Oh, I don't have much work. Having said that, Sheng Firen directly closed his computer, then lay down on the bed with an expectant look on his face and very obediently. Thank you for your help, Kai Yi. As he spoke, Sheng Firen slowly closed his eyes. Even though Sheng Firen was lying there very well behaved at the moment, she was actually becoming more and more nervous and expectant in her heart. While looking forward to the feeling of massage, Sheng Firen was also looking forward to other things. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen's breathing became a little rapid, and even his eyelashes were trembling slightly. Sheng Firen was waiting with some confusion. When she was about to open her eyes to look, she suddenly noticed that her dress was slowly being lifted up. This made her purse her lips suddenly. The next second, something wet and sticky was smeared on her legs. This startled Sheng Firen, and he immediately opened his eyes and looked up. Seeing Sheng Firen suddenly raise his head, Kai Yi turned around and looked over with some confusion. What's wrong, Sister Fei Ran? Seeing Kai Yi looking at him with a puzzled expression, there was a bottle of something called Wachun paste next to his hand. No, it's okay. I just got startled. Go on, go on. Afterwards, Sheng Firen quickly lay down again. However, the originally fair face suddenly became rosy. She would never admit that she was just daydreaming. However, the atmosphere was only quiet for a short while. Soon, Sheng Firen felt hot all over. As a result, the parts that were originally feeling extremely sore now felt more comfortable. Oh. After hearing his own voice, Sheng Firen quickly shut his mouth again. Kai Yi just looked at her with a smile, and then focused on his actions again. Do you think this strength is okay? Yeah, Sheng Firen nodded repeatedly, it's okay. My calves don't feel as swollen as they did this morning. Sheng Firen couldn't help but sigh. She knew that Kai Yi was good at massage, but she didn't expect it to be so useful and produce immediate results. I'm beginning to doubt whether you know medical skills. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi chuckled and said, yes, I know a little, but it's just the basics. That's already very impressive, Sheng Firen praised sincerely, and then suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, I still remember when Fei Fei fainted, you pressed a few of her acupuncture points. I thought you were just randomly pressing them, but now I think you weren't serious at that time, were you? Oh, do you still think I'm ordering randomly? Kai Yi said, and then looked at Sheng Firen who was lying there with interest. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, my darlings. At this moment, Sheng Firen, who was lying there, just opened his eyes. She blinked her eyes and said, now I kind of believe that you have something. Oh, Kai Yi smiled, and then gradually increased the strength of his hands. Do you still think I'm something now? She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and then a blush suddenly appeared on Sheng Firen's little face. She shook her head first, and then looked at Kai Yi's movements in surprise. No, I think you're awesome now. She slightly widened her eyes and looked at the strength of Kai Yi's hands. The place where he massaged was obviously the place where she often massaged. Why did the feeling change now that he was the one doing the massage? After all, Sheng Firen felt sore in many places. Therefore, the location of Kai Yi's massage also moved higher up. And Sheng Firen became more and more sensitive. Yeah, you be gentle, Kai Yi. Sheng Firen felt that he could not control his screams to some extent, so he spoke quickly. Well, but I was very gentle. Maybe it's because you're sore there, so you feel a little pain. Kai Yi explained. Sheng Firen also thinks this makes sense. But the problem is, what she feels now is not pain at all. Instead, I felt a little bit of pain, but more of comfort and joy. Therefore, she also felt that if Kai Yi continued, she might be a little. And it was at this moment that Sheng Firen seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly widened, and then his hands hanging on both sides tightly grasped the bed sheets. Oh Kai Yi, what are you doing? She suddenly opened her eyes again, and then looked over with tears in her eyes. Seeing Sheng Firen looking at him with red eyes, Kai Yi quickly raised his hands with an innocent look. I didn't bump into you on purpose. You were the one who was moving around and shaking. How? Sheng Firen was about to refute Kai Yi's words out of anger and embarrassment, but the next second he suddenly realized that he seemed to be trembling slightly. This made Sheng Firen feel a little bit unbelievable. Then his eyes widened. She clearly didn't feel herself trembling. How could it be? It might be the muscle reaction during massage. Kai Yi gave an example. Having said that, Kai Yi was about to continue the massage. But at this moment, Sheng Firen suddenly sat up from the bed, then hurriedly stood up and rushed into the bathroom. Well, thank you. I feel much better now. I'm going to the bathroom first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Firen had already closed the bathroom door. Seeing Sheng Firen's hurried back, Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. Then he looked at the place where Sheng Firen had just been lying. And there was a spot that looked as if a few drops of water had been accidentally spilled. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. At this time, Sheng Firen, who rushed into the bathroom in a hurry, had his face flushed. She leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, then slowly raised her head and covered her chest, which was beating wildly. However, after entering the bathroom, her nervous and panicked mood finally improved a lot. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but lean against the wall and squeeze his legs together. How so? Sheng Firen was really dumbfounded. It seems that the emptiness of more than 20 years has made her unable to resist the impulse after she suddenly started to have S**X. Just now, Kai Yi only gave her a massage, but she couldn't help herself. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen quickly went to rinse his face with cold water. After a while, until she looked in the mirror and saw that her face had calmed down, she pretended to be calm and walked out. It's getting late, do you want to rest? As he spoke, Kai Yi walked into the bedroom from outside, holding a brand new nightgown in his hand. Sheng Firen looked at the nightgown and then at Kai Yi, and suddenly she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Kai Yi naturally saw the confusion on Sheng Firen's face, so he took the initiative to explain, this is the women's nightgown I just bought. It just arrived. It's brand new. Do you want to change into it? I just don't know if the size is right. For some reason, although Sheng Firen had some guesses in his mind just now, he did not ask his own questions. However, after hearing Kai Yi's explanation, she suddenly felt much better for some reason. This feeling made Sheng Firen a little confused again. Okay, I'll try. But having pajamas does make sleeping more comfortable at night. Although sleeping naked would be more comfortable, Sheng Firen felt somewhat embarrassed. Although the relationship between the two is very close, Sheng Firen is still a little thin-skinned. Soon, Sheng Firen changed into pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but nodded. Yeah, it fits. Even Sheng Firen was amazed. I didn't expect the size to be just right. How did you choose it? Kai Yi sat on the edge of the bed and laughed jokingly when he heard this. After all, I measured it with my own hands, so it's naturally very accurate. In an instant, Sheng Firen immediately understood the meaning of Kai Yi's words. She glanced at him with some blush, and then said coquettishly, you are really. Having said that, Sheng Firen lay down next to Kai Yi, then pulled the quilt over himself. Seeing this, Kai Yi directly pulled the quilt. What you do? Sheng Firen inside said in a muffled voice. Kai Yi said with a smile, do you want to sleep with me tonight? After all, yesterday was a special case, and he didn't expect Sheng Firen to be so proactive today. What else? There are no other rooms. Sheng Firen replied. How do you know there are no other rooms? Kai Yi asked back. Suddenly, Sheng Firen, who was covered in the quilt, fell silent. After a long time, seeing that Sheng Firen didn't say anything, Kai Yi also lay down. He reached out his hand and tugged at the quilt, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why are you still in there? Be careful not to get it damaged. Sheng Firen coughed twice and asked carelessly, is there really another room? She really didn't notice the existence of other rooms today. After all, if she knew, she wouldn't have gone straight into Kai Yi's bed. But then I thought, yes, Kai Yi, this is a large flat, and such a large area must have several rooms. It was just that her mind was so confused today that she didn't notice it. Well, I'll go to the other room then. As she spoke, Sheng Firen was too embarrassed to raise her head or show her blushing face. Then she lay there in bed, trying to sneak out from the other side of the bed. But the next second, Kai Yi hugged her directly from outside the quilt. You, what are you doing? Sheng Firen was startled at first, then asked. I was just kidding. Sleep here, Kai Yi said softly, but the chuckle still made Sheng Firen's ears hot. Oh okay. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen curled up in the quilt again without moving. She even felt a little regretful about how she had come right in. Now I feel a little embarrassed to even show my head or take a breath. Moreover, after Kai Yi hugged her directly from outside the quilt just now, he was still lying on top of her without moving. Although there was only a layer of quilt between the two of them, Sheng Firen still couldn't help but blush. Kai Yi, he called out tentatively. In the next second, Sheng Firen's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that Kai Yiwei lifted the quilt slightly and lay down next to him. He just looked at her with a smile on his face, which made Sheng Firen feel embarrassed. What's wrong? Why don't you come out, your face is flushed? Without answering Sheng Firen's words, Kai Yi just reached out and gently pinched Sheng Firen's cheek. But this inevitably made Sheng Firen stunned for a moment. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, and she had always wanted to confirm her relationship with Yi Han, but she never had the chance. In fact, she tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time yesterday. And now, the two of them are so close to each other, looking at Kai Yi's smiling expression and the doting eyes as he looks at her. All of these made Sheng Firen unable to help but want to fall. At the same time, looking at Kai Yi like this, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. This even gave her an illusion. She had an illusion that she was in love with Kai Yi. After realizing this thought, Sheng Firen was suddenly shocked. At the same time, she also discovered that when she was with Kai Yi, she always seemed unable to control her thoughts. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. At the moment when the system prompt sounded, Kai Yi saw that Sheng Firen's favorability panel towards him had turned into 70%. I don't know what Sheng Firen was thinking of at that moment, but I have to admit that this favorability successfully pleased Kai Yi. I just don't know if it will be so easy to gain favorability in the future. Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Having said that, Kai Yi turned around and turned off the light, then hugged Sheng Firen in front of him into his arms. Kai Yi was in a good mood and closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep. But Sheng Firen was not so calm anymore. Feeling his heartbeat speed up, Sheng Firen's thoughts began to become confused again. I don't know why I fell asleep, but when Sheng Firen opened his eyes again, it was already daytime. Kai Yi, don't. After letting out a moan, Sheng Firen opened his eyes and saw that it was dawn, which made him stunned for a moment. After all, she was still dreaming about Kai Yi. Now when she opened her eyes, she suddenly found that it was daybreak, which made her feel a sense of loss. What's wrong? Don't do anything. Just when Sheng Firen was recalling what happened in his dream, a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of him. Oh no. After a moment of silence, Sheng Firen said this. But looking at Kai Yi's suspicious expression, she still looked away feeling guilty. It has been so many years since she reached puberty, yet she still has that kind of dream. This made Sheng Firen suddenly doubtful, wondering if his mind was now filled with all kinds of yellow garbage. After calming down a little, Sheng Firen raised his hand and gently pushed Kai Yi in front of him. Kai Yi, it's time to get up. Not daring to look at Kai Yi, she lowered her eyes slightly and spoke. Well, then get up, Kai Yi said very calmly. However, despite saying this, Kai Yi still looked at her from above, motionless. Sheng Firen. She felt very helpless, but because of the dream, she still felt guilty. So she didn't dare to push Kai Yi, and prepared to move herself, ready to get out of bed little by little. She thought that maybe when she returned to the company and started to deal with work, her mind would. Things in here should be calmer. Suddenly, Kai Yi in front of him couldn't help but groan. Sheng Firen also froze instantly, feeling something between her legs, which made her dare not move. Sister Fei Ran, you, don't move. Above my head I could hear Kai Yi's helpless tone. Sheng Firen was stiff, and slowly turned his head to look at Kai Yi. Kai Yi, you, what's wrong with you, she said with her pupils trembling slightly. Kai Yi looked at her with amusement. Sister Fei Ran, don't get me wrong. Men usually behave like this in the morning. This is a normal behavior. Hearing this, Sheng Firen was still somewhat skeptical. But Kai Yi's next words made Sheng Firen almost unable to raise his head. It's just that I just woke up, and you hugged me and kissed and nibbled me, and Before Kai Yi could finish his words, Sheng Firen covered his mouth with his hand. Sheng Firen's face was burning hot. She covered Kai Yi's mouth tightly and looked at him fiercely. You, stop talking. Although he asked Kai Yi to shut up, Sheng Firen did not refute what Kai Yi said. After all, she had just had that kind of dream. It was not impossible for her to do such a thing in her sleep. Kai Yi curved his eyes and looked at Sheng Firen, whose face was blushing. Sure enough, he made the right bet. In fact, Sheng Firen was a very quiet person when he slept, and he said that just to test him. But unexpectedly, Sheng Firen's action really confirmed his words. It seems that Sheng Firen did have an indescribable dream last night. Thinking of this, the smile in Kai Yi's eyes deepened. Nodding gently, Kai Yi signaled Sheng Firen to let him go. And Sheng Firen still looked at him with half belief and half doubt. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Yeah, Kai Yi nodded. Seeing this, Sheng Firen was still somewhat skeptical. After all, she had seen in the past 2 days that Kai Yi's mouth was really powerful. Of course, she was talking about all aspects. Seeing that Sheng Firen was reluctant to let him go, Kai Yi became less polite. He simply grabbed Sheng Firen's waist tightly with both hands, and then exerted force suddenly. Ah, Kai Yi, what are you doing? In the blink of an eye, the two people's positions were swapped. Kai Yi sat on the bed with his back leaning against the headboard. At this moment, looking at Sheng Firen, who was sitting astride his legs and was obviously a little flustered, Kai Yi couldn't help but have a playful smile on his face. Sheng Firen was still wearing the nightgown that Kai Yi bought for her yesterday. This nightgown is dark red and has a mature style. Just wearing it can make one look very charming. And now, because the two of them moved quite violently just now, the clothes were pulled a little. There was even a part of it that was pressed under Kai Yi's thigh. So this led to the situation that Sheng Firen was sitting on Kai Yi at this time, but her skirt was pulled. This resulted in the white shoulders being exposed, along with the delicate white skin below the collarbone. And because Sheng Firen was quite emotional, the white flower was also shaking slightly. A pair of delicate, slender and well-proportioned thighs were also exposed. Kai Yi, what are you doing? Looking at Kai Yi with a little panic, Sheng Firen said with a blushing face. Since Sister Fei Ran doesn't want to let me go, then I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Kai Yi curled his lips and smiled. The distance between the two of them was extremely close at this moment, and the thing that Sheng Firen had just felt was now even more obvious. Her face turned red so much that her head felt dizzy. Now, there was only one thought left in her mind, and that was to get off Kai Yi as soon as possible. Well, I've let you go now. Let me down, I still have to go to work. After hurriedly making an excuse, Sheng Firen suddenly got up and got out of bed. However, Sheng Firen, who had been extremely panicked since the beginning, naturally did not notice that the hem of her nightgown was still pressed under her legs by Kai Yi. So this led to the situation that just as she was about to go down, she was tripped and her skirt was pulled down. The moment he fell to the ground, Sheng Firen was completely stunned. She had even forgotten how to react. Kai Yi stood up and quickly picked her up, then wrapped her tightly in the quilt and put her on the bed. In just a moment, Sheng Firen was sitting on the bed, wrapped like a silkworm. At this time, Sheng Firen's confused expression looked somewhat cute. You. He looked blankly at the place where he had just fallen, but sitting here, Sheng Firen became even more confused. Kai Yi looked at her with amusement. You insisted on going down. Although this is true, Sheng Firen still grumbled unconvincedly. Who told you to press down on my clothes? Hearing this, Kai Yi just raised his eyebrows and said nothing. But when I think about just now, Sheng Firen was still a little flustered and said, I still have to go to work today. Although after the massage yesterday, Sheng Firen's body was indeed not as sore as before. However, if you go to work, you will feel sore all the time and may be very tired. Having said this, Sheng Firen slowly raised his head and looked at Kai Yi. But as soon as he raised his head, Sheng Firen saw Kai Yi's face full of confusion. What are you talking about? Are you expecting something to happen? Kai Yi blinked slowly. Upon hearing this, Sheng Firen's face suddenly turned red. You didn't. No. Kai Yi interrupted Sheng Firen directly, then shook his head slowly, with an innocent expression on his face. At this moment, Sheng Firen's whole body turned red. Okay, I know you have to go to work. Do you want to go wash up? I'll take you to work later. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen with amusement, then said softly. Yeah, okay. After answering, Sheng Firen rushed into the bathroom with a blushing face. Even when he was sitting in the car on the way to work, Sheng Firen's face was still slightly red. Kai Yi didn't even think about that, but she actually started to have wild thoughts. Shaking his head in annoyance, Sheng Firen wanted to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. It's just a pity that it wasn't until I said goodbye to Kai Yi. Even after getting in the elevator and sitting in the office, Sheng Firen still felt his face burning. But after thinking of Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen took out his mobile phone and started searching on Baidu. And it is indeed confirmed that when boys just wake up in the morning, that is indeed normal. After seeing this answer, Sheng Firen put down his phone, sighed deeply, and covered his face. Ah! After shouting a few times with some anger and regret, Kai Yi buried his head in his arms. Good, now she felt even more ashamed. Different from Sheng Firen's regret, Kai Yi was in a very happy mood. After all, some things are going according to plan. Now he just has to wait for the filming of Firen Entertainment's variety show to start. At that time, he had just enough funds. The most important thing is that I can also use the time of variety show recording to spend more time with Sheng Firen. Originally, Sheng Firen's variety show was already ready, but they were just looking for sponsorship. Now, after finding sponsorship, we will start recording immediately. Kai Yi also hurriedly packed his luggage and prepared to go with the recording. Different from previous variety shows, this one mainly focuses on the guest's survival in the wilderness. This made the program successfully and quickly marketed online before it even started recording. Of course, in order to ensure the success of everything, the program team also specially hired a professional medical team to go along. Naturally, we also scouted that deserted island for a period of time before recording. Just like that, after reluctantly bidding farewell to Lu Ruya, Kai Yi went straight to the airport. Because it was their own company's first large-scale variety show, Sheng Firen had already gone to the small island on the sea early. Kai Yi went with the guests after he had made all the preparations. They first had to take a plane to the pier where the recording was taking place, and then take a cruise ship to the island. In the original novel, the protagonist and the destined heroine quickly developed feelings for each other on this small island on the sea during the recording period. But now, because of Kai Yi's interference, all progress bars are accelerating. The original role of Yi Han was also replaced by Kai Yi. Kai Yi had anticipated that the island on the sea would be far away, but he didn't expect it to be so far. After taking a day and night flight, they took another day on a cruise before arriving at the isolated island on the sea. I originally thought that I would meet some artists when I went to the isolated island. But until he arrived at the isolated island, Kai Yi did not meet that group of people. I later found out that the variety show had actually already started recording when the guests left. So Kai Yi came with most of the backstage staff. The two teams arrived at the isolated island on the same day. Because when I came to check out the location before, I also transformed this isolated island. So, in fact, there are still many places with good later construction on this isolated island. It is also a place where staff can live. However, since it is a big budget variety show after all, Sheng Firen still requires it to be very real. Although the footage can be edited later, Sheng Firen still requires that the artists be allowed to survive on their own while ensuring safety. After all, it's a different era now, and the audience is not stupid. If the artists are fair and tender before the recording of the show, they will still be fair and tender after the show is completed. That can definitely be seen at a glance. Compared to others who had been on the cruise ship for a whole day and were preparing to go back to rest, Kai Yi was very energetic. It has been almost 2 weeks since we last met. Sheng Firen, this heartless man, has never contacted him once. This made Kai Yi more or less sad. At this time, the outside was full of staff, and Kai Yi was strolling along the beach, trying to find out where Sheng Firen was. However, this island is really big, and there are a lot of staff members. For a moment, Kai Yi couldn't find where Sheng Firen was. After searching and asking along the way, Kai Yi finally determined the direction of Sheng Firen. However, before Kai Yi could find Sheng Firen, a man suddenly rushed in and grabbed Kai Yi's arm. "Are you the NPC? Give me the mission quickly." Kai Yi was startled at first, then he turned around to look over. After all, there were staff members around him just now, so he was not that alert. "So I really didn't notice that someone suddenly jumped out." Perhaps because she saw Kai Yi looking at her with confusion, the girl who grabbed Kai Yi suddenly became a little panicked and hesitant. The little girl frowned slightly, but when she saw Kai Yi was speechless, she began to doubt herself again. She even looked back at the person behind her with some uncertainty. "Look how conspicuous he is in the crowd, he must be," the little girl behind her also said with certainty. Hearing the sound and looking over, Kai Yi discovered that the two little girls in front of him looked exactly the same and were actually twins. At the moment when Kai Yi was stunned, the little girl behind him came forward and grabbed Kai Yi's other hand. "You must be an NPC, stop pretending, the little girl said excitedly. This also allowed Kai Yi to see at once that compared to the little girl who had just grabbed him, this little girl's personality was relatively more lively. "Xiao Yu, why do I feel like his reaction is not like that?" said the first, quieter girl. "Oh Luo Shi, he is very special," Luo Yu still said excitedly. Even as she spoke, she looked around with a vigilant look on her face. This Luo Shi looked at Luo Yu hesitantly, then looked at Kai Yi, and then hesitantly let go of his hand. "Don't worry about it for now. We need to take this person away before anyone else comes looking for him. We can't let anyone else find him." As she said that, the little girl named Luo Yu pulled Kai Yi and was about to run away. Wait a minute, Kai Yi looked at the two little girls in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Luo Shi was also stunned by Luo Yu's action, but watching the two of them running out, she also jogged behind them. Seeing this, even the staff and photographers nearby started jogging along. It was not until they reached behind a huge rock on the isolated island that Luo Yu stopped panting and stretched out his hand towards Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked at her in confusion, then hesitantly placed his hand on hers. Not this, I mean the mission card." Luo Yu didn't expect Kai Yi to do this, so she was stunned and then quickly spoke. At the same time, Luo Shi stopped beside the two of them, panting. "Can you give us the mission card?" The little girl's nose turned red from exhaustion. When he saw Kai Yi, he looked at him eagerly. Seeing that both of them were looking at him so sincerely, Kai Yi naturally couldn't bear it. But he really had no choice. After all, he is not really an NPC and does not have any quest cards. After looking at the photographer beside him and seeing that he didn't know what to do, Kai Yi pretended to cough lightly. "Congratulations on finding me successfully. Now you should return to the gathering point immediately to get your survival adventure reward box, but remember to be quick," Kai Yi said with a smile. Perhaps they were bewitched by Kai Yi's smiling expression. After hearing what Kai Yi said, they did not doubt it at all and turned around and ran towards the junction. Seeing this situation, even the photographer was stunned. He looked at Kai Yi in silence, until Kai Yi reminded him, he suddenly came to his senses. "Cameraman, everyone has run away." After immediately reacting, the cameraman turned around with the camera and ran over. Kai Yi shrugged his shoulders with amusement and helplessness, then walked out slowly. He didn't expect that the recording of the program had already started in earnest. "I didn't expect that the guest would catch me. Although I don't know who those two little girls are, they do look cute." After shaking his head in amusement again, Kai Yi started to look for Sheng Firen again. Fortunately, it was very easy to find this time. In front of the beach, there was a large group of staff members. Sheng Firen, who dyed her hair red, was also exceptionally conspicuous among them. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the monitor, staring at it with a serious expression, looking strangely beautiful. She was clearly extremely beautiful at this moment, like a charming mermaid, but she was working on a machine. This seems to be quite contrasting. Even Kai Yi noticed that many people were secretly looking at Sheng Firen, including some guests passing by. This made him sigh that Sheng Firen was indeed too beautiful. Especially her figure is very sexy, and although her appearance is bright, she is also charming. And after starting to eat meat, her charm became even stronger. Seeing Sheng Firen working seriously, Kai did not disturb her, but just sat beside her quietly. What surprised Kai was that Sheng Firen, who was working seriously, didn't even notice that he had sat down. Instead, he was still looking at the monitor with a serious expression. Kai also looked at the monitor at the same time. At this time, the guests have already started to complete tasks and look for NPCs. The displays above are also broadcasting the situations of these guests in real time. Kai even saw the twins who had just found him through the monitor. At this time, the man named Luo Yu was stomping his feet angrily. Luo Shi, who was standing by, comforted him softly, "It's okay. It's actually our fault for admitting the mistake. Humph, then he can't lie to us, can't he just tell us that he's not an NPC?" Kai laughed and shook his head. "I swear to God, he really said from the very beginning that he was just a passerby." However, these two sisters do look exactly the same, if it weren't for their different temperaments and personalities. This also made it very easy for Kai to distinguish the two people. Perhaps because of Kai's chuckle, Sheng Firen looked over with some confusion. After seeing Kai beside him, Sheng Firen widened his eyes in slight surprise. "When did you come here? How come I didn't know?" Kai looked at Sheng Firen with amusement, and then complained, "I have been here for a while, but you didn't notice me." "Don't give me that." Sheng Firen looked at Kai with amusement. "How is that possible? Kai is still eye-catching. If he had come earlier, how could she not see it?" However, what Sheng Firen thought was indeed true. She looked up and around, and noticed that many people were looking at Kai. After all, Kai is indeed very charming. "Why did you dye your hair?" Kai looked at Sheng Firen in confusion, and even stretched out a finger to tangle Sheng Firen's hair. Sheng Firen didn't mind and just shrugged helplessly. "Because I might be on camera in this variety show, the stylist dyed my hair red. By the time I found out, it was already too late," she said helplessly. Obviously, I really don't know. And very helpless. Kai looked over with amusement, and then praised sincerely, "But I have to say, this red hair really suits you, it's amazing." Seeing the two of them talking and laughing here, the people around them were a little surprised. After all, although Sheng Firen usually looks very friendly in the company and treats his subordinates the same way. But after all, a leader is a leader and a boss is a boss. Sheng Firen is still very serious when it comes to work. And because the industry he is in is very special, plus he is good looking. In fact, there are countless people who want to climb into Mr. Sheng's bed. Those people were all very good looking, both men and women. It is also because those people had this idea, and many people followed suit. So later on, the sense of boundary between Sheng Firen and others became stronger. Although I am friendly, it is still relatively rare to have such close contact with people. After all, this rumor might get out accidentally. At this time, seeing the intimate interaction between the two, the people around them were obviously a little surprised and looked at each other. "What do you think of these guests?" Sheng Firen asked. Kai looked at the guests, and then a trace of confusion appeared on his face. "I don't know any of these people. That's why I'm asking you this, because I don't know you." Sheng Firen nodded, then signaled Kai to speak directly. Kai first looked at everyone on the monitor carefully, and then nodded in agreement. "It seems that these artists were carefully selected by you." "Oh, how did you know that?" Sheng Firen looked over with some curiosity. "Look at this person is a little older, but he doesn't look greasy at all. Instead, all his behaviors are very interesting. It will definitely be easy to edit later, and it will be very interesting." Kai first pointed to an older actor. Then he pointed at another young male artist and said, "This guy looks very handsome. Maybe he's a popular idol or actor recently. He's also good at variety shows." These two little girls, twins, feel more like idols. Although they are relatively young, they still have a good sense of variety shows. "This one should be an actress, right? I seem to have seen it on the poster." Kai pointed at an actress. "She seems to have a good traffic, and the actor next to her used to act with him." Kai also made some comments on the other people. In short, everyone in this group of people is worth watching, and everyone seems to be someone who can afford to have fun. Hearing Kai's comments, Sheng Firen couldn't help but nodded in agreement. "Kai, I find that you really have good taste," Sheng Firen sighed, you were like that before and you are like that now. Before, I just thought Kai Yi was very good at doing business, but I didn't expect that he is now so good at judging people. Okay, have you had breakfast? Are you hungry? Let's go eat something together. Seeing that each artist was developing relatively stably, Sheng Firen stood up and stretched slowly. Okay, but there doesn't seem to be any restaurant here, Kai Yi said, following behind Sheng Firen. Why not? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen turned around and smiled at him slyly, and the whole person looked a little playful. Oh, you built it too? Sheng Firen nodded. This variety show is quite important to our company, so we came to scout it a year in advance. After the survey was completed, we started to prepare. We first prepared the dormitories and various equipment. In order to ensure everyone's physical strength, we also prepared a restaurant. As he spoke, Sheng Firen had already brought Kai Yi to a building. Kai Yi looked up at the building. It really looked like an abandoned building on a deserted island. Even the outside walls have no decoration, except for some green plants climbing on them. Come in and take a look. Seeing Kai Yi looking at the building, Sheng Firen walked forward, opened the door, and looked at Kai Yi with raised eyebrows. Kai Yi nodded. Now that you've done this, I'm actually a little curious. Having said that, Kai Yi walked in slowly. From the moment he entered the door, Kai Yi couldn't help but have a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although the outside of this building looks shabby, the decoration inside is indeed perfect. It doesn't look like a restaurant though. Kai Yi originally thought that this was only a place for employees to eat. He was originally surprised at how a mere dining area could become so large. When he came over, he only saw the facade and had no idea how many buildings there were hidden behind the jungle. However, it was not until he opened the door and walked in that he realized that it was actually bigger than he had imagined. This is more than just a restaurant. This looks like a very large shopping mall. There are 5 floors in total, although it is not particularly tall. But because the area is very large, it is more than enough for all the current employees. Are you going to live here for several years? Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen took Kai Yi and slowly walked towards the buffet restaurant nearby. Not really, because I thought that after filming a few seasons of the show on this deserted island, I would develop the island for tourists to visit. After all, the show also serves as a promotional tool. Are you so confident about this show? Kai Yi asked. After all, the show has just started filming, but everything that will happen next has already been thought out. After hearing Kai Yi's question, Sheng Firen nodded without hesitation. Then she raised her eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi, based on your business perspective, do you think my current plan is feasible? When Sheng Firen asked this question, Kai Yi's brain had already quickly responded to the result. Of course it is feasible. Kai Yi nodded, and then he raised his eyebrows and looked over like Sheng Firen. If it wasn't feasible, why would I invest in the first place? Of course I believed in you very much from the beginning. Kai Yi said softly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen first looked at Kai Yi in shock, and then the smile on his lips became brighter. In the past 2 days, Sheng Firen has stayed up late many times to ensure the smooth recording of the variety show. As Sheng Firen often stayed up late, his temper became a little irritable. However, she also knew that even if she had a bad temper, she couldn't lose her temper at others for no reason. So during this period of time, Sheng Firen, although he was a little irritable, he just kept a cool face and calmly began to deal with what happened. But now, after chatting with Kai Yi for a while, Sheng Firen found that he felt much better. Let's go, let's go. We said we were going to have dinner together, Sheng Firen said as he took Kai Yi to the buffet restaurant. Along the way, Sheng Firen kept introducing things to Kai Yi. Don't worry, even though this is a buffet restaurant, I will ensure that every ingredient is fresh. Of course, our employees have more than just this one option, Sheng Firen said, pointing to a map beside him. There are some restaurants upstairs, and there's a snack street on the underground floor below. And after get off work, employees can go to the rooftop to watch movies and so on. These are all completely free during the recording of the program. After hearing so many words, what surprised Kai Yi the most was the fact that it was completely free. I didn't expect Sheng Firen to be so generous and just give away all the things for free. Then don't you feel like you're losing out? While they were talking, the two of them had already sat down in the buffet restaurant. Sheng Firen shook his head gently. No, I know. In fact, if the treatment is good, these employees will be more motivated and more active in their work. Besides, these are all included in the funds, don't worry. As he spoke, Sheng Firen handed over the iPad. After they ordered their meals, they sat at the table and started chatting. However, before the two of them could chat for a few words, there was already one more person sitting next to them. Mr. Sheng, what a coincidence, you are eating here too. After hearing the sound, both of them subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. When Kai Yi saw the man standing next to him, he was stunned for a moment before he realized who this person was. He looked the man up and down. Although he looked a lot darker than before, he could still recognize him. This is the guy who was guarding the door for Sheng Firen in the night bar before. Even though we haven't seen each other for more than half a month, and even though we only met once. But Kai Yi still remembered very clearly the resentful look that this young man gave him. Sun Wu, are you here to eat too? Sheng Firen turned his head and looked over, then smiled. Yes, I just finished my shift and came here to eat. Did you just arrive too? Sun Yu looked at Sheng Firen and then at Kai Yi. But he obviously had no intention of greeting Kai Yi. Instead, he looked at the empty seat next to Sheng Firen. No, we've been chatting for a while. If I remember correctly, you are the guy who guards the door at night, right? Kai Yi pretended to look over in confusion. Hearing this, the corner of Sun Yu's mouth twitched. He was about to explain something, but in the end he realized that it would be better for him to explain nothing. Did you figure it out? Sheng Firen first glanced at Kai Yi cheerfully, then laughed and said, I also found out 2 days ago that Sun Yu changed his job, and he came to us by chance. Sun Yu smiled and said, I didn't expect to have such a close relationship with Mr. Sheng. Really, in that case, the three of us are indeed quite predestined to be together. Before he could finish his words, Kai Yi interrupted him cheerfully. But since he looked like a smiling tiger, Sun Yu naturally couldn't hit someone who was smiling. Of course, before Sun Yu could react, Kai Yi laughed again. After all, we are destined to meet. If you encounter any problems here, you can tell me. After all, we are friends. As soon as these words came out, Sun Yu's face suddenly looked a little strange. Seeing Sun Yu being so disgusted, Kai Yi suddenly felt more relieved. Damn, you're playing the green tea trick on me. When I was playing at the high end, you didn't even know who you were serving. At this moment, Sheng Firen was completely unaware of the undercurrent between the two men. On the contrary, she felt that Kai Yi was a really good and enthusiastic person at this moment. It would have been fine if he wasn't angry when the two twins found the wrong NPC in the morning, but now he was actually so kind to someone he had only met once. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but look at Kai Yi again. If he thought about it for a moment, it seemed that Kai Yi was indeed the man with the best temper he had ever met. Kai Yi is right. If you have any problems, you can go to him. Okay. Sheng Firen had already said so what else could Sun Yu say? He could only nod, and with a smile. It was at this time that the food they ordered was served. Okay, we won't disturb you to eat. We are about to start eating. See you next time. Kai Yi started to say goodbye to Sun Yu directly. This made Sun Yu stunned. No, what kind of routine was this? Why did you say goodbye suddenly? But obviously, Sheng Firen's current idea is to follow Kai Yi. She felt that what Kai Yi said made sense, so she immediately said goodbye to Sun Yu. Sun Yu's face suddenly turned colorful. But now he couldn't say anything, so he could only wave his hand and walk aside. Sitting in a corner where he could see Sheng Firen and Kai Yi, Sun Yu took out his cell phone from his arms. It turns out that the person next to Sheng Firen is called Kai Yi. He had already disliked Kai Yi before. When Sheng Firen went out to drink in Yisei, she never brought anyone with her, let alone a man. But that time, not only did he bring someone with him, he even stayed with that person all night. The next day, the two of them went out together again. Sun Yu was not a fool. When he saw the two of them leaving together that day, he knew what must have happened. Although Sheng Firen ordered not to let anyone go into her cubicle. But while the part-time worker came to clean, Sun Yu found an excuse to take a look inside the room from outside. It was not until he saw the mess in the room that Sun Yu finally understood everything. He didn't expect that the woman he had coveted for so long would be snatched away by someone else. This made Sun Yu feel somewhat unhappy. After all, he was the one who stayed with Sheng Firen when he got drunk before. But after all, it was still dark, so he naturally didn't dare to do anything. But Sheng Firen would only tell him some of his worries after he got drunk. This shows that in Sheng Firen's heart, he is also special. After all, he was the only one who knew some of Sheng Firen's soft thoughts. What does this mean? This shows that Sheng Firen still trusts him subconsciously. In fact, Sun Yu thinks he is not bad looking. Moreover, Sheng Firen was so famous, so Sun Yu naturally I also know who she is. He originally wanted to conquer Sheng Firen's heart step by step, but he never expected that someone would suddenly show up halfway. Moreover, since the two of them left that day, Sheng Firen hasn't been to Yisei for a long time. Later, until someone found him, he realized that Sheng Firen was going to film a variety show and might stay there for several months. So he hesitated for a while, facing the reward offered by the other party, and he originally wanted to win Sheng Firen's heart. He agreed immediately. Thinking of this, Sun Yu's eyes inevitably became gloomy when he looked at the two of them. He picked up his cell phone, took a few photos of the two of them, and then sent them directly to a man named Qin Tian. Sun Yu, Sheng Firen is having dinner with this person. I have met these two people before. They seem to be very familiar with each other. Although they didn't have much contact, Sun Yu knew that this man named Qin Tian actually had feelings for Sheng Firen. But after all, this person is powerful and I can take advantage of him. You can get the reward and win Sheng Firen back at the same time, why not do it? Qin Tian, do you know who he is? Sun Yu, at present, we only know his name is Kai Yi, and we don't know anything else, but it seems that the two of them stayed together in a bar for one night before. Qin Tian, how do you know this? Sun Yu, have you forgotten what I did before? Qin Tian didn't reply after that. But Sun Yu doesn't care about these. After all, his goal has been achieved, right? What he is waiting for now is only the fisherman taking advantage while the snipe and the clam fight. Sun Yu on this side was eating peacefully, while Qin Tian on the other side narrowed his eyes slightly, and then enlarged the photo. This photo was taken from behind the two of them. The picture of Sheng Firen was quite clear, but the person named Kai Yi sitting opposite her did not look very clear. But for some reason, Qin Tian always felt that this person looked very familiar. After thinking about it, Qin Tian decided to ask someone to investigate. After all, it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Qin Tian wanted to curse when he thought that the Sheng family had severed ties with the Qin family because of him. At that time, Sheng Firen was already his things in the pond. But he never expected how she escaped. According to Sheng's father and mother, it seems that he was taken out by a friend. But Qin Tian doesn't care about these. All he has to do now is find that person and vent his anger before he can think of anything else. After all, Qin Tian is just an illegitimate son of the Qin family, and it is already good enough for him to be able to return to his family now. Although I lived a carefree life before, I only had money. To put it bluntly, I was nothing at home. But after the Sheng family paid attention to him, he also started to be valued by the Qin family. However, he was too impatient, which led to the current situation. Since the Sheng family announced a few weeks ago that they would no longer cooperate with the Qin family because of him, Qin Tian's life began to become difficult again. It's even worse than when I was ignored before. He's had enough of this kind of life. So he has to find a way to change the current situation. Sheng Firen and Kai Yi over there had no idea what was happening here. After dinner, the two prepared to take a walk on the beach. So artists are not allowed to go to the staff area. That's natural. After all, when we record a show, we want it to be authentic. The two walked forward side by side. But I don't know when, the distance between the two of them became closer and closer. Even their shoulders bumped into each other when they walked. The sound of the tsunami was heard in their ears, and gradually both of them stopped talking. Sheng Firen on the other side lowered his head slightly, and his thoughts about the alarm clock became a little confused. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to rub their hands together for a moment. This made Sheng Firen tremble and he subconsciously curled up his hands. But it was only for a moment, and she stretched out her palms again, as if she was expecting something. It's you. Suddenly, this beautiful and subtle atmosphere was broken. No kidding, both of them were stunned, and then subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Behind me, I saw one of the twins, Luo Yu, rushing towards this side. You big liar. Why did you lie to us before? Behind Luo Yu, Luo Shi was jogging to catch up. Xiao Yu, slow down. Do you know that you delayed us, Fei? Sister Fei ran. Luo Yu was about to reprimand Kai Yi again when he suddenly saw Sheng Firen standing beside him. Luo Yu's words suddenly stopped, and even his steps stopped there. A few steps outside, Luo Yu looked at Sheng Firen with a dazed expression, and then looked at Kai Yi beside him. Not only Luo Yu, but even the photographer and Luo Shi who followed behind were stunned when they saw Sheng Firen. I'm disturbing you. Having said that, Luo Yu turned around and left. Seeing Luo Shi still standing there in a daze, Luo Yu pulled her away. In the end, Sheng Firen stopped them with a helpless look. Okay, what's wrong with you guys? After hearing Sheng Firen's words, the two of them turned their heads stiffly. Sister Fei ran, I'm sorry to disturb you. Luo Shi said quickly. No, we were just chatting about work. Work? Luo Yu blinked. Is Sister Fei ran really not an NPC? To be honest, Luo Yu still found it a little unconvincing. After all, the program team asked them to find some NPCs in the morning. But among that crowd of people, most of them were wearing black clothes. But the man in front of him is still very dazzling. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Sheng Firen was even more at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I can say responsibly that he is indeed not an NPC today. He is one of our sponsors. When you met him, he had just landed on the island. Luo Yu still didn't believe it at first, but after hearing Sheng Firen's words, she nodded doubtfully. Is that so? Well, okay then. Luo Shi looked at Sheng Firen, then at the smiling Kai Yi, and then at Luo Yu. Then why did you pretend to be an NPC to give us clues? She asked stupidly. Hearing this, even Luo Yu who was standing beside him raised his head immediately. Yes, you've made us waste so much time. Seeing the two little girls, one looking angry and the other looking silly, Kai Yi suddenly found it extremely funny. After shaking his head helplessly, he said, didn't I tell you this when you first found me, but you didn't believe me and kept dragging me away. I was afraid that you two wouldn't let me go, so I just. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Hearing this, the two sisters reacted and immediately felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, you're so handsome, so we really made a mistake. Luo Shi looked at the two of them with a guilty look on his face, and then gently poked Luo Yu beside him with his hand. Luo Yu pursed his lips, but he knew that he had made a mistake. I'm sorry. Kai Yi waved his hand and said, it's okay. But I'm still honored to hear you say that I'm handsome. Luo Yu blinked, then suddenly stretched out her hand. So are there any rewards for sponsor dad? As she said this, she smiled slyly. Everyone was suddenly confused by Luo Yu's reaction. You. Sheng Firen also shook his head helplessly and looked at her. She stuck out her tongue gently towards Sheng Firen, and then Luo Yu looked at Kai Yi eagerly. Okay, I was wondering why you praised me for being handsome for no reason. Turns out you were waiting here. Kai Yi looked at them and then joked. After all, he still knows about the show effect. But, I don't think I really took anything. As he spoke, Kai Yi frowned slightly and began to feel around his body. After a long time, he finally took out a lighter. It seems that this is the only thing I have that can be useful to you. Seeing the lighter in Kai Yi's hand, Luo Shi and Luo Yu suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. Lighter, can we have this? Luo Shi couldn't help but look at Kai Yi with some excitement. Her dazed expression just now turned into one of surprise. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the two of them. Seeing your two big reactions, I suddenly feel that my lighter seems to be very useful. Having said that, Kai Yi turned around and looked at Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen looked at the two of them with a smile. Yes, lighters are indeed very important for survival in the wild, especially for novices. Seeing this, Luo Yu's mouth Bart suddenly deflated. She took a step forward and grabbed Sheng Firen's arm, then began to shake it gently. Oh Sister Fei Ran, you know, my sister and I were delayed for quite a while this morning because of our sponsor, and we didn't have any props left in the end. Well, this Sheng Firen's expression obviously began to soften. Well, then it is indeed my fault. I'll just give it to you. Kai Yi said and stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Sheng Firen shrugged helplessly. Well, since it's given to you, just accept it. Oh yeah. After hearing what the two said, Luo Yu immediately took the lighter from Kai Yi's hand, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. Seeing the lighter, even Luo Shi, who looked rather dazed, became excited. She even blushed with excitement, and then looked at the two of them with shining eyes. Thank you, Sister Fei Ran, and thank you, Sponsor Dad. Oh, don't thank me, but don't let anyone find out, let's run. Having said that, Luo Yu looked around anxiously, then grabbed Luo Shi and ran. Even after being pulled away by Luo Yu, Luo Shi still looked excited. Are you so excited? Kai Yi looked at the backs of the two little girls, feeling both amused and helpless. Yeah, I've already said that we value authenticity. Do you want to see why these two are so excited? Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Kai Yi originally thought that Sheng Firen was so beautiful that she looked like a vixen, and now she looked even more like one. After being dazed for a moment, Kai Yi nodded. Come. Subconsciously holding Kai Yi's hand, Sheng Firen pulled him directly towards the ready-made work area. Now that the guests have already started to move, they also began to move and went straight back to the observation room to start watching. Sheng Firen subconsciously held Kai Yi's hand and didn't think there was anything wrong. But others don't think so. They saw Sheng Firen pulling Kai Yi forward and were all shocked. Then I began to doubt again. No, is it possible that President Sheng is really in love? Happy National Day, my family. How many days off did you have? Without caring about other people's eyes, Sheng Firen directly pulled Kai Yi to the observation room. Compared to the few screens that were randomly put together at the beginning, there are more viewing angles in the observation room. After being pulled to sit down by Sheng Firen, Kai Yi looked at the display screens above. It can be seen that this variety show is indeed very real. In order to get food, some guests were fishing in the river and even accidentally scratched their feet with stones. Of course, these wounds will naturally be bandaged by professionals, and the footage will also be broadcast. Some people were looking for a place to stay for the night. After they arrived at a cave, they saw a lot of bats flying out and had to run away quickly. Some guests were even bitten by frightened snakes while walking together. But the snake was not poisonous. And within just a few hours, all the guests suddenly became covered in dust and dirt. Although it is a wilderness survival program, the program team will also release some supplies at the appropriate time. At the same time, some tasks and rewards will be released. I have to say, just looking at the content on it made Kai Yi find it very interesting. After all, it's fun to watch these contents. After reading these, I am even more certain that this investment is the right decision. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen with a smile. I have to say that Sheng Firen was very happy to get Kai Yi's affirmation. But I have something else I want to ask you. As he said that, Sheng Firen pulled a stool closer to Kai Yi. What's going on? Kai Yi was still looking at the monitor and responded when he heard it. Well, didn't you appear on camera unexpectedly today, so I wanted to ask you if we can edit the clip with you in it because I saw it and it's quite interesting. As he spoke, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with a nervous expression. After all, as ordinary people, we are still very reluctant to appear on camera. Some people are willing to be on camera because it brings traffic and they can also make money while having traffic. But some people, like Kai Yi who have capital, don't need traffic to make money. In fact, it is still quite annoying. After all, once you are on camera, many people will dig you. This will naturally cause a lot of trouble. When someone else suggested it, Sheng Firen originally didn't want to let Kai Yi leave the country. But I took a quick look at the staff's editing in the original film. She also discovered that this part was actually quite interesting and worth watching. So after hesitating for a while, Sheng Firen decided to ask Kai Yi. Maybe Kai Yi will agree. Although the chances are not very high. Looking at Kai Yi anxiously. And under Sheng Firen's expectant eyes, Kai Yi slowly nodded. Sheng Firen widened her eyes slightly at first. After all, she didn't expect Kai Yi to agree. She looked at Kai Yi uncertainly, then spoke again. No, Kai Yi, you have to think about this carefully. After all, what happens next may not be as simple as being on camera. There will definitely be some chain reactions. You should think about it carefully first. Sheng Firen had just been thinking that if Kai Yi didn't agree, she would first try to persuade Kai Yi. But she didn't expect that Kai Yi would agree directly. This caught her off guard. So after thinking about it, I decided to use my own moral restraint. Based on the principle of not defrauding other people. Sheng Firen was still prepared to ask carefully. Don't worry about this. I'm sure I can understand all of this. Kai Yi nodded and gave Sheng Firen a look that reassured him. Seeing that Kai Yi was still clear-headed, Sheng Firen felt relieved. After all, if Kai Yi really didn't figure it out, if some chain reactions occur later, it will not be good for the relationship between the two people. That's good, that's good. Sheng Firen smiled and nodded repeatedly. Then after nodding, she took out her cell phone and said, "Then I'll notify them now." As he spoke, Sheng Firen started contacting the staff. Seeing Sheng Firen's excited expression, Kai Yi felt a little amused. Okay, I'll keep watching. After turning his gaze back to the display screen in front of him, Kai Yi saw something out of the corner of his eye. Looking over, he saw Sun Yu holding his cell phone and standing in the corner taking pictures of this place. "Oh, isn't this Sun Yu? Come over and sit here and chat with us." Kai Yi looked over with a smile. Thinking about this Sun Yu, he really is a bit haunting. When these words came out, Sun Yu was stunned. Sun Yu didn't expect that he could still be recognized even though he was standing behind a group of staff members and even wearing black clothes and a black mask. After all, even when Sheng Firen saw me come in just now, he didn't notice anything. Sun Yu, after hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen subconsciously turned his head to look over. Where? After looking at the door in confusion, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with some doubt. "Isn't that it?" Kai Yi pointed directly at Sun Yu. "Sun Yu, are you from this department?" After seeing Sun Yu, Sheng Firen subconsciously frowned and asked. Now that it has been pointed out, it would be embarrassing if Sun Yu didn't stand up. Thinking of this, after hesitating for a moment, he finally stood up. "Well, someone just switched shifts with me, so I came over here to help." He looked at Sun Yu with some doubts, but after thinking about it, Sheng Firen nodded. "Well, then this kind of situation will not be allowed to happen again in the future." As if he didn't notice the seriousness between the two, Kai Yi slowly patted the seat next to him. "It's all right, now that you're here, Sun Yu, do you have a favorite star? Come over and watch with me." No, I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. After all, looking at this, Sheng Firen seemed a little angry. If I really sat there without knowing what was good for me, Sheng Firen would probably be even angrier. Sun Yu's face was already very panicked. Although he was wearing a mask at this time, only his eyes were exposed. But you can still see the panic on his face. However, even though it had already happened, Kai Yi still pretended that he saw nothing. It's okay, it's okay. We all know each other, so just come over and take a look. I saw you were taking a picture of the display screen just now. If there's a celebrity you like, we can just ask for an autograph for you." Kai Yi looked at Sun Yu with a friendly smile on his face. If it were other people, or other situations, at this time, she might have been moved by Kai Yi. But obviously, now is not a good time. After Kai Yi finished speaking, the atmosphere around him suddenly froze. Everyone in the observation room suddenly fell silent. Even Sun Yu froze for a moment, then slowly looked towards Sheng Firen. At this time, the temperature around seemed to drop. "No, Mr. Sheng, Sun Yu, can I see your photo album?" Sheng Firen stretched out his hand towards Sun Yu with a cold face. But in the face of Sheng Firen's actions, Sun Yu suddenly became quiet. He stiffened for a moment, then said, "No, Mr. Sheng, this is my personal privacy. I know this, but you should have seen the contents of the contract when you came. We are recording the show now and it must be kept completely confidential. If you secretly film it or something is leaked, you will have to pay a penalty. Of course, we have mentioned above that if we check an employee's belongings due to suspicion and find nothing, we will compensate them 10,000 yuan each." Sheng Firen said in a cold voice. These things were written in the contract when we came. Not only that, Sheng Firen had also mentioned it specifically before. These things must be reminded again before each employee arrives. Therefore, Sun Yu must be clear about these things now. "Sun Yu, if you say that, then I can only take legal action," Sheng Firen said and looked over coldly. Sun Yu looked at the door guiltily, but then he remembered that this was a deserted island, so he would just run out even if he had to. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Yu said helplessly, "Okay, I admit that I did take a few photos secretly." Having said that, Sun Yu deleted the photos directly in front of Sheng Firen. Of course, the photos in the recycle bin also needed to be deleted. However, after the photos on these two sites were deleted, The next second, the photos that popped up were the photos of the two people that Sun Yu had secretly taken in the restaurant. The atmosphere froze again. Sun Yu, what is this? Sun Yu's eyes suddenly became panicked again. This is my first time to eat at such a special restaurant, and after all, on the deserted island, my mother was still a little worried about me, so I took a photo to show her. Quote. After saying that, Sun Yu looked at Sheng Firen. Seeing that Sheng Firen had some doubts on his face, he hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, Mr. Sheng, I haven't sent out any of these photos. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the chat history between me and my mother. Having said that, Sun Yu directly opened the VX chat page. Sure enough, there were photos that had not been sent out yet. Sheng Firen nodded, which meant she believed what Sun Yu said. However, Kai Yi keenly discovered that the moment Sun Yu clicked into the chat page, a very familiar name seemed to appear on it. So you also have a friend named Qin Tian, he said quietly from the side. After a moment of silence, Sheng Firen raised his head and looked at Sun Yu coldly. Sunwoo, can I take a look? Seeing that Sun Yu was reluctant to move, Sheng Firen looked at the person on the other side. Sun Yu's secret filming is considered a violation of the agreement, so you must show it to me now. Don't worry, if I don't send it out, I will compensate you. While Sheng Firen was speaking, security guards had already arrived at the door to control Sun Yu. Taking Sun Yu's phone, Sheng Firen found the person named Qin Tian inside. After seeing the chat history between the two, Sheng Firen's face suddenly turned dark. Well done, Sun Yu, so you are here as an undercover agent. After she sneered, she looked up at Sheng Firen. Sun Yu never thought that he had been lurking here for several days. I didn't expect that today, just one day after Kai Yi arrived, all my plans had been exposed. Although I knew all those things and the regulations were explained to me when signing the contract. However, he still has this confidence. After all, a few days ago, even if he took some secret photos, they were not discovered. So he never expected that he would be discovered today. And he was caught red-handed. In fact, Sheng Firen could still tolerate Sun Yu's act of taking secret photos. After all, it was a breach of contract, and he could just pay compensation and then resign. But he didn't arrive first. It turned out that Sun Yu was the one Qin Tian used to monitor himself. Being followed and surveillance are actions that Sheng Firen hates very much. So after seeing this situation, Sheng Firen could no longer suppress the nausea in his heart. Now Sun Yu really didn't know how to defend himself. In the situation just now, he could still make an excuse that he was a fan and his mother was worried about him. But now that the chat records were out there, no matter how much he tried to defend himself, he couldn't explain it clearly. He looked at Sun Yu with disappointment. After all, Sheng Firen and he have known each other for quite some time. But I didn't expect that I would be stabbed in the back. After leaving the evidence and returning the phone to Sun Yu, Sheng Firen said coldly. The photos have been deleted, but I have also kept the evidence. Now please return to the employee activity area and prepare to leave the island. Please do not step out of the employee activity area before leaving. Having said that, Sheng Firen stopped paying attention to him. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, the security guards immediately understood what was going on. They directly controlled Sun Yu and took him away. But even after taking Sun Yu away, Sheng Firen still frowned tightly. What's wrong, are you okay? Seeing this, Kai Yi also stepped forward and asked with concern. It's okay. After sighing softly, Sheng Firen gently shook his head. I just didn't expect that such a situation would happen, she said helplessly, and then looked at Kai Yi with gratitude. It's just a good thing you're quite perceptive, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to spot Sun Yu. Speaking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but think of the chat records between Sun Yu and Qin Tian. They had been in contact before coming to this island. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face became cold again. It's okay. It's still early to find out now. What are you going to do next? Of course I'll go through legal procedures. I won't let them go anyway. Sheng Firen sneered and then said. Very good. Kai Yi was very satisfied with this sentence. He had always disliked Sun Yu, and Sun Yu was indeed a man of some means. So in order to get him out as quickly as possible, he naturally got him out as quickly as possible. What does the message you just sent mean? Why did you leave the island? After receiving the message from Sun Yu that he was leaving the island, Qin Tian called him directly. Hearing the roar from the other side, Sun Yu said helplessly, "There's no reason. I was just caught when I was secretly filming you. Been discovered. Are you a waste?" After hearing Sun Yu's words, Qin Tian over there couldn't help but roar in anger again. "What do you mean I've been able to secretly film you for so many days, which is good enough, right? You have to know that if it were someone else, they would probably be kicked out right away. Are you proud, then?" Unable to listen to Sun Yu's explanation, Qin Tian roared again. "Then what do you mean will you be kicked out for taking pictures secretly? Can't you explain it?" Qin Tian said speechlessly. But the anger in his tone could not be concealed. This because they were checking the phone, so our chat history was also seen by President Sheng. After a long silence, Sun Yu reluctantly told the truth of the matter. "What the FCK did you say? How could you show that to him? Are you AFC King idiot?" Chow. After hearing this, Qin Tian on the opposite side could no longer hold back his anger. After all, he originally wanted to slowly regain Sheng Firen's favorability, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. "I have been at the Qin family these 2 days because I ruined the cooperation between the two families." His life was already very difficult, and he didn't expect that this matter would be discovered by Sheng Firen. So after hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't bear it anymore and started cursing. Sun Yu on the other end remained silent because he felt guilty. But when he heard their insults becoming more and more excessive, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Are you training a dog? Isn't it your fault that we failed? You asked me to take the photo. If you were found out, they would search your phone for sure. I could have gotten away with it, but who told you to add me using your real ID?" Sheng Firen saw through this straight away. "If we talk about idiots, you should be the idiot, right? Are you really tired of living?" After hearing Sun Yu's angry retort, Qin Tian was stunned for a moment, and then started roaring again. "Watch your FC King words. Do you think you'll be fine? I screwed up, and you don't have AFC King penny left. You'll have to pay for your mother's medical expenses yourself." After saying that, Qin Tian hung up the phone angrily. After all, from childhood to adulthood, except for some elders in his family, he has never been scolded by anyone outside. So after hearing Sun Yu's arrogant tone, he couldn't help but roar. Qin Tian's roar continued in my ears, but the phone had been hung up. Thinking of what Qin Tian had just said, Sun Yu suddenly felt cold all over. After all, his mother's medical expenses are now all supported by Qin Tian. If he really lost Qin Tian's support now, he would have no money. Originally, he relied on the high salary from nightclubs to support his medical expenses. But when Qin Tian came to him, he was finally moved. After all, the salary Qin Tian offered was something he could never earn even if he worked for decades. Not only that, it's just about taking some photos. By the way, I can also use this rich second generation to win Sheng Firen's favor. Especially since things went so smoothly in the first 2 days, he thought that things would go smoothly in the future as well. I didn't expect it would turn out like this. Thinking of this, Sun Yu couldn't help but feel more hatred towards Kai Yi. After sitting quietly in the room for a while, Sun Yu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. After leaving the dormitory smoothly, he immediately went to find Sheng Firen. When he was with Sheng Firen before, he could also find that Sheng Firen was a good person. So if he begged her, she would probably relent, right? As long as she softens her heart and lets me stay, I can still complete the task. Although he thought so, Sun Yu actually couldn't leave the staff area. "Sorry, because you have breached the contract, you can't leave now," the security guard stopped him directly. "Let me out first. I have something to talk to Mr. Sheng about." Having said that, Sun Yu was about to force his way out. But the security guards hired with high salaries are not vegetarians. The next second he was pinned to the ground. Now, Sun Yu knew that it would be impossible to get out from here. He wanted to call Sheng Firen, but found that he had been blocked. The entire employee activity area is actually not small. Relatively speaking, it is actually very large, equivalent to a very large residential area plus a luxury shopping mall. So he thought, it was so big, he would definitely be able to find a place to slip out. But he was still thinking too well. When he realized that he couldn't get out and that things were irreversible, Sun Yu finally accepted the reality. He returned to his dormitory in despair and sat in his room numbly. However, after a long time, a hint of coldness flashed in Sun Yu's eyes. He called Qin Tian again. If you have anything to say, just say it. Although the call was connected, Qin Tian's voice on the other end was very impatient. Well, I have thought of a solution. Sun Yu said. Oh, what's the solution? Hearing what Sun Yu said, Qin Tian became a little interested. You say, if I help you get rid of Kai Yi, will the conditions we promised you before still count? After Sun Yu finished speaking, the others on the other side suddenly became quiet. Just when Sun Yu thought Qin Tian disagreed, he heard his voice. Of course you can, but this is your own decision and has nothing to do with me. Knowing that Qin Tian was trying to distance himself from the matter, Sun Yu also responded. Well, don't worry, these are my own decisions. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yu's face had become completely ferocious. After all, he knew that if he didn't fight for it, not only would he get nothing, he would also be sued by Shang Firen in court and have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. But if I fight for it myself, Qin Tian can still keep his promise. After all, the reward he gave was more than the compensation. Not only that, this is a deserted island after all. If something happens to someone, that's to be expected, isn't it? Thinking of this, Sun Yu slowly raised his head and looked at the sky outside, which had already turned completely dark. Although he couldn't leave the employee area, those people would definitely come in if they wanted to rest. This deserted island is not visited by people every day. After all, it has been surveyed for more than half a year. But it is still a bit far from the pier. Therefore, the transport boats here only run once every 3 days. Today's ship has already set off, and Sun Yu just missed it. In other words, Sun Yu still has 3 days. As soon as these 3 days are up, he will be forced to leave here. At least it's still in the staff area now. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yu sat in front of the bed. I didn't fall asleep until it was dawn. Kai Yi, on the other hand, felt that he had a very comfortable time on the deserted island during the past 2 days. After all, this place is much better than he had initially imagined. Moreover, it is still very tiring to follow the filming. In fact, the main reason for being tired is staying up late and making sure that your products and placements appear. However, considering the relationship between Shang Firen and Kai Yi, the appearance rate of Guhua Group's products is still very high. This means there is no need for Kai Yi to come and watch over it specifically. He can just check it every once in a while. So in fact, Kai Yi has been staying by Shang Firen's side for the past 2 days. The two of them chatted and laughed, and even though they stayed up late sometimes, they were still very happy. Kai Yi stayed up all night yesterday, so when he woke up today, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as Kai Yi woke up, he saw the message Shang Firen sent him. She wanted Kai Yi to find her at the back hill of the staff area, and she also told him the specific location. He said he would follow a group for a photo shoot today. Kai Yi didn't have any doubts. After dinner, he slowly went to the back mountain alone. Although this back mountain is the employee area, it is still relatively deserted. But generally speaking, most people don't come here. Thinking of this, Kai Yi just treated it as a walk and climbed up little by little. As he went higher and higher, he began to feel a little more confused. Normally, if Shang Firen really wanted to go outside and keep an eye on things, he would have to bring a large group of people and a bunch of equipment with him. But the back mountain here is very obvious, and the surrounding green plants show no signs of being damaged. Even some grass on the path, there are no signs of being stepped on. It's out of the question. Not to mention that group of people, even the equipment they have to carry and the things they use are relatively heavy. Even if only a few people carried things up from here, there wouldn't be so few traces left. So, Kai Yi looked at the marks on the ground and narrowed his eyes slightly. After walking up and observing for a long time, Kai Yi naturally discovered that it was not so much a group of people, but rather a few people going up. It is better to say that these traces seem to have been made by one person. Thinking of this, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then called Shang Firen directly. However, even though the call was connected, no one answered the phone. But, just a moment after the phone was automatically hung up, Shang Firen's message came again. Shang Firen, are you here? After saying that, a location was sent over. Kai Yi, we have to wait a while. After saying that, Kai Yi directly opened the address. After taking a look at the address, he put away his phone, turned decisively and walked in another direction. Shang Firen's behavior at this time was already very suspicious. Moreover, Kai Yi also reacted immediately at the same time. Sheng Firen had said before that the employees were deliberately separated so that these things would not be accidentally recorded during the recording of the program. That's why they are separated. That means the show will definitely not be recorded here. Naturally, Sheng Firen would not let himself come here to work with her. So there is only one possibility, that is, the person who is sending the message to Kai Yi now is not Sheng Firen. After seeing the other party hang up the phone decisively, Kai Yi successfully confirmed his idea. He nimbly rushed to the top of the mountain from the other side of the mountain. Following the location, Kai Yi saw Sun Yu standing still from afar. It seems that Sun Yu is very nervous at this moment. But these have nothing to do with Kai Yi. After all, it doesn't matter whether he is nervous or not. But since Sun Yu actually wanted to harm him, he naturally would not let him go. Thinking of this, Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully towards Sun Yu's side. Although Sun Yu was still wrapped very tightly at this time, Kai Yi still recognized him at first sight. Looking at the cotton cloth placed in front of him, there was an unknown spray next to it, and a baseball bat next to it. At this time, he was looking up at the road ahead, paying attention to his surroundings, and hiding behind a rock with a baseball bat. Kai Yi took a close look at the spray. This is incredible. It turns out to be a drug used for large animals, and the concentration is very high. So from the looks of it, it seems that Sun Yu really wants to kill himself. After laughing softly, Kai Yi sat directly on the stone, picked up a small stone on the other side and threw it directly down. His aim is still pretty good. After the stone was thrown down, it successfully hit Sun Yu over there. Because there was no one around. Sun Yu thought it was because of what the little animal did, that's why it hit him. He looked around casually and then turned his head back again. However, as soon as he turned his head, Sun Yu suddenly froze. Sun Yu turned his head suddenly and looked at Kai Yi with some disbelief. He was so surprised that his eyes almost fell out. "You, how did you get up there?" Sun Yu said in astonishment. Kai Yi laughed without any politeness. "I got up the same way you got up." Having said that, Kai Yi threw another stone down without mercy. This time the stone hit Sun Yu's forehead as well. As his forehead was smashed, blood immediately flowed down from it, instantly covering Sun Yu's entire face. After taking a quick look, the situation was quite scary. "Why is Sister Fei Ran's phone with you?" Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. Sun Yu sneered twice. "Do you want to know? If you want to know, come down and talk to me." Kai Yi looked at him with disdain. "Although you are stupid, I am not stupid. If I go down directly, won't I be knocked out by you?" After his plan was discovered, Sun Yu suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Because he didn't expect Kai Yi to actually suspect Sheng Firen. He had already stolen Sheng Firen's WeChat account, but he didn't expect that he would still be suspicious. This still made Sun Yu more or less confused. After all, if it were him, he would encounter this situation. If Sheng Firen sent him a message, Sun Yu would still go there immediately. He didn't even doubt how he was discovered. So at this moment Sun Yu suddenly became a little anxious. "What exactly did you find out?" He looked at Kai Yi viciously. Seeing him glaring at him, Kai Yi threw another stone at him. "Are you an idiot?" Looking at Sun Yu speechlessly, Kai Yi suddenly felt that Sun Yu was really too stupid. He thought that Sun Yu could not defeat him, but he did not expect that Sun Yu was so stupid. After shaking his head gently, Kai Yi turned around and was about to leave. After all, staying with this Sun Yu seems to be just a waste of time. But leaving so easily is still too easy for Sun Yu. So Kai Yi threw another stone down with force. Seeing Kai Yi was about to throw another stone, Sun Yu, whose face was already covered in blood, quickly raised his head to block it. However, Sun Yu still underestimated Kai Yi's strength. The moment the stone hit Sun Yu's arm, he heard a cracking sound. Then waves of severe pain followed. At that moment, Sun Yu's face suddenly twisted. He almost fell to the ground due to the pain. Damn it! After Sun Yu calmed down a little, when he wanted to look for Kai Yi again, there was no one on the stone over there. Now, the anger suddenly burned up, and Sun Yu's brain seemed to explode. He was so angry that he had lost his mind, and his goal today was to get rid of Kai Yi. So after cursing for a few words, he turned around and rushed out without any hesitation, intending to stop Kai Yi halfway. However, Sun Yu's idea was quite smooth. Not long after rushing out with a baseball bat, Sun Yu saw Kai Yi's back. "Kai Yi." After shouting loudly, Sun Yu rushed forward with a baseball bat. The two of them also started to move through the jungle at the same time. However, it was clear that Kai Yi's speed was getting faster and faster. Getting slower. Seeing this, Sun Yu sneered in his heart. He just knew that how could the physical strength of someone who sat in the office all day compare to his own. There was a cliff in front of them. After looking at the sea below the cliff, Sun Yu's eyes suddenly flickered, and even the look he gave Kai Yi became wild. But the road here is still quite winding, especially as you go higher up. Kai Yi, you'd better not leave. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are cliffs all over the place. If you don't step firmly, you will fall directly down. As he spoke, Sun Yu began to laugh wildly. However, even though Sun Yu had warned him, Kai Yi in front of him still did not stop. Sun Yu looked at the increasingly steep path ahead, gritted his teeth, and continued to climb up. However, there was no trace of Kai Yi in front. After looking around, Sun Yu was about to turn around when he suddenly felt something wet in front of him. The familiar smell hit me, and even my head started to feel dizzy. Shaking his head, looking at Kai Yi who was smiling proudly while holding the spray in front of him, Sun Yu suddenly said in disbelief, How is it possible? Kai Yi shook the spray in his hand and sprayed it twice mercilessly. How does this spray you prepared for me feel like? You are such a jerk. Sun Yu pinched himself hard and suddenly felt that he was losing consciousness. He naturally knew the medicinal effect of this thing, so after thinking about it for a while, Sun Yu turned around and was about to leave. If I don't leave now, when I faint completely, I might be the one thrown into the sea. Thinking of this, Sun Yu turned around and was about to leave. However, after all, this was a drug for large animals, and Sun Yu had inhaled too much of it, so after taking a step forward, he fell directly to the ground. Looking at the cliff below, Kai Yi wanted to kick him down directly. However, if someone dies during the recording of the program, it would not be good. So after thinking about it, Kai Yi still called Sheng Firen, but this time he didn't use WeChat. Sheng Firen, hello Kai Yi, is there anything going on over there? Sheng Firen's slightly anxious voice then came from the other side. Kai Yi, something happened here. Sun Yu stole your WeChat account and tricked me to the back mountain. After hearing this, Sheng Firen was obviously stunned. Sheng Firen, what, he stole my WeChat account? I was wondering why I couldn't log in and couldn't find it back. Where are you now? You haven't met him yet, right? Are you in danger? Kai Yi, I'm not as reassuring as you are. Although he prepared some drugs to attack me, you know I'm very skilled. Hearing this, Sheng Firen on the opposite side also breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Firen, that's good. Then send me a location and I'll bring someone over right away. Kai Yi, okay. After the two hung up the phone, Kai Yi took some pictures of the surrounding scenery, described it, and sent it to Sheng Firen via MMS. After doing all this, Kai Yi put away his phone, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sun Yu lying on the ground with a smile. After rolling up his sleeves, Kai Yi started swinging his fist. Sheng Firen arrived very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had accurately found Kai Yi's location. However, this side is very steep, so if Kai Yi wants to move Sun Yu down, he still needs to move Sun Yu to a more open place below first. Of course there is no problem with that. After hearing their suggestion, Kai Yi agreed immediately and then carried Sun Yu away. But as for whether Sun Yu would encounter him on the way down, that was none of his business. After they reached a relatively open place, Kai Yi finally let Sun Yu down. Looking at Sun Yu lying on the ground, everyone fell silent in tacit understanding. They all looked at the person on the ground with complicated expressions. At this time, his face was covered with blood, and even his clothes were covered with blood. Not only that, no one knew what had happened, but Sun Yu's entire face was swollen. There were also wounds all over his body caused by recent collisions. So if they didn't know who this person was, they really wouldn't be able to tell it was Sun Yu. The two security guards who came up looked at each other and had no idea where to start. The other person looked at Kai Yi. Do you need to treat his wound? It can be seen that the one giving orders now seems to be Kai Yi. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. No need, it's okay, you won't die. Then we'll just lift him up. As they said that, the two security guys lifted Sun Yu and walked downstairs. After watching the two of them walk away for a distance, Sheng Firen walked to Kai Yi's side. Her brows were tightly furrowed, obviously she was very worried on the way here. Perhaps it came so quickly that a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Are you okay? What happened? Sheng Firen was still somewhat breathless as he spoke. Kai Yi didn't say anything, but directly handed his phone to Sheng Firen. These shouldn't be sent by you, right? Kai Yi asked. Sheng Firen shook his head. No, I found out today that I couldn't log into my WeChat account, so I kept logging in again. I thought it was due to other reasons, but I didn't expect. Having said that, Sheng Firen's brows furrowed even more tightly. She looked at the spray in Kai Yi's hand again, and just as she was about to get closer to take a look, she was pushed away by Kai Yi. Wait a minute, stay away from this thing. Kai Yi said quickly. What's wrong? Sheng Firen looked over there in confusion. This is a drug. Be careful or you might faint. Hearing this, Sheng Firen's expression became even more serious. He actually managed to get this thing. Yes, he might have wanted to trick me here and kill me, but he didn't expect that the plan would be exposed. As he spoke, Kai Yi pointed to the sea surface under the steep cliff beside him. He smiled nonchalantly and said, I almost died down there. Just after following Kai Yi's finger and looking over there, Sheng Firen suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Kai Yi, thank you so much this time. Sheng Firen said sincerely. After all, she actually knew it, if it weren't for herself. They all wanted Kai Yi to die immediately, and Kai Yi was naturally aware of it. She knew that if it was the same as before, Kai Yi would definitely get rid of these people directly. But now is still a critical moment after all, so it is not good if someone dies. Fine. Kai Yi curled his eyes and said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After blinking, Sheng Firen did not refute. Sun Yu wanted to kill Kai Yi, so she thought it was normal for Kai Yi to fight back directly. She is not a saint, so she doesn't think this is cruel. On the contrary, she had actually seen this kind of scene many times. After the group returned to the foot of the mountain, Kai Yi helped Sheng Firen deal with the evidence again. When Sun Yu woke up again, his room was already under strict guard. Not only that, Sheng Firen didn't leave him any network equipment. Now, Sun Yu could only wait obediently to be taken away to the deserted island. But even if you are dishonest, there is nothing you can do. After all, he is now covered in wounds and cannot move at all. When Sun Yu left, Kai Yi naturally went to see him off in person. Within 2 days, the swelling on Sun Yu's face subsided a lot. However, he was still covered in bandages. This still looks quite scary. Sun Yu, are you leaving? Looking at Sun Yu, who was limping towards the ship with one arm tied, Kai Yi waved with a bright smile. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Sun Yu's body stiffened for a moment. But it was only for a moment. After a moment, he quickened his pace and rushed directly towards the ship. No pause at all. Now, Kai Yi's laughter became even more rampant. Watching the ship sailing away from afar, Kai Yi's smile suddenly faded. Although Sun Yu had left, Kai Yi didn't think there were no other people on the island. After all, there are all kinds of people here, and no one can guarantee that everyone who comes into work has no ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Kai Yi turned around with a dark look in his eyes and left the dock. The recording of the program went very smoothly. Before the program was recorded, Sheng Firen had already confirmed that he would appear on camera several times. So this is how the styling was done. But I didn't expect Kai Yi. The photogenic effect was surprisingly good, so Kai Yi was asked to act as an NPC several times later on. For this, Kai Yi even joked that he would reward himself. Everything went smoothly, and today several guests completed their tasks. They can make any request to the program team, as long as it is not too excessive. After discussing for a while, the group collectively decided on a few things, and then they asked Kai Yi and Sheng Firen to experience the feeling of survival together. But strictly speaking, you have 2 requirements. Sheng Firen looked at them with a smile. Then Luo Yudi rolled her eyes, then looked at Kai Yi and then at Sheng Firen. If you let Mr. Sheng experience survival alone, will you have a clear conscience, Mr. Kai? Oh my! Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Yu. You really hit the point. It's really a bit hard to accept. After hearing Kai Yi's words, everyone immediately showed a smug expression. Obviously they had already discussed the rules. Teacher Shen Ma Teng, you are smiling so happily. Could it be that you are the one who proposed this idea? Kai Yi looked at a middle-aged man with a smile. It happened in a split second, and teacher Shen Ma Teng's expression suddenly became panicked. He quickly waved his hands. Hey Mr. Shaoqi, what nonsense are you talking about? I can tell at a glance that you are very honest. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them suddenly became quiet. But after a while, Luo Yu couldn't help it and burst out laughing. After hearing this smile, the people around him could no longer hold back and they all burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter around him, teacher Shen Ma Teng's face couldn't help but turn red. What are you laughing at? If you laugh, don't you all know that it was my idea? He said unhappily, but after he finished speaking he couldn't help laughing out loud. Even Sheng Firen, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing so hard that his belly bent. Ha 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 teacher Shen, ha 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 ha. Among these people, Luo Yushao's voice was the loudest. Luo Shi pursed her lips slightly, her little face flushed red. Seeing Luo Yu laughing so exaggeratedly, he quickly gave her a reminder. But even though Luo Shi reminded him, Luo Yu still couldn't bear it any longer. After all, that's just her personality. As a result, in the end, although she tried her best to endure it, the corners of her mouth still twitched. It's better to laugh at that look. No, Luo Yu, are you having a cramp in the corner of your mouth? Shen Ma Teng couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, everyone else also noticed it. Seeing this, Yongdi squatted on the ground and laughed, and everyone else started laughing again. But after all, they had already promised them to experience the feeling of surviving in the wilderness, so Sheng Firen and Kai Yi naturally had to make preparations as well. The program crew started filming even before they started packing their luggage. Kai Yi's luggage was very simple. When I met the director coming up to shoot, I had almost packed everything, but I just hadn't had time to put it in my bag. Follow-up director, what has Mr. Kai prepared this time? Kai Yi smiled and said, after all, this is my first time participating in this kind of variety show, so I am still quite nervous. Kai Yi took out the things he had prepared. I prepared some simple survival items, some small tools and so on. Boss Kai, we have to remind you in advance that since you are joining the show halfway, you can prepare an extra package, but if it can't fit in, you can't take it. Hearing this, Kai Yi smiled and nodded. I know this, don't worry. As he spoke, he briefly showed what he had prepared, and then put it directly into his backpack. In the end, there was even a lot of space left in his backpack. This left the director dumbfounded. From the looks of it, Mr. Kai seems to have had a similar experience before. Did you experience it while traveling? Kai Yi shook his head. No, I just think these things are enough for me. Hearing this, the director blinked again, and finally couldn't help but give a friendly reminder. Boss Kai, I think you'd better fill your backpack. But Kai Yi still didn't care about it. It's okay, it's okay. It's good enough as long as it's enough. As he said that, Kai Yi put on his clothes, walked up to the director with a smile and patted his shoulder. We all have to work together, no need to be so formal, just call me Kai Yi. Well, after hesitating for a moment, the young director said, how about I just call you Brother Yi? This sounds a lot more friendly than Mr. Kai. That's fine too. Okay, let's go find Sister Fei Ran now. Maybe she's almost ready by now, judging by the time. Having said that, Kai Yi led a few people behind him and went straight to Sheng Firen's room. Obviously, at this time, there were also people taking pictures with Sheng Firen. So, as soon as Kai Yi walked to the door and knocked a few times, it was opened immediately. Kai Yi, how come you came so quickly? Have you packed your things? Sheng Firen was somewhat surprised to see Kai Yi coming so quickly. After all, she still had a lot of things that had not been sorted out. I don't have much stuff, just take some useful things. Haven't you packed yet? Kai Yi looked over curiously and walked into the room as he spoke. After entering the room, Kai Yi saw that the big bed in the room was already piled full. But the backpack distributed by the program team is still on the ground. Kai Yi blinked first, then looked at Sheng Firen in silence. Sister Fei Ran, you don't want to take all these things with you, do you? Seeing Kai Yi's somewhat surprised expression, Sheng Firen also looked a little embarrassed. She nodded slightly, and then said, that's it. Well, I think these are all useful. Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Sheng Firen looking so cute. Ahem, ha 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 ha, it is indeed useful, but we are only experiencing it for a week. See if there is anything you need most. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen first blinked, then looked at some things on the bed and began to think. The sun is so strong outside, sunscreen is necessary, right? I also need a change of clothes, skincare products and some things needed for the adventure, sunglasses, a jacket, boots, and then. As he was talking, Sheng Firen picked out a bunch of things. Soon, the backpack distributed by the director team was full. Kai Yi looked at the things piled outside the backpack. He sighed helplessly. Sister Fei Ran, your backpack is full. Sheng Firen smiled embarrassedly, then looked at Kai Yi helplessly. Yes, or you can help me choose. This was the first time that the staff around saw Sheng Firen so helpless, and everyone became interested at once. They also pointed their cameras at Sheng Firen and Kai Yi. Kai Yi put down his backpack, looked at Sheng Firen and shook his head with a helpless look. Then he half knelt in front of his backpack and looked at Sheng Firen who was squatting obediently beside him. First of all, Sister Firen, you may need this power bank, but do you not need these data cables after all? We are going there to survive, so there will definitely be no power source. Oh, yes. Because they were attending the event halfway and might still need to work, they were allowed to bring their cell phones but don't even think about anything else. Then Kai Yi took out a bunch of skincare products. I don't think you need these things. Actually, your skin is still very good, so just bring some simple lotion and a bottle of sunscreen. As for the rest, just bring some extra clothes for changing. Although Kai Yi tried his best to help Sheng Firen choose things, in the end some of her things were still left outside. Especially a pair of boots that can be worn outdoors, those boots are still a bit big and cannot be stuffed into a backpack. As for this, I can help you hold it, because I still have something in my backpack. Just like that, the problem that Sheng Firen had been struggling with for more than an hour was quickly solved by Kai Yi within 10 minutes. Looking at the things in the two backpacks, Sheng Firen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Kai Yi, otherwise I might have to worry about it for the whole morning. As he said this, Sheng Firen smiled embarrassedly again. Although I came up with the idea of this program, I also participated in some of the planning of this program. But if it is done, the situation is somewhat different. After everything was prepared, everyone was ready to set off. More than a week later, the guests who were recording the show had found a suitable place to live. I'm a loser who hardly notices whether the sun is shining or not because I don't have the time. My parents couldn't provide me with support, I didn't have much education, and I was alone in the city looking for my future. I applied for many jobs but was not hired. Maybe no one likes someone who is not good at speaking, does not like to communicate, and does not show enough ability. I only ate 2 pieces of bread for 3 whole days. Hunger kept me awake at night. Fortunately, I paid a month's rent in advance, so I could continue to live in that dark basement without having to go outside to endure the extremely cold wind in winter. Finally, I found a job doing night vigils at the hospital, doing vigil at the morgue. The night in the hospital was even colder than I had imagined. The wall lamps in the corridor were not on, and it was very dark everywhere. I could only rely on the little light that seeped out of the room to help me see my feet. The smell in there was terrible. From time to time, dead bodies were brought in body bags, and we helped move them into the morgue. It's not a very good job, but at least it allows me to buy bread, and I can use my free time at night to study. After all, no one wants to come to the morgue unless there are bodies that need to be sent or transported away for burning. Of course, I don't have enough money to buy books, and I don't see any hope of saving money at the moment. I have to thank my former colleague. If he hadn't resigned suddenly, I might not even be able to get such a job. I dream of taking turns to be in charge of the daytime, but now I always go to bed when the sun comes out and get up when the night comes, which makes my body a little weak and my head occasionally throbs. One day, the movers brought in a new body. I heard from others that this was my former colleague who suddenly resigned. I was a little curious about him, so after everyone left, I pulled out the cabinet and quietly opened the body bag. He was an old man, with a pale, wrinkled face that looked scary in very dim light. He didn't have much hair, most of it was white, and all his clothes were taken away, not even a piece of cloth was left for him. The website content is updated slowly, please download and read the latest chapter content. I saw a strange mark on his chest, it was dark blue, I can't describe it specifically because the lighting was too dim. I reached out and touched the mark, nothing special. Looking at this former colleague, I wondered if I would end up like him when I get old if I continued like this. I told him that I would accompany him to the crematorium tomorrow and personally take his ashes to the nearest free cemetery, so that those who are responsible for these matters would not find it troublesome and just dump them in a river or a wasteland. This will cost me a morning of sleep, but fortunately, it's Sunday soon, so I can make up for it. After saying that, I fixed the body bag and stuffed it back into the cabinet. The lights in the room seemed to dim. After that day, every time I went to sleep, I would dream of a thick fog. I had a feeling that something would happen soon. I had a feeling that sooner or later, something that I didn't know if it could be called a human would come to me. But no one was willing to believe me. They thought that I had become mentally unstable in that kind of environment and doing that kind of work, and that I needed to see a doctor. A male customer sitting at the bar looked at the narrator, who suddenly stopped. Then what? The male guest was in his 30s, wearing a brown tweed jacket and light yellow trousers, with his hair pressed flat and a simple dark bowler hat at hand. He looks ordinary, like most people in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, not good looking, but not ugly either, and lacking any distinct features. The narrator in his eyes was a young man of about 18 or 19 years old, with an upright figure and slender limbs. He also had short black hair and light blue eyes, but his facial features were profound and eye-catching. The young man looked at the empty wine glass in front of him and sighed. Then I'll quit my job and go back to the country, and come here to brag to you. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, a smile with a hint of mischief. The male guest was startled. What you just said was bragging. Ha ha. Laughter broke out around the bar. The laughter subsided for a while, and a thin middle-aged man looked at the slightly embarrassed guest and said, "Stranger, you actually believed Lumien's story. He tells a different story every day. Yesterday he was a poor guy whose fiancée broke off the engagement because of poverty, and today he has become a corpse keeper. Yes, what about 30 years on the east side of the Sorrenzo River and 30 years on the right side of the Sorrenzo River? It's just nonsense." Another tavern regular followed. They were all farmers from the large village of Cordu, and they wore short jackets in black, gray or brown. The black-haired young man named Lumien supported himself on the bar with both hands, slowly stood up, and said with a smile, "You know, these are not stories I made up. They are all written by my sister. She loves writing stories the most. She is also a columnist for the Novel Weekly." After saying this, he turned sideways, spread his hands to the foreign guest, and said with a bright smile, "It seems that she writes really well. I'm sorry for causing you to misunderstand." The ordinary-looking man in a brown tweed jacket did not get angry. He stood up and responded with a smile. "Very interesting story. What's your name? Isn't it common sense to introduce yourself before asking someone a question?" Lumien smiled. The foreign guest nodded. "My name is Ryan Koss. These two are my companions, Valentine and Leah." The latter sentence refers to a man and a woman sitting next to them. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, with a little powder on his yellow hair, and not so big eyes that were a shade darker than lake blue. He wore a white vest, a blue tweed jacket, and black trousers, and had obviously dressed up carefully before going out. He looked rather indifferent and hardly looked at the farmers and herdsmen around him. The woman looked younger than the two men, with long light gray hair tied into an intricate bun and a white veil as a hat. Her eyes were the same color as her hair, and she looked at Lumien with an undisguised smile, seeming to find what had just happened only amusing. Under the light of the tavern's gas wall lamps, the woman named Leah showed off her pretty nose and beautifully curved lips. She was definitely a beauty in a rural village like Cordu. She was wearing a white pleatless cashmere tight skirt, an off-white jacket and a pair of Marseille boots. There were two small silver bells tied to her veil and boots respectively. When she walked into the tavern just now, the bells jingled all the way, which was very eye-catching and made many men stare at her. In their eyes, this is a fashionable style that can only be found in big cities like the provincial capital Bigger and the capital Trier. Lumien nodded to the three strangers. "My name is Lumien Lee. You can just call me Lumien." "Lee," Leah blurted out. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my last name?" Lumien asked curiously. Ryan Koss helped Leah explain. "Your name is terrifying. I almost couldn't control my voice just now." Seeing the puzzled faces of the farmers and herdsmen around him, he further explained. "Anyone who has come into contact with sailors and merchants knows that there is a saying circulating on the 5 seas. I would rather encounter those pirate generals or even kings than meet a man named Frank Lee." That person's last name is also Lee. Is he scary? Lumion asked. Ryan shook his head. I don't know, but since there is such a legend, it must be good. He dropped the topic and said to Lumion, thanks for your story, it's worth a drink, what do you want? A glass of green fairy. Lumion was not polite at all and sat down again. Ryan Koss frowned slightly and said, green fairy, absinthe. I think I need to remind you that wormwood is harmful to the human body. This kind of wine may cause insanity and make you hallucinate. I didn't expect that the fashion trend in Trier has spread here. Leah next to her added with a smile. Lumion said, oh, it turns out that people in Trier also like to drink green fairy. For us, life is hard enough without having to worry about a little more damage. This kind of wine can help us relax our spirits. Okay. Ryan sat back down and looked at the bartender, 1 glass of green fairy, and 1 glass of spicy heart, for me. Laxingco is a famous fruit liquor. Why don't you give me a glass of green fairy too? I just told you the truth, and I can tell you everything about this kid. The skinny middle-aged man who first exposed Lumion's daily story shouted in dissatisfaction, stranger, I can see that you still have doubts about the truth of that story. Pierre, you'd do anything for a free drink, Lumion responded loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumion added, why can't I tell it myself, so I can have an extra glass of green fairy? Because they don't know whether they should believe what you said. The middle-aged man named Pierre smiled proudly. Your sister's favorite story to tell children is The Wolf and the Little Boy. People who always lie will inevitably lose their credibility. Okay. Lumion shrugged and watched the bartender push a glass of light green wine in front of him. Ryan looked at him and asked, may I? No problem, as long as your wallet is enough to pay for the wine. Lumion didn't care. Then have another glass of green fairy. Ryan nodded. Pierre's face immediately lit up with smiles. Generous stranger, this guy is the most mischievous person in the village, you must stay away from him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister Aurora and has never left since. Think about it, he was only 13 years old before that. How could he have worked as a corpse keeper in a hospital? Well, the nearest hospital to us is in Darrage at the foot of the mountain. It takes a whole afternoon to walk there. Take it back to the village, Leah asked sharply. She tilted her head slightly, causing a tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. Then, he took Aurore's surname, Lee, and even his first name, Lumion, was given by Aurore. I have forgotten what it was originally called. Lumion took a sip of absinthe and said with a smile. It seemed that he had no sense of inferiority or shame about his past being revealed in this way. Although he said this, Sheng Firen still didn't dare to raise his head. She still buried her head tightly in Kai Yi's arms. He also said he only watched a little bit. Looking at her now, she doesn't even dare to raise her head. You are really a novice and you love to play. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen in his arms, shook his head helplessly and said. Yes, Kai Yi knew before that Sheng Firen liked to watch some domestic and foreign horror movies. However, Kai Yi never expected that there would be such a person who loves watching horror movies. I'm actually so afraid of horror movies. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen did not refute. After all, what Kai Yi said was indeed the truth. Okay, don't be afraid. It was just a rabbit that jumped out. Kai Yi said with a smile. Ah. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen slowly raised his head. The main thing is that she also heard the discussions of the staff behind her just now. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed to bury herself in Kai Yi's arms. After all, actually, she still cares about her reputation. Of course this is true. Come here and I'll show you. As he spoke, Kai Yi took Sheng Firen's hand and came behind the bushes. Before Sheng Firen could see clearly, Kai Yi had already reached out and pulled aside the grass in front of him. Sure enough, a rabbit hole appeared under the dense grass. Animals are very sensitive, so they have already noticed that something is wrong with the weather. As Kai Yi spoke, he reached in and caught a rabbit. How could the people around him have imagined that Kai Yi could hunt while talking? Suddenly, everyone around him exclaimed, FCK. Damn, oh my god. Even Sheng Firen was shocked when he saw Kai Yi's action. After all, she didn't expect it, so she just blinked. Kai Yi can catch a rabbit directly. She looked at the hole on the ground, then looked up at Kai Yi, her big eyes full of surprise. She still didn't quite react. Kai Yi weighed the rabbit in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. If the food we get at noon is not enough for 8 people to eat until tomorrow. Now the food Kai got was enough for them to eat until tomorrow. Looking at the gloomy sky, I think. The weather won't be good either. Just as Kai looked up at the sky, Sheng Firen looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Kai looked at her with some confusion. No, it's okay. Sheng Firen waved his hand emotionally. Knowing what she was worried about, Kai smiled. It's okay, don't feel burdened. He shrugged his shoulders and said. Because this rabbit is not a good thing. He came here to steal the rabbit's nest while the mother rabbit was away. As he spoke, Kai pointed to the cave on the ground. Look at the rabbit inside. It's not the same color as the rabbit in my hand. Sheng Firen looked at what Kai said in a daze, and then he found that what Kai said was indeed the truth. Well, don't get me wrong, I'm really not a saintly person. Afraid that Kai would misunderstand, Sheng Firen explained with a nervous expression. Kai didn't mind this, although he was really annoyed by those saintly people. It's okay, I didn't misunderstand. Kai said. He knew that Sheng Firen was not a kind-hearted woman, but she had been brought up in a spoiled environment after all. I have never seen any of this with my own eyes. That's why I felt a little hesitant to speak at that moment just now. Sheng Firen has always liked Kai's honesty. For example, now, seeing Kai looking at her sincerely, she knew that he did not misunderstand her. Let's go back quickly, otherwise it will be completely dark soon. The lush forest is very friendly and can provide shade when the sun is shining brightly. But as dark clouds gradually came from the sky became increasingly gloomy. As it was blocked by the trees, it was getting darker and darker below. After hearing Kai's words, Sheng Firen quickly nodded. After all, it was getting darker around. Although there were many people on their side, she was still very panicked when she saw the endless deep forest that was like an abyss. The two of them were moving very quickly, and when they returned to the cave, everyone was bringing the dishes in. Hey, Shaoqi is back. Shenma Teng was holding a plate of food in his hand, and after seeing what Kai was holding, the smile on his face became more obvious. Hurry, come in and eat. As he said that, Shenma Teng put the things in his hand back into the cave with a bright smile, and then quickly ran back to take the things from Kai's hand. We're afraid it's going to rain soon, so why don't we take care of these two first? No, leave it to me. I'll take care of it after dinner. It'll be quick. As he said that, Shenma Teng put the rabbit and fish in his hand directly into the corner. Looking at the table full of delicious food, even Fan Zhengzheng sighed. If I hadn't seen Brother Yi hunting with my own eyes, I would have really suspected that the production team had given Brother Yi a break. At this time, everyone couldn't wait to sit down at the stone table. After hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. After all, Kai seemed so easy now, making them look like fools before. Looking at the sky outside, Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. It looks like the rain will start early. The sky is changing so quickly. Something is wrong. There may be strong winds. Let's find something to cover the cave entrance after dinner. The rest of the people were still eating. After hearing Kai's words, Yongdi waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, Kai, don't be nervous. It actually rained quite a bit the past 2 days, but we couldn't get in. Even if the cave entrance isn't blocked, it will be warm enough to sleep at night. Luo Yu also nodded with a smile. Yeah, Brother Yi, it's okay. After hearing their words, Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. People can't always rely on luck. Kai has some experience, so let's just listen to him. Shen Yan, who had been somewhat skeptical of Kai before, now stood up and agreed with what Kai said. After all, everyone has seen Kai's strength with their own eyes, and it would be a bit rude to question it again. After all, it was a big meal, so when everything was finished, it was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now after dinner, it is already 3 days in the afternoon. It wasn't raining outside, but the sky was terribly gloomy and the wind had started to blow. I'll go take care of those 2 ingredients first. Yongdi, Xiao Fan, quickly move all the things outside in. Shenma Teng saw that the wind outside was a bit scary and quickly gave instructions. At this time, even the group of people in the director team had started communicating using walkie-talkies. After all, there are quite a few woods around their cave. We can actually feel such a strong wind now, which really shows that the wind outside is quite strong. Kai Yi heard that they had asked all the photographers outside to go back indoors. You girls can stay in the cave and help clean up. Brother Yongdi and Fan Zhengzheng, can you two follow me out to prepare some things? Ah, what are you doing? The two were still moving things outside. Upon hearing this, they looked at Kai Yi with a confused look on their faces. Why are you asking so many questions? Go quickly. After the meal, Shenma Teng's opinion of Kai Yi completely changed. It's all thanks to Kai Yi that I can have such a meal while I'm trying to survive. So now, in Shenma Teng's eyes, as long as Kai Yi says something, it is right. Oh, okay. After hearing what the elder said, the two of them hurriedly followed him out. Seeing this, all the girls in the cave were confused. Even the director team and photographers were a little confused. Seeing Kai Yi go out, the director even came forward and kindly reminded him that the wind might get stronger in a while. But Kai Yi said that he knew all these things. If the wind hadn't been getting stronger, he wouldn't have gone out. What is Brother Yi doing out here? Luo Yu blinked, then looked at the others in confusion. Shen Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, not expecting to understand, but silently looked at Sheng Firen. Kai Yi didn't say anything when he left. But Sheng Firen also reacted more or less. He should be looking for something to block the entrance to the cave. When they were eating just now, everyone's attention was on the food, but Sheng Firen still listened carefully to what Kai Yi said. Hearing this, everyone reacted. Luo Shi nodded blankly, with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. Oh, I remember now. Brother Yi seemed to have mentioned this matter when we were having dinner just now. Shen Yan didn't say anything and still looked at Sheng Firen. However, when Sheng Firen said this, her eyes couldn't help but flicker. Why do I always feel that there is something between Sister Fei Ran and Kai Yi? It seems like there is some empathy. Unable to hold back, Shen Yan made a joke out loud. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Sheng Firen in a teasing manner. Sheng Firen was slightly stunned, and then began to clean up the table awkwardly. Ahem, where is that? Originally, Shen Yan was not sure what she was thinking. But after seeing Sheng Firen like this, Shen Yan became certain. She now feels that Sheng Firen must have had some relationship with Kai Yi. And the relationship between the two is not ordinary. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, and even the humming sound was getting louder and louder. The girls had never seen this scene before, and they all felt a little panicked. At this time, everyone had already walked into the cave, even the staff. But the weather outside was getting worse and worse. Kai Yi, Fan Zhengzheng and Yongdi were still nowhere to be seen. Finally, more than an hour after the three of them were out, everyone saw them coming back. At the same time, the three of them were carrying a pile of branches and leaves. Xiao Kai, what are you doing? Kai Yi put the things he was carrying on the ground. This is used to cover the cave entrance. The wind is so strong right now. If it is not blocked, the rain at night will surely drift into the cave. Once it gets damp inside and it is still windy, everyone will catch a cold. Oh, but you were out for so long, it scared me. As Shen Ma Teng spoke, he quickly helped to unload all the things. Oh my, I didn't expect it would be so tiring to carry such a small thing, Fan Zhengzheng said as he moved his sore shoulders after unloading the things. I was going to come back after finishing these, but Brother Yi also found some ginger by the way. Right. Yongdi on the side widened his eyes exaggeratedly. I didn't expect to find ginger in a place like this. Ginger, don't we have ginger? When Luo Yu heard that it was very lively here, he couldn't help but come forward. That's for cooking. It's not a lot. I figured the staff and we would need it, so I got a little more. As he spoke, Kai Yi put down a bag, which was heavy with a lot of ginger. Wow, these are all freshly digged in the forest. Luo Yu's eyes widened immediately. Then she looked at Kai Yi with admiration. No, Brother Yi, how did you get all this? You are so awesome. The word was almost spoken out, but fortunately Luo Yu reacted and bit the word on his tongue. Ding Ding detected the worship value of the destined heroine, reward 200 villain points. After hearing what the system said, Kai Yi was stunned. Then he turned around and saw that his favorability towards Luo Yu had dropped to 20%. Because he had never been reminded, he had never thought that Luo Yu was also one of the destined heroines. But, thinking of this, Kai Yi also looked at Luo Shi and Shen Yan beside him. At the same time, a bold idea came to Kai Yi's mind. No way, right? Could it really be what he imagined? He didn't read much of the original novel later on, so he really didn't know that Luo Yu and the others were also destined heroines. But soon Kai Yi figured it out. Yes, in the original novel, Yi Han is the destined male protagonist. And that book also has millions of words. That is to say, there must be many destined heroines in places that I haven't seen in the future. After all, it was just as arranged in the original book. As long as she is slightly pretty and beautiful, she will definitely be the heroine of destiny. After all, Yi Han was a ruthless person who didn't even let Yi Roro go. How could I let others go? Yes, after all, no one has set foot here before, so the resources on the island are still very rich. Kai Yi nodded with a smile, but then looked at the people in the cave with an ambiguous look. Come and wipe your hands. It was at this time that Sheng Firen took a wet towel and walked in front of Kai Yi. Luckily you're here today, otherwise it would be a bit chaotic. Sheng Firen sighed. This is the truth, after all, if Kai Yi was really not here. Because of the sudden bad weather, they will definitely be in chaos for a while. However, seeing Kai Yi here, and thinking that Kai Yi had been a mercenary abroad before, Sheng Firen felt a lot more at ease. At least no one else panicked. I don't know when it started. As long as Kai Yi is by her side, Sheng Firen won't seem to be so panicked no matter what happens. It was as if she had subconsciously thought so in her heart. As long as Kai Yi is around, nothing will go wrong. Shen Yan looked at Sheng Firen with some surprise. Compared to the others, Shen Yan has been in Firen Entertainment for a long time. So, she naturally understood Sheng Firen's personality. Although Sheng Firen usually looks very friendly and approachable. But, that's just how it looks. Perhaps because of his experience, Sheng Firen never makes friends with others casually. Especially now that he is so considerate to others. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but look at Kai Yi and Sheng Firen a few more times. To be honest, the more Shen Yan gets along with Kai Yi, the more she can understand Kai Yi's personal charm. Similar to Sheng Firen, Shen Yan has been in the entertainment industry for a long time. She has seen all kinds of people, especially now that she has climbed to a top position, many people are trying to curry favor with her. But she also looked down on them, and she was too lazy to even take a second look at those who had their eyes on her. Even those powerful people expressed their feelings to her, but she remained the same. And now, her attention is inevitably focused on. But now looking at Sheng Firen and Kai Yi. This made Shen Yan frown in distress. Although she was doing quite well in the circle, she didn't dare to provoke Sheng Firen. Therefore, she didn't dare to mess with Sheng Firen's man. Only. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but look up at Kai Yi again. Looking at his strong features, straight nose, and thin lips that looked kissable. In particular, she couldn't help but think of Kai Yi's figure that she saw today. Shen Yan was very satisfied with each of them. Therefore, if she let Kai Yi go like this, she would be somewhat unwilling. In just a few words, Kai Yi had already taken those people to the door to work. The others were also preparing to build a bonfire in the cave. While everyone was busy, the careful Luo Shi also noticed that Shen Yan seemed to be a little distracted at this moment. She is a little worried, walked to Shen Yan's side. Sister Shen Yan, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? At this moment, her little face was full of worry as she looked at Shen Yan, her tone also full of worry. Shen Yan came back to her senses immediately, then rubbed Luo Shi's head with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. I just might have caught a cold. I'll be fine after drinking some ginger soup. Are you really okay? Seeing this, Luo Shi couldn't help but ask with some concern. It's okay, little brat, just relax. As she spoke, Shen Yan felt itchy and pinched Luo Shi's face. It has to be said that her favorite artists in the entire company are the twin sisters Luo Shi and Luo Yu. After all, in the complicated entertainment industry, these two sisters are indeed very innocent. But fortunately, these two sisters are now in Firen Entertainment. Sheng Firen has always been very protective of the artists under him. Even she herself has encountered many such things after entering the entertainment industry in recent years. However, she had never experienced it herself. It's because Sheng Firen protects the people under his command very well. However, if the people under her are willing, then she will have no choice. After all, there are many people in life who want to take shortcuts. This is also something that has been bothering Shen Yan recently. Although she has become a first-line star, she is still somewhat inferior to other actresses of the same period. It's not that Shen Yan's acting is bad. This is because the actresses of the same period not only have the help of the company, but also the financial backers behind them also make a lot of contributions. Everyone is ambitious. Especially when your position becomes higher and higher, you want to climb higher again. Shen Yan is the same. And it was indeed time for her to find X partner. Not to mention her boyfriend and husband, there are indeed too few virgins at her age. She was indeed a bit stubborn before. But now, maybe because I have some experience, I suddenly feel more open-minded. However, even so, she didn't want to accept those disgusting sponsors. She is not even attracted to some good-looking rich second-generation men. However, although Kai Yi in front of him was said to be just an operations director, but it attracted Shen Yan extra. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but look up at Kai Yi again. Then he looked at Sheng Firen, who was standing aside, and although he was busy, his eyes were still constantly on Kai Yi. Shen Yan sighed secretly in his heart, and finally decided to wait and see for a while. Now that you are here, make the most of it. In fact, she didn't want to let go so easily. After all, it was not easy to meet someone who was more to my liking. In fact, she is also open-minded and does not necessarily have to be together for life. After all, the more you see in the circle, the more open-minded you become. Brother Yi, how come you know everything? What did you do before? Luo Yu squatted aside and looked at Kai Yi curiously, chattering non-stop. Thanks to Luo Yu, even though the weather outside looked very bad, the atmosphere in the cave was very good. Kai Yi looked at Luo Yu with amusement, who was like a little sparrow, and then looked at Luo Shi beside her, who was also looking at him curiously but said nothing and was very honest. He couldn't help but shook his head with amusement. You'll be able to learn this when you travel more. It's not a skill, he said very modestly. Oh, okay, but I watched a lot of survival shows before I came to participate in the show, but they were all useless. Now I think they are not as good as you, Brother Yi. After all, everyone's experiences are different. Kai Yi was busy with the things in his hands while chatting with Luo Yu. It can be said that it is a good idea for a man and a woman to work together without getting tired. However, even though he was busy now, he could still feel the burning gaze on him. He noticed that Sheng Firen had also been looking at him, but he was already very familiar with her gaze. In the other side, while turning around, Kai Yi looked back. This also made him realize that the person who had been looking at him was Shen Yan. Expected, but also quite exceptional. After all, Shen Yan seemed to be rather indifferent to him from the beginning. It's not that he was indifferent, but he didn't say much either. But now, this made Kai Yi a little confused. Just when Kai Yi was worried, he didn't know that Shen Yan had already started to plan. Soon, under Kai Yi's guidance, the entrance of the cave was quickly sealed. Although there was a small incident in the middle, when it was almost finished, the strong wind outside suddenly became stronger, making it difficult for the people at the cave entrance to stand firmly. But fortunately, Kai Yi's method is still very good. At least after finishing, although you can feel a slight chill when standing at the entrance of the cave, you can't feel any wind or anything like that. After they finished preparing these things, the rest of the people had already prepared the ginger soup. Xiao Kai, come over here and have some ginger soup. Shen Ma Teng, who did not go to the cave entrance to help, prepared the ginger soup very consciously and began to wave his hand to greet the people here. Oh, okay. Kai Yi walked forward with a smile, and then sat next to Sheng Firen without any hesitation. No one else paid special attention to them, but Shen Yan was paying attention to the two of them. I want to see what the relationship between the two is now. After all, she also feels strange now. Looking at their current relationship, it seems that they are not particularly close, at least not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. But if you were to say they were not familiar with each other, these two people looked very familiar. The main thing is that it seems that the two of them sometimes have subconscious actions that show a tacit understanding and are also quite intimate. These are things that Shen Yan has never seen Sheng Firen do. Ouch, oh, I was almost freezing to death standing at the entrance of the cave just now. Seeing that the ginger soup was ready, Fan Zhengzheng quickly rubbed his hands and stood aside, waiting for his portion. Yang Di also nodded repeatedly and stood over. This is much colder than the heavy rain 2 days ago. Why did the weather suddenly change? While they were talking, the ginger soup had already been served. Of course, such a big pot of ginger soup naturally has its share of staff. However, just when Yongdi and Fan Zheng were honestly preparing to distribute the ginger soup in their hands to the staff, they were immediately stopped by Kai Yi. What's wrong? Hearing this, Fan Zheng turned to look at Kai Yi with some confusion. Kai Yi looked over with a smile, and then looked towards the director team with a very friendly expression. It's actually very difficult for us to survive in the wild, especially in rainy weather. Hearing this, the group of directors looked at each other, wondering what does Kai Yi want to say. But in the end, he nodded subconsciously. The guests also looked at Kai Yi curiously. Although they didn't know what Kai Yi was going to do, they didn't say anything. After all, everything Kai Yi did since his arrival made sense. They are all absolutely correct. It was at this time that Kai Yi continued to speak. Especially in the vast forest, it is not easy to find these gingers. In order to make the ginger soup taste better, Uncle Shen also added a lot of things. These are nothing to you, but to us, they are very precious. Kai Yi said this with a very sincere look on his face. And among the guests, everyone is a smart person. So after hearing Kai Yi's words, he reacted immediately. Shen Ma Teng even picked up the remaining piece of ginger on the table and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Even the expression on his face became sad. Yes, you don't know, even a little thing is very precious to us. So, Yongdi on the side also had his eyes rolling around, with evil thoughts in mind. So you can't drink this ginger soup for nothing. Seeing that they had almost laid the groundwork, Kai Yi also took over the conversation with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them suddenly fell silent. The staff members then turned their eyes to the director behind them. The weather is indeed cold now, and everyone is gathered in the cave. Plus there was a bonfire in the cave, it was quite warm indeed. But the person who just came in from outside was still very cold and had not yet recovered. The director over there was about to say something when he attracted everyone's attention. Helplessly, he could only nod. Well, then, what do you want in exchange? Woohoo! Hearing the director say this, the guests cheered. Luo Yu was so excited that she directly held Luo Shi's hand and started spinning around excitedly. Kai Yi had everything he needed, and he looked at the others. What are you missing now, just tell me. Upon hearing this, Shen Ma Teng was immediately moved, and then he also sniffed. We need a lighter, 2 small shovels and a fishing rod, isn't that too much? After they discussed it for a while, they spoke quickly. Although Kai Yi is here now, they have eaten well all day long. But after thinking back on their lives over the past few days, they decided that they couldn't go on like this. Now they rely on Kai Yi, but if the time comes and Kai Yi leaves, they will have to fend for themselves again. After coming here, they no longer need to want to lose weight, they have already been forced to do so. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel aggrieved. However, even though they said it was not excessive, they still looked at the director with some trepidation. But then I saw that the director was in a dilemma and looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Director, we have to survive here for a long time, we don't have many props. Luo Yu said quickly, and then looked at everyone pitifully. But even so, after hesitating for a while, the director said, no, you guys discuss it again. We can only give you 3 things. Hearing this, everyone wailed miserably. How about you guys just want a lighter, a fishing rod, and a fishing net? While they were still struggling, Kai Yi spoke slowly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with some confusion, Kai Yi began to explain. Because I still have a lot of tools in my bag, and I also have a lighter. Let's see if I can leave it to you when the time comes. After hearing Kai Yi's words, everyone was moved. Kai Yi, you are such a nice person. Yongdi said in a very pretentious manner. Brother Yi, you are my god. Fan Zheng said with a very exaggerated expression. This time, the director over there was silent. But after all, the 3 tools have been released. Now that they knew there were props in Kai Yi's bag, they were too embarrassed to say anything. Well, okay then. Things were finally settled, and the staff were finally able to drink ginger soup. And, the guests also received props at the first opportunity. But it's almost time to prepare dinner. Thanks to Kai Yi, they still had a lot of food left. There was some food left over from lunch, and with a rabbit, there was enough for dinner. As the sky outside darkened, a violent storm began to blow. Fortunately, some staff members evacuated quickly before the rain got heavy. The only ones who stayed behind were the photographers, and they had all prepared sleeping bags and other things. Seeing that they were destined not to go out today, everyone chatted for a while and then went back to their beds. The place where they slept was on a relatively wide and dry boulder. Now that Sheng Firen and Kai Yi's beds were laid out in the innermost layer, everyone crawled into bed to chat. We couldn't even eat before, and we didn't care about separating, since each of us had a set of mattress anyway. Although this was true, Sheng Firen in the corner felt somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Kai Yi, who was lying beside him and looking at him eagerly. Ahem. After coughing twice and lying down, a feeling of tiredness immediately came over me. After all, Sheng Firen still did a lot of work with them today. In addition, at this time, there were sounds of people talking in low voices all around, and the lights in the cave were also dim. At the same time, the mattress was burning inside, and the temperature was also very warm. This state is also very suitable for sleep. Kai Yi lay beside Sheng Firen, watching Sheng Firen lie down with eager eyes. After all, Sheng Firen was lying inside and Kai Yi was right next to her. If the two of them did something secretly or whispered something, no one else would notice. Kai Yi has also calculated all these things. But no matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect that Sheng Firen fell asleep just not long after lying down. Kai Yi originally thought that Sheng Firen was pretending, but he didn't expect that after closing his eyes for a while, Sheng Firen's breathing became even. Kai Yi could still tell whether a person was asleep or not. So after realizing that the person was really asleep, Kai Yi fell silent. With a helpless sigh, he watched the candlelight in the distance gradually go out and the cave became dark. Kai Yi then prepared to go to sleep. But at this moment, a small white and tender hand suddenly reached into his quilt. Then Rui just poked him afterwards. Kai Yi also reached out his hand very sensitively and grabbed the little hand. It has to be said that the moment Kai Yi grabbed that hand, he immediately felt it. This guy is really well maintained. Although these little hands cannot be seen, they feel very soft and smooth to the touch, making people unable to resist touching them for a while longer. If Kai Yi remembered correctly, next to him should be. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously turned his head to look over. With his extraordinary eyesight, he indeed saw Shen Yan lying beside him, blinking her eyes and looking at him. The people over there were chatting animatedly, and Kai Yi asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, I just heard you sighing and I thought you were not feeling well." Shen Yan smiled softly. Shen Yan and the others might not be able to see Kai Yi's expression at this time. But Kai Yi could see their appearance and expressions clearly. Looking at Shen Yan's delicate eyebrows and eyes, especially the charming smile on her lips, Kai Yi couldn't help but think too much. It's no wonder he thinks too much, it's just the current situation. If a woman puts her hand into your bed for no apparent reason, wouldn't a man think too much? Moreover, Shen Yan is worthy of being among the top stars because of her real strength. Her appearance is indeed easy to bewitch people. "It's okay, I'm just a little tired." Having said that, Kai Yi also let go of Shen Yan's hand. Before investing in this program, Kai Yi had already learned about the information of each guest. After knowing that these people are artists of Firen Entertainment, Kai Yi also understood how Firen Entertainment protected its artists. And he naturally knew Shen Yan, who had reached this position purely by relying on the company and her own strength. Although the company will not stop you from finding a sponsor on your own, Shen Yan has never done so. So it seems that Shen Yan is not the kind of person who would accept unspoken rules. This is also the reason why even though Shen Yan has put her hand into Kai Yi's arms, Kai Yi remains unmoved. Because in his opinion, Shen Yan should have no other thoughts about him. "I'm sorry to bother you today, but the weather tomorrow won't be very good, so we can take a rest." Shen Yan turned sideways to face Kai Yi. By the way, he also moved towards Kai Yi. In an instant, the distance between the two became closer. Even when Shen Yan was speaking, Kai Yi could still feel the breath of her voice. "The warm breath spraying on my neck. It seems like I really don't need to get up early." Kai Yi looked at her at this moment and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. It seemed like something was beyond his expectations. Thinking of this, Kai Yi also blinked. However, the next second, a favorability panel suddenly appeared next to Shen Yan. Looking at the 60% favorability rating, Kai Yi was even more surprised. "After all, to be honest, I haven't talked to Shen Yan much the whole day today. Even at the beginning, looking at Shen Yan's expression, he thought she didn't like him. And, throughout the whole day today, Kai Yi didn't hear Shen Yan express her favorability towards him. Could it be that Shen Yan is not the destined heroine? Thinking of this, Kai Yi began to feel confused. After all, Shen Yan is indeed outstanding and very beautiful. How could a person like Yi Han not be moved when meeting such a beauty? Kai Yi. Seeing that Kai Yi hadn't said anything, Shen Yan couldn't help but call out a few times in a strange voice. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Kai Yi came back to his senses immediately. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Although Shen Yan felt a little helpless about the fact that Kai Yi could be distracted while chatting with her, she didn't care. Kai Yi gently squeezed the little hand in his palm. He didn't let go in a hurry, but raised his eyebrows inquiringly. Why are your hands so cold? I'm born like this. Normally I feel cold, but you're so warm. As she spoke, Shen Yan even moved closer to Kai Yi. The distance here was just this big, so when she moved like this, she leaned directly on Kai Yi. Seeing that the beautiful woman was so proactive, how could Kai Yi refuse? After all, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you'd be A*****starred. Then it seems that you usually have a lack of energy and blood. Is it painful when you have your period? Shen Yan was still thinking about how to hook up with Kai Yi and test how Kai Yi felt about her. But unexpectedly, I heard these words from Kai Yi the next second. This made Shen Yan suddenly surprised. How did you know? Kai Yi silently withdrew his hand from taking Shen Yan's pulse and held Shen Yan's small hand again. Did you come to participate in the show right after something good happened? Why didn't you bring a few more hot packs to warm yourself up? Shen Yan was still thinking that Kai Yi might have made it up. After all, she had seen quite a few Chinese practitioners, and she was also familiar with their rhetoric. What Kai Yi said at this time shocked Shen Yan again. Without caring about trying to seduce Kai Yi, she slightly widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Kai Yi in surprise. How do you know this? Seeing her looking up at him, Kai Yi's smile inevitably deepened. He curled his lips slightly, and while Shen Yan couldn't see him, he lowered his head and moved closer to Shen Yan. Chinese medicine culture is extensive and profound. The man's breath suddenly spread, and for some reason, it made Shen Yan's heart beat faster. After all, she was a workaholic before. All he wanted was to make a name for himself in the circle. Plus, she really didn't bother to rely on others before, so she never thought about these things. At this time, leaning closely against the man, her originally dishonest mind became even more active. Oh, so what do you think? And I want to ask, how can this situation be improved? Although Kai Yi's approach made Shen Yan blush a little. However, after all, the cave has now become completely dark. Anyway, since no one can see anyone else, Shen Yan felt more relaxed. The people over there were chatting animatedly, and some were even joking with the staff and laughing loudly. So, no one noticed the situation here at all. Improve it acupuncture and massage, or slowly take some medicine to regulate your body. Just as Kai Yi was speaking softly, Shen Yan's other hand also dishonestly reached directly into Kai Yi's quilt. She even took the initiative to hold Kai Yi's hand. But I'm a little afraid of needles, and I don't have much time to get a massage. At this point, Shen Yan sighed with some melancholy. It's okay. I'll tell you a place. You can just massage it yourself normally. Oh, what place is it? As Shen Yan spoke, she leaned on Kai Yi. Seeing that she was about to get into his arms, Kai Yi didn't hesitate anymore. The big hand instantly went around the quilt and directly wrapped around the woman's waist. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Because they were in the wild, everyone was wearing loose jackets. After he put his arms around Shen Yan's waist, he discovered that Shen Yan's figure was much fuller than he had imagined. But, although plump, she is not fat at all. Do you usually feel sore here a few days before and after a good thing comes? As he spoke, Kai Yi placed his hand directly on Shen Yan's waist. Shen Yan did have a cold body, even though she had been warming herself by the fire. Although I have been in bed for a while now. However, not only her hands were cold, but her whole body was still cold. So, for Shen Yan, Kai Yi's hand on her waist at this moment was like a piece of hot iron sticking directly to her. This made Shen Yan shiver for a moment, but only for a moment, and then she felt the comfort of being touched by that hot palm. Really? Before coming to the show, she had just left for good. In addition, since I came to participate in the show, I had to walk around outside all the time. It rained before and now the weather has turned cold again. This made Shen Yan's body unable to warm up. At the same time, I was working and walking all the time. It also made her back pain a little worse. It didn't hurt anymore, but the pain was constant, which was really annoying. The big hand around her waist immediately relieved her uncomfortable feeling. My waist also began to warm up. But Shen Yan still suppressed her exclamation. After all, there are quite a few people around, and it would be bad if they heard it. Hearing Shen Yan's voice, Kai Yi's smile became even more pronounced. When you have nothing to do, you can rub your hands together until they are a little warm, then place them near your waist and start rubbing them, like this. Having said that, Kai Yi also began to cover up for Shen Yan. It's just a very common massage action. Normally after filming, Shen Yan would often go to some private places to have massages performed by female masseuses. Although their massages were indeed very comfortable, they did not give the same feeling as Kai Yi. I don't know if it was Shen Yan's illusion, but as Kai Yi massaged her, her whole body seemed to start to warm up. A warm current began to spread from the waist, and a tingling sensation began to spread throughout the body. Shen Yan bit her tender lips slightly hard, fearing that she would accidentally scream out. At the same time, she slightly increased the strength of her grip on Kai Yi's other hand. And in the corner where no one could see, the snow-white, round and cute toes curled up inevitably. Although she was trying hard to endure it, Shen Yan still felt a little weak all over. Usually a little massage will relieve the condition, but if it gets worse, or it's winter, you can massage the area more. As he spoke, Kai Yi's big hand slid down Shen Yan's skin and reached the position 4 fingers below her belly button. It would be beneficial if you massaged this area more. As he said that, Kai Yi also started massaging. I was listening to Kai Yi's serious words above my head, but at the same time I was experiencing his special massage. This immediately gave Shen Yan the illusion of being in a world of ice and fire. The feeling of division was somewhat severe, coupled with the sound of other people laughing and talking around. This made Shen Yan nervous, for fear of being discovered by others. Here, you can also use circular motions, especially during periods of sexual intercourse. Massage is more effective. As Kai Yi spoke, the movements of his hands became lighter and heavier. Where had Shen Yan ever experienced such excitement? Although I have experienced a lot of massage. But the objects are different after all. Plus, she had never eaten meat before, so just this was enough to make her eyes blurry. Those snow-white teeth had somehow released the red lips that had been tightly bitten. At this moment, her red lips slightly opened, and she looked up at Kai Yi with a dazed and confused look. But because it was dim around her, she couldn't see Kai Yi's expression clearly. At this time, she was panting slightly as she was massaged. Perhaps because she thought that no one could see the expression on her face, Shen Yan did not try to suppress her expression. But, little did she know that Kai Yi could see all her reactions clearly at this moment. Shen Yan, who had been suffering from cold body, soon felt warmed up with the help of Kai Yi. Even the temperature inside the bed was scorchingly hot. She closed her legs and looked at Kai Yi with seductive eyes. Although she couldn't see Kai Yi, she still subconsciously raised her head slightly. Soon, following Shen Yan's intuition, she kissed Kai Yi. He raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised at Shen Yan's boldness. However, Kai Yi was not polite and quickly took control based on Shen Yan's response. Wait, Shen Yan, who had been very confident just now, was now completely controlled. She subconsciously followed Kai Yi's rhythm and slowly sank. Just when the two were getting very excited, the group of people who were laughing over there suddenly paused for some reason. In fact, after all, everyone is still chatting. So even though Shen Yan was gradually becoming confused, he was still paying attention to the movements over there. For example, now, after hearing the noise over there, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Intel. Kai Yi, Shen Yan, Director Sheng's team said that if we guessed wrong in the rock-paper-scissors game, we have to get a baked sweet potato for each of us tomorrow. The people over there were talking excitedly. But after I finished speaking, there was no response. Kai Yi President Shen Yan. The person over there shouted with some confusion. Shen Ma Teng and the others looked at this side with some confusion. Are they asleep? It seemed like they didn't talk just now. Luo Yu guessed. That should be it, Fan Zhongjung agreed. After listening to their words, Shen Yan's waist, which had been as soft as a ball, suddenly stiffened. After all, with the current attitude of the two of them, if they were discovered, it would be really troublesome. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel guilty and wanted to step back. However, at this time, her waist was still held by Kai Yi. So even if she wanted to go back quickly, she was still held motionless by Kai Yi. People around were paying attention to this side, which made Shen Yan nervous again. Unable to give any verbal prompts, Shen Yan could only pat Kai Yi's chest gently. Luo Shi, can you see if they are asleep? Upon hearing this, Shen Yan's breathing suddenly stopped again. Because the person lying on her right at that moment was Luo Shi. If Luo Shi really leaned over to look, even if the cave was pitch black at the moment, he might be discovered later. Thinking of this, Shen Yan suddenly became anxious again. Seeing that Kai Yi was still unmoved, he seemed not to be in a hurry. Seeing that he was still ignoring her reminder, Shen Yan couldn't help but quickly stretched out her leg to remind Kai Yi. However, as soon as the leg was stretched out, it was immediately clamped by Kai Yi. Shen Yan. And at this moment, Luo Shi on the other side also responded after hearing Luo Yu's words. Then she turned and looked at Shen Yan. Just as Shen Yan was stiffening and holding his breath to pay attention to the situation over there, Luo Shi finally spoke. I can't see clearly, but since he didn't say anything, he must have fallen asleep. Is that so? Okay. But it is true that Brother Yi has been tired today. It's okay. It's cloudy and rainy tomorrow, so we can't go out. It's okay to get up later. Let's chat for a while. As they talked, the people over there began to chat enthusiastically again. Shen Yan's tense spirit suddenly relaxed. After hearing Luo Shi's words, Shen Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also remembered that Luo Shi had said before that she was nearsighted and night blind. Even if Shen Yan was not night blind, he could not see anything in this pitch black night. Not to mention Luo Shi. Thinking of this, Shen Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. And from the beginning, Kai Yi could see clearly all the little expressions on Shen Yan's face. Looking at her like this, Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed softly. After all, there were a bunch of people around, so he didn't dare to speak too loudly. Only Shen Yan in his arms could hear his laughter clearly at this time. Shen Yan felt somewhat annoyed when she noticed that the man's chest was shaking from laughing. When I think of myself just now, although she was extremely panicked, Kai Yi was very calm, which made Shen Yan even more upset. A bad idea suddenly emerged in his mind, and Shen Yan immediately gave a wicked smile. Before Kai Yi could figure out what Shen Yan was going to do, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then he saw Shen Yan raised his head with a wicked smile. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Yes, he was so angry that he laughed. It didn't hurt, but he didn't expect Shen Yan to do this. You have bad intentions, don't you? He lowered his head slightly and whispered into Shen Yan's ear. HMPH. Without saying anything, Shen Yan just snorted coldly. Hearing this, Kai Yi was no longer polite. He reached up with his big hand and suddenly grabbed the white softness. Just as Shen Yan's eyes widened and she hadn't reacted yet, Kai Yi suddenly exerted force with his hands. She almost cried out in surprise, but Shen Yan immediately covered her lips. After all, if you really can't help it and scream out, you're doomed. But fortunately, the people over there were having a great time and were laughing non-stop. He didn't pay any attention to what was happening here. While Shen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, he was also frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. However, before Shen Yan could recover from the shock, she quickly covered her lips again. Yes, Kai Yi, who was provoked by her, would not give her a chance to breathe. Compared to the little white rabbit who has never eaten meat, Kai Yi, the wolf who often eats meat, does not have her under his control. Shen Yan wanted to remind Kai Yi with some dissatisfaction, but soon she quickly closed her lips. This was something she had never experienced before. Unable to bear it any longer, she slowly closed her eyes. However, Shen Yan felt that she could see bursts of white light when she closed her eyes. You still dare to bite me? Kai Yi curled his lips slightly, lowered his head and leaned close to Shen Yan and asked softly. But at this time, Shen Yan didn't dare to let go of the hand that was covering her mouth. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, she just quickly closed her mouth and shook her head. Seeing Shen Yan blinking her moist eyes and looking at him pleadingly, Kai stopped what he was doing. And Shen Yan was able to relax and take a breath. She lay there dazed, her chest heaving violently. But in order to prevent others from noticing that something was wrong with her, she could only breathe slowly and calmly. She really didn't expect. Surprisingly, it is so exciting. I didn't expect that Kai would suddenly provoke me. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but put his hand on his chest, trying to calm himself down. The white blood surged up and down, but she still couldn't calm down. In fact, she had tried it before. But it was never like just now. Being chased by the big bad wolf like just now made the little white rabbit feel excited. I have to say, although Shen Yan was lying here tiredly at this time. But, it felt like a new world had opened up in my heart. Does your backache feel better now? Just when Shen Yan had almost calmed down and was even savoring the comfort she had just felt, she suddenly heard Kai's voice beside her. Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly turned red. The temperature on her face was so hot that she subconsciously wanted to cover her face. But then Shen Yan realized that it was pitch black around him and no one else could see anything, and then he relaxed a little. Clearing her throat gently, she said softly, "Well, much better." Kai chuckled. "That's good." After saying this, Kai took his hands back and then lay back down. After noticing Kai's actions, Shen Yan, who was a little shy just now, was stunned. If it weren't for the tingling and numb feeling on the surge, Shen Yan would have really thought that what had just happened was just her imagination. But, they were both so affectionate just now. Just like Kai said to calm down, he calmed down. This made Shen Yan stunned, and she felt a little bit unbelievable in her heart. No, just now both of them. She didn't believe that Kai could be calm just because he said so. No matter what, Shen Yan is also charming, right? She just didn't believe it. Could it be that Kai had no reaction at all? The discouragement in her heart disappeared immediately, and Shen Yan's slender legs, which had not yet been retracted from Kai's quilt, became dishonest. She boldly went to check Kai's condition, and sure enough, Kai didn't like her. Go so calmly. She curled her red lips slightly. Kai's condition was irrefutable evidence. Could it be that he suddenly became shy? Otherwise, why would you pretend to be calm when things are like this? Grabbing Shen Yan's knotty calves, Kai stretched out his hand and immediately pulled Shen Yan to his side. Do you want to go to the end? He reached out and clamped Shen Yan's chin with a little force. As Kai spoke, he used a little force and rubbed Shen Yan's lips vigorously with his thumb. Shen Yan was not angry. Instead, she wrapped her long legs around Kai. She put her arms around Kai's neck and said with a smile, "I'm afraid you can't do it, but aren't you afraid that you will wake up Mr. Sheng behind you?" Listening to Shen Yan's tone, he was also certain that Kai would not do anything reckless or make any big moves. After all, on the other side of him is Sheng Firen. But I have to say that Shen Yan did guess right. At this moment, Kai really didn't dare to do anything big. Although Sheng Firen seemed to have fallen asleep, he knew that even when he was sleeping, he was still very alert. If I accidentally touch her, I might wake her up. However, Shen Yan still underestimated Kai. Although Kai didn't dare to make any big moves, it didn't mean that he didn't dare to let others make big moves. You are even bolder than I thought, Kai said in a teasing tone. I finally met someone I like, how can I win her over if I'm not bold enough? Shen Yan was quite frank and spoke her mind directly. But I have to say, this sentence really pleased Kai. We can't go all the way today, he said with some regret. After all, it would definitely be discovered. Even if they can't find it tonight, they will find traces tomorrow. Before Shen Yan understood what Kai meant, her whole body suddenly tensed up. Even the two long white legs were suddenly tensed. How are you Before he could finish his words, Shen Yan consciously covered his mouth tightly. I thought that was the ultimate joy. But I didn't expect that this is. Different from the tingling feeling just now, the feeling at this moment is everywhere makes Shen Yan feel a little out of control. Soon, in a corner that no one could see, in the darkness wrapped in the quilt, there was already a mess under her. The next day, the weather was not very good last night. Plus it did rain heavily in the middle of the night. Everyone knew that even if the weather was good today, they could not move in the morning. After all, it was muddy outside. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary heavy rain, but the situation outside is not optimistic due to the ravages of a rainstorm. So after knowing this situation, everyone chatted until midnight. After a very enjoyable chat, everyone went to bed in the middle of the night. So, early the next morning, not to mention the guests, even the photographer who was sleeping in the cave did not get up. Everyone was lying there, fast asleep. Among them, Sheng Firen was the first to wake up. She opened her eyes in confusion, and after seeing the stone wall above her head clearly, she realized that she was already in the middle of a program recording. I remember that last night, I fell asleep next to Kai Yi in a daze. At that time, everyone seemed to be awake and chatting. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up. Sure enough, after sitting up, Sheng Firen saw a group of people lying down. Everyone is now fast asleep, and seeing this, Sheng Firen smiled helplessly. Not only the guests but even the photographers were fast asleep at this time. It seems that they all went to bed very late. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen turned his head and looked at Kai Yi beside him. However, the moment he looked over, Sheng Firen immediately frowned. She was on the left side of Kai Yi, and on the right side of Kai Yi was Shen Yan. During the whole night, I don't know if Shen Yan was not sleeping well, but she actually rested her head on Kai Yi's side. Seeing this, Sheng Firen pursed his lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his hand to separate the two. Then, she turned around contentedly, put on her clothes and got up. However, it was in a place that Sheng Firen hadn't discovered. In fact, one of Shen Yan's legs was still inside Kai Yi's quilt. I don't know if it's really because she didn't sleep well, or if. In short, the parties involved know these things best. No one got up yet. Sheng Firen wrapped himself in clothes and turned to walk out. Only then did he realize that the staff outside were busy with something. What's going on? Sheng Firen walked forward with some doubt. Mr. Sheng. Seeing this, those people quickly turned around and greeted them. Hey, wasn't yesterday's storm really too strong so some of the fixed camera lines were damaged? We are now urgently repairing them. Hearing this, Sheng Firen frowned immediately. How many were damaged in total? Is it serious? Don't worry, Mr. Sheng, it's not serious and can be repaired in less than an hour. Hearing this, Sheng Firen nodded with relief. It would be bad if it interfered with the recording. It took less than a morning, but she could still accept it. After all, it was difficult to walk on the road now, and the surroundings were in a mess. Even the guests and photographers didn't get up. It was destined that they would rest for the whole morning. But after all, the storm last night was beyond her expectations. So she still made a worried inspection, and after chatting with the director team, she wrapped her clothes tightly and prepared to return to the cave. Maybe it was because of the sudden change in weather, the temperature this morning was really a bit cold. Because he didn't foresee the situation when he came out of the bed, Sheng Firen was freezing cold now. He rubbed his hands and put them in his pockets. Sheng Firen really wanted to lie back in bed. Especially in the quilt next to Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile, and then he turned around and walked quickly towards the cave. However, the road on the ground was too slippery at this time. Because the storm was so severe, there was a lot of water on the road that had not yet settled. However, after all, there were many staff members walking on the road throughout the morning. The ground was also full of potholes and there was water on it, so it was completely muddy. In addition, Sheng Firen's mind was not on the road at all at this time. So, just as she turned around, she slipped. Even the scene in front of me began to spin. Ah! When Sheng Firen thought about the mud all over the ground, he covered his face with a miserable expression. However, the expected pain and the cool and sticky touch did not occur. On the contrary, a big hand suddenly appeared around her waist and lifted her up. He fell into a broad chest and smelled the familiar breath. Before Sheng Firen looked up, he had already guessed who this person was. Kai Yi, she shouted hesitantly, then opened her eyes and looked over. Sure enough, she saw Kai Yi's smiling expression. At this time, the sky, which had been gloomy all morning, finally cleared up. The warm sunshine sprayed on people's bodies, unexpectedly making them feel much better. Looking at Kai Yi standing in the sun with his back to the light, Sheng Firen also felt his heartbeat quicken for some reason. Obviously, the two of them didn't do anything at this time. The two of them hadn't even spoken yet, but Sheng Firen was already a little excited. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. Hearing the system's voice, Kai Yi blinked and saw that Sheng Firen's favorability had indeed risen to 75%. Why are you so careless? Kai Yi gently helped Sheng Firen to stand, and then criticized her with some concern. I just wanted to go back, and I didn't pay attention to the road. Sheng Firen spoke in a soft voice, acting like a little woman at this moment. It's okay. Fortunately, you didn't fall to the ground. Otherwise, what I might have seen was not a beautiful woman, but a little cat. Kai Yi joked. Even though the two had been very close before. But, at this time, Kai Yi's words were just a joke, but Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Hee, isn't it just right that you're here? Sheng Firen said with a smile. It's a good thing I came. As he said that, Kai Yi reached out and held Sheng Firen's hand. Okay, follow me and watch the road. Looking at Kai Yi's extremely caring look towards her, Sheng Firen couldn't help but pursed her lips slightly. His expression, which was quite serious a few minutes ago, now had a hint of smile. Yeah, okay. She reached out to hold Kai Yi's big hand, and when she touched Kai Yi's burning palm, Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel unprecedentedly at ease. How did you get up so early? Didn't you guys play until midnight yesterday? Looking at the tall figure in front of him, Sheng Firen blinked first, then spoke curiously. They played until midnight, and I was a little tired so I went to bed early. Kai Yi turned around and smiled. Sheng Firen nodded without any doubt. After all, Kai Yi did put in a lot of effort yesterday. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with some guilt. I'm sorry, Kai Yi. It's because of me that you have to suffer here. What does it mean to suffer? Kai Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't think too much. I just think I'm here to have fun. Besides, the experience is pretty good. As he said that, Kai Yi reached out and pinched Sheng Firen's nose. Don't move, it's a little itchy. Shaking his head in confusion, Sheng Firen said with amusement. But even so, she did not reach out to open Kai Yi's hand. Looking at the bright smile on Sheng Firen's face and her unmade-up cheeks, Kai Yi also suddenly felt that he had really gotten a great bargain. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go back. Are you a little hungry? Well, a little bit. Sheng Firen nodded honestly, followed Kai Yi, and walked back step by step. After watching the two people walk away, the employees around them who had just been pretending to work seriously looked at each other in confusion. No, were President Sheng and President Kai really flirting just now? No, another person shook his head. Why do I feel like they are showing off their affection? Indeed, I have never seen Ms. Sheng look so feminine before. Everyone said with a look of surprise. Although Sheng Firen is kind to others and treats her employees well. But they all look like queens. The little woman look just now was really. It's really surprising. I heard from others that something was wrong between them, but I didn't believe it. Yes, I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Now I know how exaggerated it is. Alright, stop guessing. I guarantee that they are in love. Haven't you heard about it? If a woman suddenly changes a lot, she must be in love. What you said makes sense, but how can I remember? Everyone started talking in low voices again, heads meeting each other. Sheng Firen and Shen Yan seemed to be getting along very happily. At the same time, Kai Yi and the twin sisters also get along happily. Brother Yi, where are we going to hunt? Thinking of how Kai Yi hunted yesterday, Luo Yu approached Kai Yi excitedly and asked. Although Luo Shi didn't say anything, it was not difficult to tell from the expression on her face that she was very excited at the moment. The two sisters both debuted through a talent show at the age of 17. So he was only 19 years old at that time. Because they are well protected by Firen Entertainment, the two little girls still have their innocent and naive personalities. Where do you want to go? Kai Yi didn't say anything, but looked at his two sisters on his left and right with a smile. Let me think about it. Actually, diving is quite interesting, and most importantly, you can eat seafood. Luo Yu thought seriously, then spoke excitedly. However, even though she said she was going to eat seafood, she couldn't help but look at Kai Yi's abdominal muscles while she was talking. As twins, Luo Shi naturally noticed Luo Yu's little thoughts immediately. Seeing Luo Yu looking at Kai Yi's abdominal muscles with lustful eyes, Luo Shi blushed as she was thin-skinned, and then secretly glared at Luo Yu. Although Luo Yu received Luo Shi's warning, he just blinked at Luo Shi cunningly and ignored it. Okay, if you want to go, then go ahead, but I only have one diving mask. Kai Yi looked at the two sisters with amusement. The two men were more than a head shorter than Kai Yi, so their little movements, which they consciously thought were very secretive, were actually quite obvious in Kai Yi's eyes. Soon Kai Yi saw clearly the interaction between the two. It's okay, we'll just take a look. Hearing this, Luo Yu quickly shook his head to indicate that he didn't mind, and then began to laugh happily. But Luo Shi felt a little embarrassed. After she hesitated for a moment, she said softly, "We can also pick up some other things on the shore." I have to say that although the two sisters are twins, their personalities are completely different. This made Kai Yi feel very curious when looking at the two of them. After all, although Kai Yi had seen twins before, this was the first time he had seen pairs with such a huge difference in personality. Not only that, even after understanding their personalities, even when facing an identical face, Kai Yi could actually recognize who was in front of him in an instant. They soon arrived at the beach. After walking out of the cover of the forest, everyone immediately felt the temperature rising. Even with the sunlight shining on everyone, it can't help but make people feel a little warm. Although it was indeed a storm last night. But at this moment, after the accumulated water on the ground disappeared, it seemed that yesterday's storm was just an illusion. Because the sun was shining brightly outside and the temperature was over 30 degrees. I didn't expect it to be so hot here. As he spoke, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the sun in the sky with some dissatisfaction. As he spoke, he took off his windbreaker. Then, the good figure wrapped in tight suspenders was revealed. I have to say that the twin sisters have really good figures. You two wait here for a moment, I'll be right up. As he spoke, Kai Yi found a place, stood on the beach, and began to take off his clothes. Although the windbreaker and the short-sleeved shirt underneath were taken off one after another, the good figure inside was immediately exposed. Luo Yu was still talking to Luo Shi the last second. The next second, he looked at Kai Yi and suddenly stood there in a daze. Looking at Luo Yu strangely, Luo Shi also subconsciously looked in the direction of Kai Yi. Although I have seen it once yesterday. But I have to say, seeing it again, the shock was still quite big. So, when looking at Kai Yi, even the dazed Luo Shi was stunned. He just stood there in a daze, his face even turning slightly red. I'm going to go down first, you guys just walk around and be careful around you. Having said that, Kai Yi jumped directly into the sea. It was not until the person in front of him completely disappeared on the sea that Luo Yu finally reacted. She was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had never seen a man before, and saw Dadai's situation. She touched her nose shyly and subconsciously turned to look at Luo Shi, but she didn't expect that Luo Shi, who was so serious before, had come back to her senses now. She is still watching over there. Luo Shi, Luo Shi. Luo Yu poked Luo Shi with some amusement, and his face was suddenly full of ridicule. After coming back to her senses in a daze, Luo Shi's face suddenly turned red after meeting Luo Yu's eyes. Look at you, this is even more exaggerated than mine. As he spoke, Luo Yu shook his head with a look of surprise. Then she said with a very exaggerated expression. I didn't expect you to be more lewd than me. Stop talking. Before Luo Yu finished her last sentence, Luo Shi was so excited that she rushed forward and covered her mouth. Although Luo Yu's mouth was covered, the mockery in her eyes was still there. Woo, alright, I won't say any more. Luo Yu said quickly, and finally got rid of Luo Shi's confinement. She looked at the photographer following behind her. Maybe it was because of the rain yesterday, the camera seemed to have some problems at this moment. After discussing it, those people prepared to go back to the base to check. After hearing the noise over there, Luo Yu quickly said that they would all stand still and wait for them to come back. However, after seeing the camera crew leave, Luo Yu quickly turned off his and Luo Shi's microphones. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this, Luo Shi looked at Luo Yu with some confusion. What else can I do? Of course, I can have a little chat. As he spoke, Luo Yu looked around guiltily, then walked aside and turned off Kai Yi's microphone. After making sure that no one could hear what they were saying, Luo Yu sat down next to Luo Shi with a smile. Luo Shi, just admit it. You were stunned by Brother Yi just now. She chuckled, and then looked at Luo Shi with a joking expression. The temperature on Luo Shi's face, which had finally cooled down, suddenly rose again. The originally fair little face suddenly turned red. Aren't you stunned too? As she spoke in a low voice, Luo Shi slowly lowered her head shyly. Don't talk about me. Knowing Luo Yu's personality, Luo Shi quickly spoke softly. Okay, I won't make a fuss anymore, but what do you think of Brother Yi? Luo Yu said this, and then looked at Luo Shi with shining eyes. What do you mean by what do you think of Brother Yi? What do you want to do? Luo Shi blinked, and the confusion on her face became more obvious. Oh, anyway, I like Brother Yi very much. From the first moment I saw Brother Yi, I felt that he was different from other men. As she was talking, Luo Yu sat there in a love-struck manner, holding her face with both hands. Besides, I actually think Brother Yi is very considerate and gentle. Speaking of this, Luo Yu recalled the scene of Kai Yi feeding her in the morning. Thinking of that, the smile on Luo Yu's face became even more obsessed. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Luo Shi didn't say anything, but just nodded in agreement. I have to say, she felt the same way as Luo Yu said. So you like him too, right? Seeing Luo Shi nodded, Luo Yu excitedly stepped forward and asked. Hearing this, Luo Shi suddenly stopped there. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the expression on Luo Shi's face. She hesitated, and then avoided Luo Yu's gaze in a very unnatural way. Stop pretending. We've always liked the same things since we were little, so Brother Yi must be no exception, right? Luo Yu snorted coldly, directly exposing Luo Shi's thoughts. Since Luo Yu had exposed her thoughts, Luo Shi stopped pretending. Then she blushed and nodded very softly. Hey, don't worry, Luo Shi. Since we were little, haven't we always shared the things we like, so this time is no exception. As he spoke, Luo Yu stretched out his arm and put it around Luo Shi's shoulders. As she spoke, she winked at Luo Shi mischievously. Luo Shi understood Luo Yu's character when Luo Yu said these words. This means that she must be with Kai Yi. However, this is indeed the first time that the two of them like someone so much. And she also thought the same as what Luo Yu said. At this time, Kai Yi, who was at the bottom of the sea, had no idea what the two were discussing above. Although there is no oxygen or anything like that, Kai Yi is strong enough to dive under the sea for a few minutes. When Kai Yi walked ashore with a big crab and a fish, he only saw the little girl over there seem to be whispering something. However, at this moment, Kai Yi's ears were filled with the sound of waves. When he wanted to listen carefully, the two little girls had already raised their heads and looked over here in surprise. Brother Yi, you're coming up, Luo Yu said with a rosy face, and walked to Kai Yi with a cheerful step. Although Luo Shi was rather shy, she slowly walked to his side. These are some seafood we just picked up at the beach. I don't know if it's because it rained yesterday, but we picked up quite a lot today. As he spoke, a bright smile appeared on Luo Yu's face. However, Kai Yi's attention was not on this at the moment, but on his right arm. He had just walked out of the sea and was now covered in water. But even so, Luo Yu still leaned tightly on him, even when he was holding the bucket and showing the seafood in the bucket to Kai Yi. The back of the hand holding the bucket was rubbing against Kai Yi's abdominal muscles intentionally or unintentionally. Kai Yi couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Now he didn't even need to observe carefully to know that this little girl Luo Yu did it on purpose. Then he looked at Luo Shi on the other side. At this time, Luo Shi stood aside without saying anything, nor did he come too close. But his eyes were fixed on Kai Yi's abdominal muscles. Although I don't know why the two of them suddenly became so enthusiastic towards me. But Kai Yi was not a fool and he understood it at a glance. It seems that this pair of twin sisters now seem to have other intentions towards me. Kai Yi smiled helplessly, and he would not refuse the beauty who threw herself into his arms. Especially now, the water stains on his body had wet Luo Yu's clothes. The thin white camisole got wet. The spring scenery inside was also faintly revealed. However, Luo Yu seemed to be unaware of it and continued to lean on Kai Yi intimately, excitedly talking about what had just happened. Where's the camera crew? Kai Yi looked up, only to find that the photography crew had disappeared at some point. No wonder the little girl is so bold now, it turns out it's because there are no outsiders around. The machine is broken, I'm going back to fix it. By the way, Brother Yi, shall we take a look over there? I heard that it hasn't been explored yet, maybe there are some supplies there. As he said this, Luo Yu gave Luo Shi a look. Luo Shi understood immediately, and then cooperated with Luo Yu to put all the seafood in Kai Yi's hand into the bucket, and then placed it next to the stone. What about the camera crew? Kai Yi didn't expect that the two little girls were so anxious. Especially Luo Shi, Kai Yi really looked at her with a new respect. He thought that Luo Shi's personality and Luo Yu's personality were very complementary. Sometimes when Luo Yu became a little impulsive, Luo Shi would try to dissuade him. But now Luo Shi is completely led by Luo Yu. Kai Yi was like this, but he had no idea about it. At this moment, the two sisters have reached a consensus regarding his affairs. They won't be back for a while anyway. Luo Shi and I have already carved words for them on the stone. They will be able to see them when they come back. As he spoke, Luo Yu couldn't wait to pull Kai Yi to the other side of the jungle. Seeing Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her, Luo Yu quickly gave Luo Shi a look. Luo Shi is not very good at this kind of thing, and is even a little reserved. I don't know what to do. So after receiving Luo Yu's action, she immediately grabbed Kai Yi's other arm. Let's go, Brother Yi, she said softly, somewhat shyly. The twin sisters are all like this, so enthusiastic. If Kai Yi continued to refuse, it would be too unkind of him. Therefore, Kai Yi just raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he followed the sisters and walked slowly towards the woods. It looks a little damp in the woods. Be careful not to slip. After seeing the wet situation in the woods, Kai Yi quickly reminded. Yeah, okay, don't worry, Brother Yi, we too are still very powerful. As he spoke, Luo Yu pretended to stretch out his little arm for Kai Yi to see. Alright, you two little brats, let me walk in front. As he spoke, Kai Yi walked a little further forward. Wait a minute. Seeing that they were about to walk into the woods, Luo Yu quickly called out to Kai Yi. Well, what's wrong? Kai Yi looked over with some confusion. Brother Yi, it's still a little cold inside, and you haven't even wiped off the water on your body yet. Having said that, Luo Yu went straight to work and began to wipe the water off Kai Yi. Not only was Kai Yi stunned by Luo Yu's action, even Luo Shi did not expect Luo Yu to be so direct. And he's such a rogue. Luo Shi, what are you looking at? Why don't you help me quickly? As she spoke, Luo Yu's little hands kept touching Kai Yi's abdominal muscles. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Luo Shi was stunned again. But soon, he reacted. Then, she reached out her hand with shining eyes and began to touch Kai Yi's body. This time Kai Yi was also stunned. I've seen direct ones, but I've never seen one this direct. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 500 villain points. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 666 villain points. After hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi fell silent. Is this a villainous behavior? Aren't these the two little girls in front of me who are behaving like villains towards me? It has to be said that Kai Yi was a little bit amused and helpless. As the two of them moved, Kai Yi could clearly see that the expressions on their faces couldn't help but become excited. Especially after he noticed that the two people's little hands even pinched his muscles, Kai Yi suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He also saw that the two people's eyes were shining very obviously. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. After hearing this, Kai Yi blinked, and then saw the favorability panel in front of Luo Yu and Luo Shi. Unexpectedly, the two people's favorability towards my words increased so much. Actually, Kai Yi didn't spend much time with the two girls yesterday, but now it seems that their affection for him has reached 50%. This surprised Kai Yi a little. Then he slowly lowered his head and looked at the two people who were still touching him. It seems that young girls who are still in puberty are just impulsive. Could it be that the two of them were really just after her beauty? Alright, no need to wipe it, it's all clean. If you keep wiping, my abdominal muscles will swell up. Seeing that the time was almost up, Kai Yi stopped the two girls from touching him. After saying this with a bit of a smile on his face, Kai Yi saw that both girls blushed, and then pretended to withdraw their hands naturally. Brother Yi, you don't know, if you catch a cold, you will feel really uncomfortable. After all, there is really nothing in our cave right now. Luo Yu said with a look on his face as if he was doing it for your own good. Kai Yi suppressed his smile and nodded slowly. Yeah, that makes sense. He nodded seriously. Seeing that Luo Yu had successfully fooled the guy, Luo Shi, who was extremely nervous, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she really didn't know how to fool people. But, even though Kai Yi said so. However, Kai Yi's abdominal muscles have not swelled up yet. But it was also faintly red. Looking at the evil she had committed, Luo Shi's earlobes even turned red, and she dared not look directly at Kai Yi's abdominal muscles. However, Luo Yu is bolder. Along the way, there were many people turning their heads to look at me with satisfied expressions. The three of them walked into the woods together. It seems that this place has not been explored yet. There are weeds growing everywhere around it, and it is really hard to know where to start. Let me walk ahead. You two be careful. Having said that, Kai Yi walked to the front and started to clear the way. The two little girls now trust Kai Yi 100%, so after hearing his words, they nodded. Then the two of them walked behind Kai Yi hand in hand. It seems to be much more humid here than where you live. Kai Yi said. The two nodded in agreement. After all, besides the sun, they also have a little wet, but nothing else. But the ground here is still very wet, and after walking a few steps, the shoes are full of mud. It's just that the environment is not good, which also means that the supplies here are more abundant. As he spoke, there was a hint of interest in Kai Yi's eyes. Brother Yi, do you think there are 2 boxes in here? Luo Yu said this excitedly. It's possible. I think it's possible if we go inside. As Kai Yi spoke, he quickly scanned the surrounding scene. It seems that if you want to find supplies, you still have to go inside. After all, there doesn't seem to be any fixed cameras here. If there really is a box, there must be fixed cameras around it. But I don't know if the cameras here are still in good condition after the storm yesterday. The repairs over there have been completed, but it looks like no one has been in here yet. It probably hasn't been repaired yet. As everyone walked further forward, there were more open spaces where people could step on the ground, but the surroundings became increasingly humid. Although it was still a bit cold when I first came in. But after walking for a while and being exposed to the sun outside, this also caused the forest to be hot and stuffy, which was really uncomfortable. Kai Yi in the front was fine, but the sisters behind were a little tired. Luo Yu was so tired that he walked slowly, and just kept his head down and followed Kai Yi in front of him. He didn't pay any attention to the road under his feet. This also caused her to fail to see the gravel and mud on the ground clearly, and she slipped. He subconsciously supported Luo Shi, who was standing beside him, and saw that the two of them were about to stabilize themselves. But at this moment, I didn't know what it was, but it suddenly jumped out from under my feet. Seeing this, both of them screamed and fell to the ground. What's wrong? By the time Kai Yi turned around and prepared to support the two of them, it was too late. Both of them had fallen into the bushes. There was still some water on the ground over there, and both of them were completely wet. Not only the white suspenders that Luo Yu was wearing. Even the tight short-sleeved shirt that Luo Shi was wearing was soaked. Luo Yu. Luo Shi, who was pressed under Luo Yu, shouted helplessly. At this time, both of them had fallen into the mud, looking somewhat embarrassed for a moment. Hey, Luo Shi, don't move, let me get up first. There was originally a small puddle where I fell. Wet and full of mud. So at this time both of them wanted to stand up, and it was inevitable that there was some confusion. They just stood up for a moment and then quickly fell into the puddle again. Seeing the two people lying down again, Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you two don't move. I'll help you up. Seeing that the two were still trying to stand up, Kai Yi quickly spoke. However, at least the two of them tend to listen to Kai Yi. So after hearing Kai Yi's words, they all lay there motionless. Luo Yu looked at Kai Yi, who was laughing happily with a bitter look. Brother Yi, you are laughing so happily, isn't it too much? Sorry, you two are just too cute. Kai Yi smiled helplessly and shook his head, then stretched out his hand towards Luo Yu. Come on, be careful. Yeah, okay. When Luo Yu heard Kai Yi praising them for being cute, the complaints on her face immediately disappeared. She chuckled, then sat up and held Kai Yi's hand. Then hold on tight. Having said that, Luo Yu tried to use the force to stand up. Kai Yi was about to nod when his eyes immediately caught something. Wait a moment. Seeing this, he quickly tried to stop her actions. However, before Kai Yi could finish his words, Luo Yu let out a, "Hey," and stood up. "Hey, woohoo, you're standing up. Thank you." Before he could finish his words, Luo Yu realized something and quickly raised his hands to cover his chest. Yes. While the two were struggling in the puddle for a while, Luo Yu had no idea that her clothes were hanging in the grass nearby. So when she got up, it was too late. There was only a sound of, rip. Luo Yu's white suspenders, which were already extremely thin, were immediately torn apart. Suddenly, the surging white water that was originally shrouded inside suddenly emerged. Looking at the trembling white flower, Kai Yi didn't expect that this murder weapon would be so big. And he also never expected that the small camisole just now was actually an all-in-one underwear and outerwear. Luo Yu wasn't wearing any underwear at all. Ah! After realizing her situation, Luo Yu couldn't help but scream, and then hurriedly crossed her hands over her chest in panic. Compared to other muddy areas, the snow-white, stain-free area is particularly eye-catching. Even though Luo Yu has covered that part now, the scene just now is still very memorable. Even Luo Shi, who was standing behind Luo Yu, felt that the scene just now was truly unforgettable. "Are you okay?" Seeing this situation, Luo Shi over there didn't care about the mud under him and quickly stood up to ask. However, the ground was too slippery, and even though Luo Shi stood up carefully, he couldn't help but fall down. Seeing this, Kai Yi hurried forward and helped Luo Shi out first. Kai Yi looked at Luo Yu, who was still sitting in the mud with some embarrassment. After all, now, even he himself walked in without wearing a shirt, and their coats were still on the rocks on the beach. Just when Kai Yi was feeling a little embarrassed, he saw something. "How about we use some leaves to block it first? Oh yeah, the leaves here are still pretty big." After hearing Kai Yi's words, Luo Shi excitedly walked to the side and started picking suitable leaves. "Here, this is for you, Luo Yu." After tidying up the leaf a bit, Luo Shi quickly handed the thing to Luo Yu. After Luo Yu took the things, she looked at Kai Yi with a somewhat shy look. But when she looked at Kai Yi, she saw Kai Yi immediately close his eyes and turn his head away. Seeing this, Luo Yu was relieved, but somewhat disappointed. After all, she didn't really mind him seeing it. Pursing her lips, Luo Yu then skillfully put the big leaf directly on her body. Brother Yi, can you help me up?" After a while, Luo Yu's voice came from behind Kai Yi. "Okay." After answering, I have to once again admire the figures of the twin sisters. He had thought that the two of them had good figures before. But now, freed from its bonds. Although the white flowers have been wrapped with two super large leaves, they still look like they are about to burst out. Ahem, okay. As he said that, Kai Yi stretched out his hand, wanting to help Luo Yu up. However, the leaf on her upper body was obviously not very strong at this moment. So when supporting her, Kai Yi could only be as careful as possible. "Do you want to continue going inside?" Looking at the two people standing behind him, Kai Yi asked. After all, the two of them now look somewhat embarrassed, although they are also more adorable. "We must go further inside. We are already in this state, if we really can't find anything, it will be a big loss," Luo Yu said angrily. Hearing this, Luo Shi behind her also nodded seriously. Since the two little sisters have said so today, Kai Yi will naturally do his best to lead them forward. Under Kai Yi's leadership, they found the fixed camera after a while. It's just a pity that the camera's cable seems to be broken, and the indicator light on it has gone out. Obviously it's broken. There's a camera here. Look carefully, there must be a box. Having said that, Kai Yi began to look around. If it was before, Kai Yi would be able to find some traces of arrangements made by the staff among the traces around. But it won't work today. After all, yesterday's strong winds and heavy rain were not in vain. This time, he really couldn't find it. "Look for me nearby first, I'll go inside and take a look." Luo Shi gave Luo Yu a worried instruction, then turned around and walked inside. After all, she was also worried that there were still a lot of weeds inside. It would be bad if Luo Yu accidentally moved too much after entering and the leaves on her body were scattered. "Yeah, okay, then you do your best." After cheering Luo Shi happily, Luo Yu actually didn't take Luo Shi's words to heart. After all, she had just tried it on and felt that the leaf-shaped dress on her upper body was quite suitable. It looks like it won't break down so quickly. Thinking of this, Luo Yu began to search around boldly. Although he had just had a bad experience, it did not affect Luo Yu's excitement at all. She searched around happily, and then quickly walked forward. Thinking that he might be the first to find the treasure chest, Luo Yu became even more excited. As a result, his pace became faster. Suddenly, I saw the color of wood faintly revealed in the grass in front. This made Luo Yu's eyes light up suddenly, and then he quickly ran forward. Oops. However, Luo Yu, who had just learned a lesson, obviously did not remember it. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground again, Luo Yu subconsciously closed his eyes. Although she felt a little regretful that she had run too fast, she also thought that if she fell, she would just fall. At most, she would learn a lesson. However, the imagined pain did not happen. At this moment, her exposed waist was instantly hugged by someone. The burning touch made Luo Yu shudder. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 50 villain points. Feeling the burning skin under his hand and the familiar touch, Luo Yu realized almost instantly that the person in front of him was Kai Yi. Brother Yi Fu, luckily you caught me. As he spoke, Luo Yu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his head and patted his chest. You know, it's a blessing that I was right next to you. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have fallen flat on your face again? After hearing Kai Yi's joking words, Luo Yu smiled a little embarrassedly. How can it be so exaggerated? I was just too excited just now. If I wasn't so excited, I wouldn't have run so fast. Although he was defending himself, he saw Kai Yi looking at him with his eyes slightly narrowed. This still made Luo Yu feel a little guilty. Sticking out her tongue mischievously, Luo Yu was taking advantage of Kai Yi without making a sound. I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I'm covered in dirt and I accidentally stuck to you. As he said this, Luo Yu also pretended to be. It seemed like she was wiping it for him. Oh really, you think I didn't see that you were taking advantage of me? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over teasingly. Sure enough, after Kai Yi said this, Luo Yu suddenly froze the next second. Even the smile on his face suddenly froze. Oh no, am I that kind of person? Having said that, Luo Yu pinched Kai Yi's chest muscles guiltily, then stood up and left. However, the next second she suddenly felt a chill in front of her. Looking down with some doubt, Luo Yu realized that the leaves that had been prepared had been completely damaged at some point. At this time, Luo Yu stood up and left Kai Yi's arms. The leaf had no support and slid directly to the ground. Ah! After a cry of surprise, Luo Yu noticed the burning gaze in front of him, and his mind went blank for a moment. Then she quickly threw herself into Kai Yi's arms again. This time, the spring scenery in front of him was blocked. But, the cold skin, after touching the hot skin, Luo Yu was also scalded instantly. Unlike other places, Luo Yu's surge is particularly sensitive. So, being caught off guard, Luo Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah! Luo Yu never thought that such a charming voice would come out of her mouth, which startled her and she quickly covered her lips. Although Luo Yu was still very thick-skinned, after this series of reactions, her face couldn't help but turn red and her face became hot. It wasn't just her face, her whole body was turning red due to her shame. What were you just doing? Kai Yi seemed not to notice Luo Yu's shy look at all, and still asked with a sarcasm on his face. Nothing, I just got scared when my clothes fell off. Luo Yu's face turned red, and she was a little embarrassed to raise her head. After hearing Kai Yi's question, this is the only thing I can say. After all, she couldn't say that she was too sensitive and got hurt after being slightly burned. That's it. How could she possibly say that? I see, so you were frightened. I thought. He didn't say anything else, but just this alone was enough to make Luo Yu's face completely hot. Luo Yu thought he was quite thick-skinned. She also felt that she would not feel embarrassed when flirting with Kai Yi in the future. Isn't it said that when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a layer of gauze between them. Therefore, she is still very confident about her own character. At the same time, she was also very confident that she would be able to defeat Kai Yi soon. After all, Kai Yi usually looks so gentle and his personality seems very soft. If I tease her a little, she will definitely blush. This is what Luo Yu thought before. But unexpectedly, she was the one who was blushing. You, stop imagining things. Luo Yu was a little angry and hit Kai Yi's chest lightly. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi cried out in pain the next second, then took a step back and covered the place where he was hit. Seeing this, Luo Yu also became panicked. Does it hurt? Sorry, I didn't control the strength well. Seeing Kai Yi take a step back in pain, Luo Yu was so panicked that she had forgotten whether she had used enough force or not. It's okay, it's okay. Kai Yi said this and waved his hand. But Luo Yu still insisted on going forward to check the place where he had just hammered. After seeing that nothing happened, she breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, she seemed to have forgotten one thing. It was not until she saw Kai Yi looking at her in astonishment that Luo Yu reacted. Ah you, how could you peek? Luo Yu said this as he turned around in panic. I didn't peek, it was obviously you. Before Kai Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Yu. Okay, I get it. You go first. Luo Yu was completely confused at this time and no longer as confident as he was at the beginning. Now, don't even mention that her face was flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, her whole body began to feel hot. While speaking, she glanced around to find a leaf, and wanted Kai Yi to turn around quickly. But before she could finish her words, just as she saw that the leaves in front of her were very large and suitable for being made into temporary clothes. Just as she was about to walk over and pick the leaves, she suddenly felt her feet slip. That familiar feeling. Luo Yu immediately guessed that the stone that was sliding on him was the same stone he had just stepped on. After realizing what was happening, Luo Yu suddenly became a little annoyed. Because she herself didn't expect that she would be so stupid. I just tripped over the stone, but now I have guessed it. After all, even Luo Yu didn't expect it. When facing Kai Yi, I was so confused. To the point of forgetting everything. In a panic, Luo Yu subconsciously tried to hold on to the things around him. However, her back was facing Kai Yi now, so it was quite difficult for her to support Kai Yi. There was only chaos all around. However, the imagined pain was still not felt. The familiar touch beneath his body still made Luo Yu stunned. Smelling the familiar scent in front of her nose, Luo Yu slowly raised her head and looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked at Luo Yu with a smile, and then said gently, "You can't just watch the little girl fall to the ground, right?" Ding ding, it was detected that the host and the female protagonist of Destiny had intimate behavior, and 500 villain points were awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi blinked immediately, and then he found that Luo Yu's favorability towards him had reached 60%. So, are you okay? It has to be said that after hearing Kai Yi's words, Luo Yu's heart immediately warmed up. But the situation around her was not so good, so she looked at Kai Yi with some concern. She wanted to get up and check on Kai Yi's condition. But what could she do? She fell on Kai Yi. As a result, she was now lying on Kai Yi. Especially, the two of them are now also chest muscles against chest muscles, skin against skin. This is really. Not only that, Luo Yu was also somewhat embarrassed because, for some reason, it seemed that because of the touch with Kai Yi, a tingling sound came from the front of her body. I'm fine, don't worry. Compared to Luo Yu, who was biting her lips slightly and looked visibly nervous, Kai Yi looked much calmer. Not wanting Kai Yi to notice that something was wrong with her, Luo Yu didn't even dare to look at Kai Yi. She just nodded slightly. Well, don't worry, I'm fine. After saying this, the two did not speak again. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the two could hear clearly the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. You're not getting up yet. The voice above his head became a little low and hoarse, which made Luo Yu's heart skip a beat. However, as the atmosphere around them gradually heated up, and after hearing Kai Yi's low and hoarse voice, Luo Yu seemed to have realized something. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly put her hands on Kai Yi's body and tried to get up. However, after her body was suspended in the air, she freed one hand and covered her chest with it. But, in just a moment, Luo Yu's magic suddenly froze. Then her face became flushed and she fell back on Kai Yi. The feeling of the touch on his buttocks was still so vivid in his memory that it made Luo Yu a little stunned. How did you? His face was flushed and he stared at Kai Yi blankly. Luo Yu couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Looking at Luo Yu's reaction, Kai Yi just deepened the smile on his face. He shrugged and looked at Luo Yu in front of him helplessly. I can't help it. I'm not a eunuch. I'm also a normal man. As he spoke, Kai Yi looked at Luo Yu with dark eyes. She didn't know if it was Luo Yu's illusion, but at this moment she always felt that Kai Yi's eyes were really burning. When he looked at her, Luo Yu felt her body getting hot. She lay on Kai Yi at a loss, not knowing what to do. After all, she had never experienced these things before. I was so confident before, but it was actually just talk, so now it's time to put it into actual practice. She was like a confident military advisor who had been hit hard. It was also for this reason that she was so anxious that her eyes became wet. For a while, the atmosphere around suddenly froze. However, the ambiguous atmosphere did not dissipate, and was even gradually heating up. I don't know why, maybe it's because of Kai Yi's body temperature. As a result, Luo Yu's body temperature did not go down. Perhaps because of this, Luo Yu suddenly felt a little strange. Not only did she feel inexplicably dry in the mouth, but the heat in her body also began to become unusually hot. Aren't you getting up yet? Seeing that Luo Yu was still a little flustered and didn't know what to do, Kai Yi put his hand on Luo Yu's waist after he finished speaking. I couldn't help but let out a moan, and my body felt empty. At this moment, Luo Yu seemed to understand something. Although he hasn't drunk any alcohol, Luo Yu's mind has already started to become confused, and he even seems to have a little more impulse. Yes, didn't she want to take down Kai Yi directly at the beginning? Now is a good time. What is she hesitating about? What is she embarrassed about? Thinking of this, Luo Yu slowly raised his head and looked at Kai Yi. But she had to admit that no matter when she looked at Kai Yi, she thought Kai Yi was so handsome. Especially when looking at Kai Yi's thin lips, Luo Yu couldn't help but licking her own red lips slightly. The feeling of dry mouth became more obvious. But now, Luo Yu no longer hesitated. She also immediately understood that now was a good time. What is she waiting for? Thinking of this, Luo Yu immediately exerted force on her waist, stood up and kissed Kai Yi. Kai Yi also moved quickly and grabbed the back of Luo Yu's head with his big hand, and then began to take the initiative. In this hot atmosphere, the two began to kiss passionately. Although Luo Yu had no experience, he performed well under the leadership of Kai Yi. Not only that, the moment she kissed Kai Yi, the moment Kai Yi responded to her, Luo Yu immediately felt that the dry mouth and tongue feeling was much better. Vote for the lamb, exciting content is coming soon. Now that the matter has been made clear, Luo Yu no longer acts in secret. He just started touching it randomly. After all, Kai Yi's figure is really good. Luo Yu was so greedy just now after looking at him. Little goblin, are you so impatient? Kai Yi looked up at Luo Yu with amusement. Luo Yu chuckled, who made you so fit? If I don't touch you, who should I touch? I have to say, even though Kai Yi has been fighting on the battlefield for so many years. After hearing Luo Yu's words suddenly, I was still choked. However, Kai Yi has indeed been feeling angry these past 2 days. Especially last night, although I also got the upper hand. But most of the benefits went to Shen Yan, and Kai Yi was still a little angry. However, now that things have come to this, if I don't relieve my anger, it would be really unacceptable. Thinking of this, Kai Yi suddenly stood up and sat up, then hugged Luo Yu's slender waist tightly. Yeah, you. Sitting up straight without waiting, Luo Yu subconsciously hugged Kai Yi's neck tightly. But because of this posture, Luo Yu sat directly on Kai Yi, which made her body stiffen. At this moment, Luo Yu's face suddenly turned red, and her face was covered with sweat. In just a moment, both of them took a deep breath at the same time. You're so provocative, I really can't help it. Kai Yi lowered his head slightly, and then whispered in Luo Yu's ear. Luo Yu slightly opened her pink lips, and her breathing inevitably became a little rapid. Not to mention that Kai Yi couldn't help it, even she felt a little hot. Well, don't hold it and then. She is also a direct person. Now that everything has been made clear, it is also a good time to take down Kai Yi. So what are you enduring now? Thinking of this, Luo Yu took the initiative to hold Kai Yi's face, and then immediately moved forward and kissed Kai Yi. At the same time, Kai Yi was no longer polite. Luo Shike is nearby, aren't you afraid? I didn't expect Luo Yu to be so bold, Kai Yi said softly with a joking look on his face. What are you afraid of? If she sees it, then she can see it. Luo Yu was really afraid that Luo Shi couldn't see it. He looked at Luo Yu in surprise. Although I don't know why Luo Yu is not afraid. But since she said so, it would be a bit unreasonable for Kai Yi to restrain himself. Thinking of this, Kai Yi became a little dishonest. Wait. Luo Yu is still in adolescence after all. Although because of my rapid physical development recently, I do want to eat some meat. But if it happens all of a sudden, it's really unbearable. Soon, I couldn't help but cry a little in my voice. Weren't you very powerful just now? Kai Yi said in a joking tone. Luo Yu pursed her lips tightly and then shook her head. Wait. Didn't you say it was nearby? Why isn't it here? At this moment, other voices were faintly heard behind the two of them. Everyone was looking for the treasure chest here just now. Luo Shi said, a little confused. There's nothing we can do. We can only look for it somewhere else. Hearing the sound from the other side, the two of them reacted immediately. The camera crew should have returned. Perhaps he was frightened by the voices of other people. Luo Yu was suddenly startled. Because of fear, her spirit was tense. At that moment, everything in front of her eyes turned white. It seems that you are still relatively immature. Kai Yi shook his head and smiled. However, although Kai Yi was so calm, Luo Yu couldn't help but get panicked. The arm that was around Kai Yi's neck suddenly increased its strength, and she was so scared that she quickly lay in Kai Yi's arms. What about Kai Yi? What to do? Kai Yi pretended not to understand, but his hands were still strong. Now both of them were in disheveled condition. If they were seen by someone, it would be really unclear. Just when the two were nervous, there was a sudden sound of footsteps from Kai Yi's side. Hearing the footsteps, Kai Yi didn't even turn around. But Luo Yu was so scared that she huddled tightly in Kai Yi's arms. Shwala. Kai Yi heard the bushes behind him being pulled aside, and he could instantly feel Luo Yu, whose stiff body in his arms, relax. Soon, Kai Yi heard the people behind him tidy up the bushes. He tidied himself up, then turned around and left quickly. Just now they said they seemed to be heading that way. Let's go check it out. If we can't find them, we can go back to the beach and wait. Kai Yi heard Luo Shi talking to the photography crew behind him, and then the group quickly left together. After hearing them leave, Luo Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared that I broke out in cold sweats all over my body. So scary. Luo Yu nodded. Of course, if this is discovered. Luo Yu didn't say the rest of the words. After all, she didn't even dare to think about it. They might be back soon. Let's go quickly, yeah. Luo Yu said anxiously. As she spoke, she got up and left. However, as soon as she stood up, Kai Yi grabbed her waist and pulled her down. She sat down instantly, and then couldn't help but exclaim. Then there was a tingling sensation, and the whole body went limp. Little goblin, you took advantage of me and just left like that. What should I do? You and me, but they will be back soon. Although the tingling and numb feeling just now made Luo Yu's mind go blank for a moment. However, she still cared about the people in the photography crew. Then I don't care. Regardless of how anxious Luo Yu looked, Kai Yi still had a smile on his face and looked at her calmly. Helpless, Luo Yu knew that he was also in the wrong. After all, she was the one who took advantage just now. With hesitation on his face and after struggling for a moment, Luo Yu finally gritted his teeth and said. Well, then don't move, I'll help you. The group gathered on the rocks by the sea. At this time, Luo Yu had already put on his coat. After zipping up the jacket, no one knew what was going on inside. When the photography crew and Luo Shi came back, the two had already been sitting here for a while. Boss Kai, I finally found you. After seeing the two people sitting here, the camera crew immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the person really can't be found, it would be troublesome. Especially the fixed cameras in the woods over there haven't been repaired yet. Even if people go in, they won't be able to find where to go. Sorry, we were just wandering around there for a while, and we didn't expect to get separated. It's okay, I found it, it's okay. The camera crew waved their hands and didn't care about this matter. Anyway, as long as nothing goes wrong, there is no problem. And it was at this moment that Luo Shi slowly walked to Luo Yu's side. At this time, Luo Yu was hiding behind Kai Yi, holding a box in her arms. Are you okay? After hesitating for a while, Luo Shi finally spoke softly. Hearing this, Luo Yu raised her head with a slightly red face. I'm fine, don't worry. Luo Shi blinked her eyes. She had just seen Luo Yu with his head down, and she thought Luo Yu was in a bad mood. But unexpectedly, Luo Yu raised his head now. Although my hair was still wet, my lips were a little swollen. However, she had a very satisfied look on her face, and her face was full of smiles. Seeing this, Luo Shi couldn't help but blink again. She stood there blankly and looked at Luo Yu first. Then he raised his head blankly and looked at Kai Yi. She just walked forward and indeed saw the two of them hugging each other intimately. But, seeing Luo Yu like this at this moment, this inevitably made Luo Shi a little curious. And just when Luo Shi raised her head and looked at Kai Yi blankly, Kai Yi was still chatting with the camera crew. At this moment he suddenly turned his head. Just like that, Luo Shi suddenly looked directly into Kai Yi's eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Kai Yi blinking at her. At this moment, Luo Shi only heard a boom in his mind. Her head felt as if it had exploded, and her face became hot. Not sure whether her face was red or not, Luo Shi quickly lowered her head. As soon as the camera crew over there turned on the camera, they saw that the two girls were slightly lowering their heads. Although they were somewhat puzzled, they could only take pictures. When the three returned to the cave, the other group had just returned. However, those three people looked much more embarrassed than them. After all, when they came back, they also washed up by the river and tidied themselves up a little. However, when the other three came back, they were also covered in stains, and even their faces could not be seen clearly. What have you been doing? Kai Yi really couldn't help it. Seeing the three of them like this, I burst out laughing. Oh, don't say that. As Shen Ma Teng spoke, he wiped his face angrily. However, his hands were full of stains at this time, and when he touched his face, his facial features became even more unclear. Oh my, I'm so tired. At this time, even the popular young actor Fan Zhengzheng was very tired. He didn't care about his image anymore and just lay down in the cave. Among the few people, only Yang Di looked relatively energetic. Oh, I originally wanted to get some wood, but I didn't expect that these homemade tools are completely useless. We were thinking of going to the creek next to us to find some sharp stones, but we all fell into the river. Now, after all the hard work, we only managed to get back some branches that we used to burn. As he was talking, Yang Di collapsed due to the great pressure. Shen Ma Teng looked at the sky with lifeless eyes and said numbly. If we continue at this pace, when will we be able to build the boat? We don't even have a tool to cut wood, and the dagger can't be used all the time. If it breaks, it will be even more troublesome. Having said this, several people around him sighed one after another. You can find some supplies. There should be tools among them. Just when everyone had a sad look on their faces, Sheng Firen on the side said with a smile. Really? Hearing this, Fan Zhengzheng over there also sat up suddenly. It's true. I can testify to that. As he spoke, Kai Yi pointed at Luo Yu who had been standing behind him. We did find a box just now, and there was indeed an axe inside. And it was at this time that Luo Yu slowly opened the box in front of everyone. She cheerfully held up a small axe inside. It's not very big, but it's better than nothing, right? This was indeed the truth, but fortunately, the sight of the axe made the people who had collapsed in a heap suddenly perk up. Seeing them like this, Kai Yi also started cooking spontaneously. After finishing the meal, it was already dark. Everyone was very tired and lay down to sleep. Are you tired today? Seeing several people lying down, Sheng Firen brought a basin of water to Kai Yi. It's okay, not too tiring, and quite fun. You wash up first, I'll go find a place outside to take a shower. Having said that, Kai Yi rubbed Sheng Firen's head happily and walked out. Seeing that Kai Yi was not tired, Sheng Firen felt relieved. After a quick wash, he went to bed. After all, the temperature difference between day and night is still quite large, so it is more comfortable to lie in bed. The girls here all went to wash up. After Luo Shi finished washing up, he thought about looking for Luo Yu. In fact, she was still quite curious about Luo Yu and Kai Yi today. Especially Luo Yu's expression, which made Luo Shi even more curious. Everyone gathered together just now, and she wanted to wait until the two of them were alone and quietly ask Luo Yu. But she didn't expect that when she finished washing up and turned around to look for Luo Yu, she could no longer see Luo Yu. Blinking in confusion, Luo Shi did not insist and turned around to sleep. As for Shen Yan, she was still waiting for Kai Yi to come back after washing up. However, as I waited, I slowly fell asleep. The river ahead was somewhat unsanitary, so Kai Yi prepared to go to a spring for a quick rinse. At least it's much cleaner over there than in the river. However, before Kai Yi reached the spring, he faintly heard footsteps behind him. The footsteps were so light that if you didn't listen carefully, you probably wouldn't be able to hear them. But who made Kai Yi have such amazing hearing? Just like he immediately recognized the footsteps as Luo Shi's this afternoon, Kai Yi also instantly recognized the footsteps as Luo Yu's. Kai Yi paused, chuckled, and then continued to walk towards the spring. The program crew still respects everyone's privacy, so there is generally no filming at night, except for fixed cameras. However, even if there are many cameras, there are still blind spots. Kai Yi walked to the bottom of the spring, then took off all his clothes neatly and put them aside. Then he walked into the spring. Just as Kai Yi turned around and walked into the spring, he heard someone behind him gasp. Ignoring the voice behind him, Kai Yi continued to wash himself. I've seen beautiful women being peeped at while taking a bath on TV. He really hadn't thought that there would come a day when he would be spied on while taking a bath. The footsteps behind him gradually became clearer, so Kai Yi stopped pretending and turned his head around. Seeing Kai Yi suddenly turn his head, Luo Yu couldn't help but be startled. But then, she smiled and picked up the clothes that Kai Yi had placed on the stone. Brother Yi, I have all your clothes in my hands, just obey me. As he spoke, Luo Yu looked at Kai Yi with a teasing expression. Seeing Luo Yu's silly look, he couldn't help but laugh. He stood in the water with his arms folded across his chest, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Yu. What are you talking about? Didn't I already obey you? Hearing this, Luo Yu was stunned. Then, she couldn't help but think about what happened this afternoon. However, just when Luo Yu was stunned, Kai Yi also caught the flaw. Ah, Brother Yi, what are you doing? Someone suddenly grabbed her wrist, and the world started spinning in front of her eyes. The next second, Luo Yu was pulled into the spring. She was so scared that she hugged Kai Yi's waist tightly with both hands, and then looked at Kai Yi angrily. Brother Yi, my clothes are all wet. Who told you to peek at me while I was bathing? You acted like a hooligan and got yourself into trouble. Isn't that what you deserve? Forehead. Luo Yu choked for a moment, but she had to admit that she still felt that what Kai Yi said made sense. She frowned her delicate brows in annoyance, and even her nose wrinkled. She looked up at Kai Yi angrily. Huh, didn't I just peek at you? You're so stingy. I was helping you this afternoon. He was somewhat embarrassed to say the following words directly, so Luo Yu closed his mouth angrily again. Kai Yi hugged Luo Yu, then lowered his head slightly and looked at Luo Yu. I saw her face puffed up with anger, and her already slightly swollen lips became even more obvious. This made Kai Yi's eyes suddenly darken. Luo Yu was not tall to begin with, and at this moment her head only reached Kai Yi's chest. So, as soon as Kai Yi's body changed, Luo Yu reacted immediately. Hey, no way, why are you? She widened her eyes slightly in surprise and looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. I can't do anything about it. I haven't let out the anger from the afternoon yet. Thinking about how I only hurriedly helped Kai Yi in the afternoon. Luo Yu was too embarrassed to say anything. What's wrong? You came here just to peek at me taking a bath, don't you have any other intentions? Ahem, yes, there is, but. Luo Yu was still hesitant. After all, the two of them were here, but there was no measure at all. Luo Yu's little face really couldn't hide any of her thoughts in front of Kai Yi. So as soon as he looked over, Kai Yi knew what the little goblin was hesitating about. However, in this environment, Kai Yi is really doing. Wait a minute. Suddenly thinking of something, Kai Yi immediately opened the system panel. He remembered that he had won a random small shop in the previous lottery. When Kai Yi opened it before, he found that it was filled with some small daily items. He basically has nothing missing. So, after that, Kai Yi rarely opened the small shop. However, the goods in the small shop were random. Now, he is a little unsure whether there is BYT in it. Sure enough, just as Kai Yi thought, he searched the small shop thoroughly but couldn't find TT. At this time, Luo Yu was already a little dishonest. Although he was still hesitant on his face, his hands had already started to tease. I noticed a refresh sign on the store. It just requires consuming some villain value. Without any hesitation, Kaiyi clicked refresh. I don't know if it was God's will, but the next second, Kaiyi saw what he wanted. After getting the things, Kaiyi looked at the little girl who was still touching him with a sly smile. You asked for this. As he said that, Kaiyi suddenly grabbed Luo Yu's shoulders. What? Without waiting for Luo Yu to react, Kaiyi stuffed the thing directly into her hand. Help me put it on. Then the surrounding springs suddenly stirred up a large wave. Even Kaiyi's clothes on the shore were wet. Yeah, wait, brother Yi. Woo woo woo. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 2000 villain points. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 600 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the destined heroine Luo Yu, and reward villain points. The next day was a sunny day and looked like a good day for action. But today, Luo Yu, who had been very energetic, couldn't help feeling a little listless. If anyone asked her, she would just say she felt uncomfortable. However, after everyone knew that Luo Yu accidentally fell into the water yesterday and then found the treasure chest in the cold wind, they also thought that Luo Yu had caught a cold. So after leaving Luo Shi to take care of Luo Yu, everyone started to take action. After everyone left, Luo Shi slowly walked to Luo Yu's side. Luo Yu. After turning off the microphone, Luo Shi squatted beside Luo Yu's bed. After hearing Luo Shi's voice, Luo Yu slowly poked his head out from under the quilt. I don't know if it's because I was suffocating in the quilt or because I was really uncomfortable. Luo Yu's face was also abnormally flushed at this time. After seeing Luo Yu like this, Luo Shi was also shocked. Luo Yu, why are you so red? Are you feeling unwell? Having said that, Luo Shi reached out and covered Luo Yu's forehead with great concern. Strange, you don't have a fever either. After touching Luo Yu's forehead, Luo Shi also touched his own forehead, compared the temperatures, and said in a somewhat strange way. Looking at the very innocent and silly Luo Shi, Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Luo Shi, are you really stupid? Not being able to react to what Luo Yu meant at once, Luo Shi looked over with some dissatisfaction. I was just worried about you. Hey, come here. Seeing Luo Shi like this, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile mischievously, and then he put his arms around Luo Shi's neck and pulled her over. Then, she whispered something in Luo Shi's ear. As time went on, Luo Shi's face became more and more rosy. After Luo Yu finished telling everything, she shrank into the quilt shyly. Luo Shi's face was so hot that it seemed to be smoking. Seeing Luo Shi like this, Luo Yu, curled up in the quilt, couldn't help but laugh twice. Luo Shi was still squatting there with a red face, looking at Luo Yu in front of her with eyes full of teasing. Luo Shi was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. She squatted there, he, not the two of you. However, no matter how red Luo Shi's face turned, she didn't make this sentence clear. All right, just lie down here. As he spoke, Luo Yu patted the seat next to him. Luo Shi nodded. In fact, if you look closely, you can see that she looks a little excited. She quickly lay down beside Luo Yu, and the next second Luo Shi was covered by Luo Yu under the quilt. Inside the bed where the camera couldn't capture them, the two began to whisper. However, no matter how curious the audience in front of the TV was, I don't know what the two are talking about. After all, both of them have turned off their microphones now. When were you guys there? Wasn't it last night? Having said this, Luo Shi was even more shocked. No wonder she didn't wait for Luo Yu to come back until she fell asleep yesterday. It turned out to be because of this. Yeah, it was last night. Having said that, Luo Yu smiled, although his body was still very sore. But compared to the extreme joy, all of these are still worth it. The two of them whispered to each other for a while, and then Luo Shi asked out of curiosity. So, what did it feel like yesterday? Just seeing the two of them hugging each other yesterday was enough to shock Luo Shi greatly. But I didn't expect that there would be something even more exciting later. Are you really curious? Luo Yu asked in a low voice. Luo Shi nodded without hesitation, yeah. Then come closer. As he spoke, Luo Yu slowly began to recount what happened yesterday. Although it was my first time, I didn't expect it to be so exciting. Especially the feeling of the waves hitting her body, she still remembers it vividly. Compared to the exciting whispers of the twin sisters, everyone else remained the same as before. Also because they had an axe yesterday, they finally succeeded in chopping some wood. However, it is also because of the festival. The team is about to take back the bug of Kai, so naturally everyone has to make use of Kai quickly. So, they asked Kai to collect as much food as possible. In this way, they can still have a few full meals when Kai is around. Otherwise, you will really be hungry all the time. Today, Kai is still accompanied by two beauties. The only difference is that the two little girls were replaced by two sexy and charming beauties. I have to say, after the rain, the air around here is indeed a lot fresher. Shen Yan walked on the right side of Kai, and while talking, she rubbed against Kai intentionally or unintentionally. She leaned directly on Kai from behind. In fact, Kai is also quite curious about Shen Yan. After all, it wasn't just that he hadn't seen Shen Yan in the original novel. Even when interacting with Shen Yan, there were no prompts. This made Kai somewhat confused. After hearing Shen Yan's words, Kai also nodded. Well, that's the benefit of being out in the wild. Where do you want to go hunting today? Sheng Firen was walking on the left side of Kai, and when he heard the words, he looked at Kai expectantly. After all, she had been working in the city before, so after seeing Kai's actions, she became more curious about Kai's behavior. I see they all like seafood. Why don't we go to the beach again? We can also put the fishing nets by the river. The two were originally planning to experience this place for a week, but Kai's abilities were truly incredible. Therefore, the program team shortened the experience time for the 2 to 3 days. This is also the reason why everyone kept asking Kai to come and get the food quickly. Okay. Otherwise, after you leave tomorrow, we will really have to wash you away and make you eat wild vegetables. You don't know, coming here for a week is more effective than the diet I took before. Shen Yan sighed helplessly. Sheng Firen is not a fool, so he naturally noticed that Shen Yan seemed to treat Kai differently. Even when she was talking, she would rub against Kai intentionally or unintentionally. After seeing her actions, Sheng Firen's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Ha, it's okay. As long as you exercise more, you will be able to eat better in the future. As they were talking, they had already walked to the place in the wild. After a day, there were already some fish in the fishing net that was originally placed here. Seeing this, Kai couldn't help but suggest that they wait until they come back to get these fish. Then the three of them returned to the beach. The others were not very good at diving, and even if they could not persist as long as Kai. So they used to make do with hunting on land to get by. Now seeing that Kai was about to leave, he asked Kai to quickly prepare more seafood. Plus, the director team also said it before. None of the supplies brought by Kai and Sheng Firen can be left behind. So the only way to get rid of Kai is today. The three of them walked to the beach, and Kai prepared to take off his shirt, shoes and socks and go into the water. Seeing this, Shen Yan took the initiative to move closer to Kai. Come on, give me all your clothes. As she spoke, she also helped Kai take off his clothes, and her hands rubbed Kai intentionally or unintentionally. Sheng Firen did not move, but just stood there and looked at the two of them. Thank you. Kai took off his clothes and handed them to Shen Yan, then turned his back to the two of them and walked into the sea. However, it was difficult for him to ignore the two burning gazes behind him even if he wanted to. Watching Kai walk into the sea, Shen Yan reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Kai's figure is always amazing no matter how many times I see it. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but lick her dry lips slightly. Shen Yan couldn't help feeling a little regretful when she thought that Kai was leaving tomorrow. At the same time, she was also thinking, I wonder if I can have Kai tonight. Sheng Firen didn't say anything, but when he saw Kai enter the water, he turned and looked at Shen Yan. After seeing the expression on Shen Yan's face, for some reason, Sheng Firen's emotions also became less excited. By the time Shen Yan reacted and went to find Sheng Firen had already turned his back to her and started picking up the seafood that had rushed up from the surrounding area with a small bucket. Sister Fei ran, let's pick them up together. Yeah, okay. Although he felt a little blocked in his heart, Sheng Firen did not show it on his face. After all, we are still filming. But neither of them would have thought of it. Especially Shen Yan would never have thought. Someone has already taken the lead. When I think about you guys leaving tomorrow, I feel a little reluctant. At this point, Shen Yan sighed with regret. Is it true? Why don't I believe it? Sheng Firen's face returned to its previous expression and he asked Shen Yan with a smile. Of course it's true. As Shen Yan spoke, she took Sheng Firen's arm very intimately. We have known each other for such a long time, but we have never gotten along well with each other like we did this time. This is indeed true, the relationship between the two is indeed good, but they are both indeed quite busy. Yes, that's true, but I don't know whether you were reluctant to part with me or reluctant to. As he spoke, Sheng Firen looked towards the sea with a teasing expression. Shen Yan also almost immediately understood what Sheng Firen meant. Ahem, Sister Fei Ran, please stop talking nonsense. Actually, when it comes to that matter, I still believe in fate. Hearing this, Sheng Firen immediately shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Well, you said that a long time ago. However, although he didn't show it on his face, Sheng Firen couldn't help feeling a little sour in his heart. After all, having known Shen Yan for a long time, Sheng Firen could understand what was going on when she spoke. And now, Sheng Firen is 100% sure that Shen Yan is interested in Kai Yi. And, moreover, Shen Yan seemed to be very proactive this time. In the past, Shen Yan would never be so considerate to a man like she was just now. As a public figure with many fans, Shen Yan basically avoids suspicion. This is not only true in the show, but also in real life. But now, thinking of this, Sheng Firen felt even more uncomfortable. After all, he already had experience, so Kai Yi acted very quickly this time. Soon he came out of the sea. Sheng Firen was squatting over there picking up seafood when he heard the sound of waves in front of him. Then he saw Kai Yi walking slowly out of the sea with something in his hand and a smile on his face. Seeing him looking at Kai Yi with a smile, Sheng Firen felt much better. She was about to stand up and walk forward with a smile on her face, when she saw Shen Yan walking forward with a bucket in her hand, smiling brightly. Oh my, Kai Yi, you are so awesome. Having said that, Shen Yan asked Kai Yi to put the things in his hand into the bucket, and then reached out and used her sleeve to wipe the sea water off Kai Yi's face. That behavior looked very intimate. This made Sheng Firen's eyes darken again. It's okay, no need to wipe it. I have to go down. Do you want anything to eat? Having said that, Kai Yi couldn't help but look up at Sheng Firen. That's fine. We'll eat whatever you bring up. We've eaten so many bugs and wild vegetables that we won't be picky about our food. Shen Yan said with a smile. I have to say, this sentence really had a great effect on the show, and even the director team on the side couldn't help laughing. Okay, what about you, Sister Fei Ran? Kai Yi responded, but his eyes were still fixed on Sheng Firen. Seeing Kai Yi looking over, Sheng Firen also looked at the two of them standing so close to each other, and the smile on his face deepened. I do have something I want to eat. After saying that, Sheng Firen slowly stood up and said, I remember, I haven't eaten electric eel for a long time. When these words were spoken, not only Shen Yan was stunned, but even the directors around were also stunned. Electric eel, wouldn't that be dangerous? Although Shen Yan doesn't pay attention to this kind of things, he doesn't know much about the seabed. But just hearing the name of electric eel sounds very dangerous. After hearing what Sheng Firen said, the director team looked at Sheng Firen anxiously, and then looked at Kai Yi. But after all, we are still in the filming period. He can't interrupt casually. Besides, the person in front of him is his leader. Electric eel, I didn't expect you would like to eat this, but if you like it, then it's fine. Having said that, Kai Yi quickly put on the diving goggles in his hand, gave Sheng Firen an evil smile, turned around and jumped directly into the sea. Hey, wait! Even before Shen Yan beside him could react, Kai Yi had already dived into the seabed. Electric eel, is there really no problem with this? Shen Yan looked at Sheng Firen with some concern, and then looked at the calm sea. And Sheng Fei Ran, on the other hand, stood there with a slightly frown on his face, and there was some worry on his face. In fact, she was a little annoyed in her heart. After all, she did admit that she was impulsive when she said that just now. Besides, Kai Yi didn't have any professional diving equipment on him at the time. I just went diving alone. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but become more worried. Although she had seen Kai Yi's strength, she also knew that Kai Yi's background and physical fitness were actually much better than ordinary people. However, looking at the calm sea surface, Sheng Firen was still very panicked. Shen Yan was the same, standing on the beach and looking at the sea anxiously. In fact, not only were the two of them nervous and silent at this moment, even the program crew was looking at the sea anxiously. They looked at the time, recording the time when Kai Yi went into the water. The director over there also took out a communicator. As long as Kai Yi did not come up within the usual diving time, he would be ready to contact the rescue team and the medical team. But, unexpectedly, everyone was so nervous. Kai Yi over there came up very quickly. And he wasn't just holding an electric eel in his hand. Kai Yi, are you okay? The moment he saw the figure walking ashore, Sheng Firen rushed forward and asked with a worried look on his face. Kai Yi. Shen Yan was a step slower than Sheng Firen, but her face was still full of worry. Kai Yi looked at the two of them with a smile. It's okay, what can happen to me? In fact, he had just realized that Sheng Firen was just angry. So, Kai Yi just wanted to scare her. But now that he had come up, seeing Sheng Firen's worried and self-blaming expression, Kai Yi still felt a little distressed. So he shrugged helplessly and threw the two stunned electric eels in his hand into the bucket containing Firen. It just so happens that I've been craving electric eels for a few days, so I caught two today and we can eat them together. Kai Yi's words finally livened up the atmosphere around them. I was really scared just now. I was really worried that you would not be able to come up after going down. Shen Yan patted his chest with lingering fear. Hearing this, Sheng Firen on the other side couldn't help but lower his head slightly with a sense of self-blame. On the way back, Sheng Firen couldn't help feeling a little depressed. He didn't even say a few words along the way. He just lowered his head and stared at the electric eels in his bucket in a daze. Seeing this, Kai Yi did not take the initiative to come forward and talk. Instead, they were recording the program there as normal. On the way back, Kai Yi collected the fishing net from the river and put it down again. The three of them then returned to the cave with a full load. When a few people went back, the others had also gone back, and Luo Yu had also become full of energy again. You are finally back. We were starving to death. Shen Ma Teng shouted while collapsing on a pile of wood. We originally wanted to work a little longer, but we didn't expect to run out of energy and come back early. As he said this, Fan Zhengzheng smiled a little embarrassedly. Yang Di took the initiative to run up to the three people and took the things. Oh my god, you got so many things this time. Seeing the three buckets full of things, Yang Di widened his eyes in surprise. Yang Di's tone was so surprised that several other people came forward with some curiosity. So many, Kai Yi, you are really nice. Looking at the three full buckets, even Shen Ma Teng, who had been half dead just now, suddenly became full of energy. Aren't you afraid that you guys won't have enough to eat after I leave? We can't even finish all this tonight, so we'll eat the rest tomorrow. And remember to collect the fishing nets by the river on time. We should be able to catch a few fish every day. As Kai Yi spoke, he took out an electric eel and some other things from the bucket. Let's eat these today. Seeing Kai Yi's choice, the others nodded. After all, you have to be short-handed to eat people. Is this an electric eel? Luo Yu came forward curiously, blinked, and then looked at Kai Yi. Yes, this is the electric eel that Kai Yi caught himself. Having said that, Shen Yan slowly began to recount what had just happened. After hearing Shen Yan's words, everyone was shocked again. Oh my god, I didn't expect Kai Yi to be so strong. Even the somewhat dazed Luo Shi looked at Kai Yi in astonishment, but there was a hint of admiration in her surprised eyes. Then we just deal with it first. Seeing so many ingredients, Shen Ma Teng quickly called for someone to prepare them. However, Sheng Firen hasn't spoken much since he came back. After seeing them busily preparing the ingredients, Sheng Firen returned to the cave in silence. Then she paused and went directly to the changing room. After all, there were cameras in the room, and she didn't want other people to see her like this. You guys do it first, I'll help you chop wood. As he spoke, Kai Yi walked to the side and picked up the small axe. I weighed the axe and it was indeed very small, but it was still usable. Yi, brother Yi, let me help you. As he spoke, Luo Shi stood beside Kai Yi. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Kai Yi didn't say anything, but nodded. Good. As he spoke, Kai Yi started working quickly. When he just walked over, Luo Shi was very nervous. But at least, Kai Yi didn't say much. This made Luo Shi feel a little relieved. However, the next second, Luo Shi couldn't help but be stunned when looking at Kai Yi. Because he had just come out of the sea, Kai Yi put on the white short-sleeved shirt directly. The water stains on my body inevitably wet my short-sleeved shirt. Plus, the short-sleeved shirt was originally white, and it got wet. Kaiyi's solid figure was also revealed. As a result, when he was chopping wood, his movements were a little bit big, and his muscles were very obvious. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Only, when he thought of what Luo Yu said to him today, he looked at Kaiyi in front of him. Luo Shi's thoughts also began to drift away. She stared blankly at Kaiyi's strong arms, imagining that it was these strong arms that held Luo Yu yesterday. This inevitably made Luo Shi's heart beat faster. And those strong chest muscles. Could it be that Luo Yu was resting his head on that yesterday? As her sight gradually turned downward, Luo Shi imagined what Luo Yu had said to her, and her thoughts completely drifted away. Slowly and carefully thinking about the picture in my mind, gradually. The face of Luo Yu in Luo Shi's mind was replaced by Luo Shi's own. Kaiyi, the action here was quick, and the firewood was chopped quickly. After all, he hadn't thought of asking the little girl to help him. Even when he was chopping wood and changing the wood, he moved quickly because he was afraid of hurting Luo Shi. Just when Kaiyi had finished chopping the firewood and was about to ask Luo Shi to help him clean up the firewood on the ground, he turned around and saw Luo Shi looking at him blankly with a red face. Although it was dark at this time, the little girl's blush was still very obvious as she stood there. Not only that, Kaiyi could even clearly see the tears in the little girl's eyes. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 3,000 villain points are awarded. Hearing the system prompt, Kaiyi couldn't help but feel confused. But as he blinked, he saw that Luo Shi's favorability panel had changed. The level of favorability towards me has now reached 75%. I haven't said a few words to Luo Shi yet, or even done anything yet. The favorability level is rising so quickly. Although Kaiyi previously thought that the two little girls were still in adolescence and were indeed quite naive. Maybe the favorability will increase quickly. But Kaiyi never expected that the favorability would increase so quickly. I thought other people's favorability towards me was increasing very quickly. Especially Luo Yu, but I didn't expect that there would be Luo Shi later. Kaiyi is really beginning to suspect that these two twin sisters are really in love. Luo Shi, Kaiyi, are you guys done over there? We're out of firewood. Fan Zhengzheng's voice suddenly came from behind, which made Luo Shi come back to his senses. After coming to my senses, I unexpectedly met Kaiyi's eyes. This immediately made Luo Shi feel a little helpless. When Luo Shi thought about how she had just stared at Kaiyi in a daze with a red face, her body felt extremely hot. Then she responded and quickly turned around with firewood in her arms and walked towards them. Here it comes, the firewood is ready. Watching Luo Shi hurriedly running away, Kaiyi looked at Luo Shi's slightly flustered back with an ambiguous look in his eyes. After I had basically gathered all the firewood, I saw that they were still busy over there. Seeing that he was not needed while cooking, Kaiyi prepared to go back and change his clothes. But at the same time, he also discovered that Sheng Firen was no longer here. Ever since Sheng Firen entered the cave, he has never come out. Thinking of this, Kaiyi turned and walked into the cave. After covering the camera with a rag, Kaiyi took his clothes and walked into the changing room. As the curtain opened, Kaiyi instantly saw Sheng Firen's surprised expression in his red eyes. Don't, Kaiyi. The moment the curtain was opened, Sheng Firen subconsciously wanted to stop it. But she didn't expect that the moment the curtain opened, she saw Kaiyi standing outside. Seeing Sheng Firen's surprised expression, Kaiyi took the clothes and walked straight in. The space in the fitting room was not very big. After Kaiyi walked in, the two of them were only a dozen centimeters apart when they were almost pressed together. Seeing Kaiyi walking straight in, Sheng Firen subconsciously turned around and faced away from Kaiyi. After all, she hadn't yet digested her emotions, and she didn't want anyone to see her like this. What are you doing here? With his back to Kaiyi, Sheng Firen couldn't help but speak in a sullen tone. If you listen carefully, Kaiyi can even hear a hint of sob in her voice. Of course, come in and change your clothes. Looking at Sheng Firen's back with her back to him, she seemed to be still raising her head and gently wiping away her tears. Seeing this, Kaiyi said in a teasing tone. Obviously, this made Sheng Firen a little angry. Then won't you wait for me to go out, she said angrily. He pulled off his white short-sleeved shirt and threw it on the ground. Afterwards, Kai noticed that Sheng Firen's back was visibly stiff for a moment. If you wait for me to leave, I'm afraid I'll be dried out. Kai said, then turned around and slowly approached Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen sniffed and became very angry after hearing what Kai said. But when she thought about what happened just now, she still felt a little guilty. After all, it was just her words spoken in anger that made Kai catch the electric eel directly. Although the final result was good, Sheng Firen couldn't imagine it. If Kai hadn't succeeded, if Kai's skills weren't so good. That's what will happen. Just by imagining it, Sheng Firen's guilt and heartache filled her chest. Looking at Sheng Firen wiping her tears with her back to him again. Seeing this, Kai couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took a step forward and hugged Sheng Firen from behind. Sheng Firen was startled when he noticed Kai's actions. What are you going to do? Even though Sheng Firen was speaking very panically now, his tone was still a little choked with sobs. Stop crying, okay. Hearing this, Sheng Firen's body stiffened again. This time, she didn't say anything. Sheng Firen is so powerful and popular in the business world. In fact, she has a pretty strong character. But, she doesn't cry normally. However, this kind of person only needs a little coaxing. I couldn't stop crying. It was also because of this that after Kai finished speaking, Sheng Firen couldn't control her tears. Her head lowered lower and lower, and her sobs became more and more obvious. Seeing this, Kai directly grabbed Sheng Firen's shoulders with his hands and turned her whole body around. It's okay. I don't blame you. Besides, I wanted to go there on my own. As he spoke, Kai reached out and rubbed Sheng Firen's head very gently. Sheng Firen's eyes were red and she was somewhat embarrassed to raise her head. Even though it was Kai standing in front of her, she didn't want him to see her behave like this. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen slowly buried his head in Kai's arms. However, it must be said that after hearing Kai's comfort, Sheng Firen felt much better. I'm sorry, I was just a little confused at that time. Sheng Firen said this because he was embarrassed to say that he was just angry at that time. Yeah, it's okay, it means you eat the electric eel first. If it was someone else, I wouldn't catch it for him. As Kai spoke, he slowly patted Sheng Firen's back. Sheng Firen's body, which had been somewhat stiff, slowly relaxed at this moment. She collapsed softly into Kai's arms. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny is detected, reward 500 villain value. Hearing this, Kai also blinked, and then he saw that the favorability panel in front of Sheng Firen had turned to 80%. Kai didn't expect that after coming here, Sheng Firen's favorability towards him would increase so quickly. This is still worth it. At this time, Sheng Firen's mood had become much calmer. After a while, he stood up from Kai's arms. Ahem, well, excuse me, please change your clothes. I'll be out first. Wait a moment. Seeing Sheng Firen turning around and about to walk out, Kai turned around and reached out to hold her hand. What's wrong? Sheng Firen turned to look at Kai in confusion. But at the same time, her expression was somewhat helpless. She looked Kai up and down. Not now, we're about to eat. Seeing Sheng Firen's expression at this time, Kai suddenly seemed to understand something. This made him look at Sheng Firen in bewilderment. Looking at Sheng Firen's expression, although helpless, he did not refuse. Doesn't this mean that if he really wants to do something now, Sheng Firen will not refuse? What are you thinking about? Kai raised his eyebrows and said teasingly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen's face suddenly turned red. I just want you to help me change my clothes. Kai said with a smile. Oh, okay. After being stunned for a moment, Sheng Firen lowered her head with a rosy face and started changing Kai's clothes. However, when she took off her pants, she paused. But it was only for a moment. In the end, she successfully helped Kai change his clothes. During this process, Sheng Firen's face remained rosy. Until the end, after helping Kai change his clothes, Sheng Firen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go out. Okay. Having said that, Sheng Firen walked out early. But then she immediately closed the curtain and stood in front of me. Sister Firen, you are here indeed. Let's go out for dinner now. Seeing Sheng Firen standing in front of him, Luo Yu walked up to her happily. Seeing Luo Yu walking towards him, Sheng Firen couldn't help but become more and more nervous. He looked at the curtain behind him with a guilty conscience. Haha, yes, but I'm changed now, shall we go out? Having said that, Sheng Firen took Luo Yu's hand and walked out. Wait a minute, Sister Fei Ran, please go out first. I also need to change clothes. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Sheng Firen was stunned at first, and then he realized that Luo Yu was indeed holding a piece of clothing in his hand. Luo Yu scratched his nose embarrassedly, then pointed at his clothes. Uncle Shen just prepared the electric eel. I was so greedy that I got some on my clothes while eating it. Having said that, Luo Yu was about to walk directly into the changing room with the clothes in her hands. But the next second, she was grabbed by Sheng Firen again. It's okay, it's okay. You can't see this. Change it after you finish your meal. Ah, but my back is dirty too. As he spoke, Luo Yu revealed his back in a daze. At this point, Sheng Firen fell silent. Because the stain on Luo Yu's back was indeed a bit too big. If this is not changed, it would indeed be a bit too obvious. But, pursing his lips slightly, Sheng Firen looked behind him. But now, Kai Yi is still in the dressing room. Moreover, he had just walked out of the dressing room in front of Luo Yu. If Luo Yu found Kai Yi in there now, she would definitely have all kinds of thoughts. It's okay, Sister Fei Ran, I'll be quick. Having said that, Luo Yu smiled and pulled open the curtain. Sheng Firen was still thinking about how to stop Luo Yu, but he didn't expect Luo Yu to just reach out and pull open the curtain. This left Sheng Firen with no time to react. And just then I heard a rip sound from behind me. When Sheng Firen heard the curtain behind him being opened, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he turned around in panic to look over. Wait a moment. When Sheng Firen thought about Luo Yu seeing Kai Yi at this time, he began to break out in cold sweats. Her brain was working frantically, thinking about how to explain what had happened to Luo Yu. What wait. Luo Yu was really confused by Sheng Firen's action. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the dressing room, holding the clothes in her hands. She didn't know whether to go in or not. Without answering Luo Yu's words, Sheng Firen turned his head and looked over with a somewhat panicked look. However, when Sheng Firen saw that there was no one in the dressing room, he was obviously stunned. She blinked and looked carefully in the dressing room. There was indeed no one inside at this time, not even Kai Yi's clothes were inside. Looking at Luo Yu, who was looking at him with a confused and ignorant face, Sheng Firen suddenly reacted. It's okay. Go in and change your clothes. I'll be out first. Having said that, Sheng Firen turned around and left the cave directly. However, ever since Sheng Firen walked out of the cave, Luo Yu's little head still couldn't figure out what she meant just now. When Sheng Firen walked out slowly, he saw a group of people near the stove. The person who was very conspicuous and stood out from the crowd at first glance was Kai Yi. Perhaps noticing Sheng Firen's gaze, Kai Yi slowly turned his head. After meeting Sheng Firen's eyes, he smiled and blinked at her before continuing to work. At this moment, Sheng Firen also reacted immediately. That's right, she just forgot. There seems to be another door in the dressing room. When the two of them were inside before, Kai Yi went out through that door. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel annoyed. When Sheng Firen thought about how flustered he was when facing Luo Yu just now, he felt a little regretful. She must have behaved very strangely just now. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he became, so Sheng Firen simply stopped thinking about it. As for this side, the experience for two people will end tomorrow. So this meal was naturally prepared very sumptuously. At the same time, everyone can't help but feel a little regretful. What should I do? Even though Brother Yi has only been here for 3 days, he has left a lifelong mark in my heart. As he said this, Fan Zhengzheng covered his chest in a very pretentious manner. FCKU, just be normal. Seeing this, Kai Yi slapped him on the head, and then rubbed his face with a chill. He rubbed his arms. I'm telling the truth, okay, after all, if you leave, your brother might not have enough to eat again. As Fan Zhengzheng was speaking, his expression suddenly became uncomfortable. When others heard this, they naturally felt the same way. Even Shen Ma Teng quickly looked at the food in front of him, then quickly sat down next to Kai Yi and began to ask about hunting. Until everyone started eating, the guests kept asking about Kai Yi's hunting skills. Kai Yi did not hide anything and told them some little tricks. Ding ding, passerby's admiration value is detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, passerby B's admiration value is detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, passerby C's worship value is detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, detected reward. Listening to what the system said, Kai Yi was a little speechless. He looked around, and after seeing the expressions of the guests and staff around him, he understood that the villain value of 6,000 was all their feedback. Kai Yi never thought that one day the admiration value given to him by a passerby would be so valuable. I have to say, it feels like he has opened up a new world now. While others were asking Kai Yi about his experience, Sheng Firen was quietly eating the eel. No one noticed Sheng Firen, only Kai Yi noticed this phenomenon. Seeing this, Kai Yi was somewhat amused and helpless. Sheng Firen listened to their words and ate while listening. If you look carefully, you will find it. Although Sheng Firen eats very fast now, his movements are still very elegant. She lowered her head and ate very attentively. Suddenly, there was something in front of me. This made Sheng Firen stunned for a moment. Then, she found that it was Kai Yi who brought a glass of water to her. However, when Sheng Firen looked up at Kai Yi, he found that Kai Yi was still concentrating on talking about his own experience. The level of concentration was as if the glass of water was not brought by Kai Yi. Seeing this, Sheng Firen felt warm in his heart. After all, I didn't expect that Kai Yi is so busy now, but he is still paying attention to me. Everyone was concentrating on other things. Therefore, no one noticed Kai Yi's thoughtful little gesture. However, it's not that no one noticed this little action. After seeing Kai Yi pour a glass of water for Sheng Firen and put it over, Shen Yan's eyes suddenly became a little gloomy. She looked at Kai Yi, then turned to look at Sheng Firen, and then lowered her eyelids, not knowing what she was thinking. By the time everyone finished talking about the topic, it was already late. After all, they still had to get up and work tomorrow, so after thinking about it, everyone packed up their things and went back to rest. Oh my, we had such a great time chatting tonight, it's just a pity that we didn't have any wine. When returning to the cave to rest, Shenma Teng still looked a little unsatisfied. Hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, I didn't expect that Kai Yi, who looks so young, actually knows so much. In fact, all of these rely on the support of the system. When washing up at night, Sheng Firen went to look for his skincare products. Unable to find it, she went to rummage in Kai Yi's bag again and finally found her skincare products. Sister Fei ran, why are your things in Brother Yi's bag? Luo Yu on the side blinked and asked in confusion. Oh, when I was packing, I had a lot of stuff, and Kai Yi's bag happened to have some space, so I put it in his. Sheng Firen explained and shook the skincare products in her hand at Luo Yu. Do you want to use it together? Okay, hehe, it's a good opportunity to use your skincare products. After hearing Sheng Firen's explanation, Luo Yu was no longer suspicious and his face instantly became cheerful again. From this perspective, it is indeed a coincidence. When everyone lay down in bed to rest at night, Luo Shi was still a little annoyed. In fact, she also wanted to establish a good relationship with Kai Yi. But she is indeed a bit introverted. Just by stealing a glance at Kai Yi, she couldn't help but blushing and feeling embarrassed. Thinking of this, Luo Shi lay on the bed with some regret, wrapped himself in the quilt and sighed. Kai Yi will end the experience tomorrow, and I don't know if we will meet again in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Shi secretly clenched his fists. Thinking about the future. If she had the chance to meet Kai Yi again, she would definitely seize the opportunity and spend some time with him. Thinking this way and comforting himself at the same time, Luo Shi fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was because of his low mood this afternoon that Sheng Firen felt a little tired. So, after touching the bed, Sheng Firen fell into a deep sleep. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen helplessly and was about to go to bed when he suddenly felt a warm little hand in the quilt. Kai Yi quickly grabbed the little hand that was still making trouble, and turned to look at Shen Yan. Do what? He moved closer to Shen Yan and then asked in a low voice. Shen Yan only chuckled, and then Kai Yi realized that her breath was getting closer. Sure enough, the next second Kai Yi felt a soft touch directly covering his lips. He only felt the soft and lingering feeling moving for a while, and then Kai Yi felt Shen Yan's somewhat naughty little tongue. After you leave tomorrow, will you still be in the group? Shen Yan stepped back, then asked Kai Yi softly. Kai Yi chuckled, I still have to follow the group. Hearing this, Shen Yan was immediately satisfied. As long as Kai Yi is still in the group, she won't have to worry about getting along with him. After all, she will find a chance to find Kai Yi. That's good. Having said this, Shen Yan huddled directly into the quilt. Before Kai Yi could react to what Shen Yan was doing, he immediately realized that Shen Yan had sneaked into his bed. This made Kai Yi stunned. A bold idea suddenly came to my mind. The next second, before Kai Yi could confirm this thought, he felt someone grabbing the edge of his pants. The next second, the soft and moist touch came. Early the next morning, before Kai Yi and his friends had even had their meal, they were forcibly driven out by the director team. "Ah, director team, you are too inhumane, aren't you?" Luo Yu looked at Kai Yi, who was pushed out with some dissatisfaction. "It's 3 days, not even 1 day more," the director team said with a smile. Helplessly shrugged at the group of people who were looking at him reluctantly, Kai Yi could only follow them back to the staff room. Work area. When Yu Shengfiren returned to the staff area alone, Kai Yi stretched lazily. "Even though it's only been 3 days, it feels like I've lived with them for a long time. Yeah, after trying it out, it feels pretty fresh." Shengfiren nodded in agreement. As they talked, they smiled at each other. After returning to his dormitory and just finishing washing up, Kai Yi received a call from Shengfiren. It seems that someone reported their program team, saying that the safety facilities were not in place and that there was a risk to lives. When he heard this, Kai Yi immediately began to guess who was behind this. If Kai Yi guessed correctly, it must be the Qin Tian who was behind this. After hurriedly putting on his clothes, Kai Yi quickly walked to the pier. The ship, which only comes once every 3 days, stopped at the dock today as an exception. When Kai Yi walked forward, he just saw Shengfiren rushing over. "What exactly happened?" Kai Yi asked with a frown. After all, this matter can be big or small. If a problem is really detected, the filming must be stopped. At this time, Shengfiren's brows were also tightly locked. It seems that relevant personnel have arrived now. They said that there was a collapse in the back of the mountain. It is very dangerous. I don't know the specific situation. As they spoke, the two of them walked forward. "Has your manager not come yet? If not, we will have to go to the back mountain to observe first. Our CEO Sheng said he'll be here soon, please wait a moment." The director was also a little confused at this time. Everything was obviously fine, so how could it suddenly collapse? Hearing this voice, Kai Yi couldn't help but stop. After all, this voice sounds particularly familiar. But then Kai Yi immediately shook his head. That's impossible. That person is far away in Linhai City. How could he suddenly appear here? Okay, then let's wait for another 5 minutes. We are not unreasonable people. We hope you can notify them quickly. As that person was speaking, Kai Yi and Shengfiren just happened to walk over. "Hey, here he comes, our president Sheng is here." After seeing Shengfiren and Kai Yi, the director felt less anxious. As he said that, he quickly came over and greeted them. "Boss Sheng, Boss Kai, the person in charge is here." Following the director's line of sight, the woman standing there was stunned for a moment after seeing the person coming. After seeing the woman standing over there, even Kai Yi and Shengfiren couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Kai Yi was surprised that he could see Ji Wancho here. Shengfiren was surprised that the person in charge of this visit turned out to be quite good-looking. It's more than just good. It's the kind of thing that can leave an impression on people at first glance. Although the man was wearing a professional suit when he came. But even so, at first glance, if you don't look closely at her clothes, I really would have thought that person was here on vacation. After seeing Kai Yi, Ji Wancho was stunned for a moment in surprise. It was only a moment, and Ji Wancho immediately came back to his senses. "Kai Yi." She looked at Kai Yi with some surprise. "Why are you here?" "Long time no see, Sister Wancho." Although Kai Yi was surprised, he still looked very calm. Ji Wancho, on the other hand, walked forward with a look of surprise on his face. Kai Yi didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Seeing the interaction between the two, the people around were stunned. Even Shengfiren looked at the two of them strangely. However, other staff members of the program team were relieved to see the interaction between the two. After all, seeing how familiar the two are with each other, I think this matter should have a perfect ending, right? After giving those people a look, Shengfiren turned around and looked at Ji Wancho. After receiving Shengfiren's gaze, the people from the program crew left one after another. After all, these are not their business. Hello, you must be the person in charge of the inspection. My name is Sheng Firen. As he spoke, Sheng Firen extended his hand with a polite smile. At this time, Ji Wancho was still immersed in the surprise of meeting Kai Yi, and the smile on her face did not fade away. So when she saw Sheng Firen extend her hand, she smiled and shook hands with her. My name is Ji Wancho. Since everyone knows me, just call me by my name. Ji Wancho said cheerfully. Both of them are cheerful people. The price is reasonable, so the transportation is still quite pleasant. But I remember that Sister Wancho, weren't you at the police station before? Why are you now? Having said that, Kai Yi looked at Ji Wancho hesitantly. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho smiled a little embarrassedly. Ahem, it's because of some reason so I was transferred here. As he spoke, a resentful expression appeared on Ji Wancho's face. After seeing her expression, Kai Yi immediately understood. In the original novel, it was described that Ji Wancho was often too stubborn when investigating things. She also offended a lot of people, so she was often assigned to other places or some remote areas. However, Kai Yi actually still admires Ji Wancho's character. After all, in this world of fiction where money makes the world go round, Ji Wancho's sobriety is also a guarantee for the people. The three of them walked towards the back mountain while talking. At this time, there was a group of people following behind the three of them, and those people were brought by Ji Wancho. After all, if the survey is to be carried out, it would be difficult for Ji Wancho to do it alone. I'm very curious, Sister Wancho, do you know who reported us? As he spoke, Kai Yi looked at Ji Wancho with a bewildered expression. Ji Wancho was not that wary of Kai Yi. After all, I did exercise following Kai Yi's videos before. As a result, her figure has improved a lot in the past 2 months. Besides, in fact, until now, she has been watching Kai Yi's videos and exercising every day. It may also be because I see Kai Yi on the screen every day. Even though the two didn't meet often, Ji Wancho still felt that they were very familiar with each other. So after hearing Kai Yi's question, Ji Wancho answered his question very naturally. I'm not really sure about this, but from what I heard from my superiors, it seems like a wealthy person called to report it. As he spoke, Ji Wancho shook his head, looking amazed. As expected, these rich people are still privileged. Normally, if we report something, it would take a lot of people to report it together before they would investigate. But now, we are here just because of a phone call. Saying this, Ji Wancho also saw the group of people behind him. Obviously, that group of people didn't expect that they would have to take a whole day on the boat to get here. So everyone's face looks bad now. It seemed that they were seasick, and their faces showed signs of fatigue. At this time, those following behind were all full of fatigue. At this moment, even Ji Wancho, who seemed more energetic, had a hint of fatigue on his face. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but look at Sheng Firen. Are you in such a hurry? No wonder you all look so tired. Oh, what can we do? The higher-ups have given the order, so we have to carry out the mission. Ji Wancho couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. I see you came here directly, not on our ship. Didn't you eat or sleep well during the journey? Having said that, Kai Yi stopped and stood over there. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but stop. Even Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with some surprise, not knowing what Kai Yi was going to do. But she still had full trust in Kai Yi, so even when she saw Kai Yi like this, she did not say anything to interfere. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho also nodded. Yeah, but I'm okay. As he spoke, Ji Wancho looked at the group of people behind him helplessly. After all, she exercises regularly and has pretty good physical strength. But the young people behind her are not like that. They are all people who have worked in offices for a long time and are too lazy to exercise after get off work. Now after a little trouble, it is no longer possible. I think it's not a good condition for you to work in your current state. Do you want to have a meal and take a rest first? But if you think it's too troublesome, you can just have a meal. Kai Yi suggested. Hearing this, Ji Wancho looked a little embarrassed. After all, they had received instructions from above to survey the terrain as quickly as possible and leave. Anyway, your ship has already left, and our ship won't arrive until tomorrow. And even if the cliffs behind us really collapsed, we can't restore them in just one meal, right? 2. I have to say that Kai Yi's words make a lot of sense. Ji Wancho nodded slightly, then turned to look at the person behind him. At this time, the young people behind her didn't care about working or not. Anyway, the emperor is far away here, and even if the higher-ups want to control them, they can't. So, now Ji Wancho turned around and looked at the young people behind him. Then they also saw the expectant expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Ji Wancho could only sigh helplessly. Then he could only nod. Okay then. Yeah, team leader Ji you are my god. Sister Ji you are so nice. After hearing Ji Wancho's agreement, the people behind him suddenly became excited. Alright, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and catch up. Although it was almost time for dinner, no one had high hopes. After all, this is the wilderness, so you can probably just find a cave and get something to eat. However, this idea disappeared immediately after they saw the layout of the staff area from afar. The members of the monitoring team were speechless when they saw the staff area with perfect facilities, which looked like a high-end residential area. After all, this island was a deserted island before. Okay, the mall is just ahead, let's go in. Having said that, Sheng Firen led them inside with a smile. Mall, where is the mall? Hearing this, the young people behind turned their heads around and looked around in confusion. As they slowly approached, they realized that the building in front of them was so huge. Originally they thought that the building was only as big as it looked from the front. When they got closer, they realized that there were many parts hidden in the forest. As everyone walked into the mall, their expressions became even more shocked. Oh my god, this is bigger than our shopping mall in the city center, right? Although the city here is not as prosperous as Linhai City. But after all, it is a coastal city, so its economic development is still very good. However, even so, after they saw the decoration of the shopping mall clearly, they were still surprised and speechless. Was all this built when you came later? Even Ji Wancho turned around and looked at Sheng Firen and the others in surprise. Sheng Firen nodded with a smile. Yes, after all, the recording conditions on the deserted island are still very difficult. In order for our employees to have a good rest, we created the employee area and this area, and all consumption here is free. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, Ji Wancho's eyes suddenly lit up. After all, she saw that there were many big-name clothing stores in this shopping mall. This is attractive enough. But after hearing the word, free, Ji Wancho had to admit that he was indeed a little envious of the employees here. Don't think you are so surprised to see these. Even when I first came here, I was a little surprised. I really didn't expect that Mr. Sheng would be so kind to his subordinates. Kai Yi was speaking for Sheng Firen without leaving any trace. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the buffet restaurant downstairs. There are quite a few very distinctive restaurants up there. You can try them next time, Sheng Firen said. The young people who followed behind all nodded in bewilderment after hearing this. Along the way, when entering the buffet restaurant, many people greeted Sheng Firen and Kai Yi. The way of greeting is just like meeting an acquaintance on the street. There is no sign of a superior-subordinate relationship at all. Ji Wancho is not a fool, so he can naturally see that these are not pretended. After all, it is quite difficult for ordinary people to control their micro-expressions when acting. And since Sheng Firen is so good to his employees, he even invested a large sum of money in the employee area. That shows how much she invested in the entire show. That means there is no way she could cut corners on safety. In an instant, Ji Wancho also analyzed it. It seems that someone is deliberately causing trouble. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho suddenly felt very unhappy. After all, he was transferred again, to this position, and so far away. Ji Wancho was already feeling very unhappy. But I didn't expect that even after arriving here, I would still be used as a gun by some rich people. This made Ji Wancho even more unhappy. In that case, Ji Wancho began to enjoy herself with peace of mind. After the meal, he didn't even go to inspect the place. He just waved his hand and asked everyone in the team to go to the staff area to rest. After a round of cheers, Ji Wancho said goodbye to Kai Yi and prepared to go downstairs to rest for a while. Well, good, you take a good rest. Having said that, Kai Yi also said goodbye to Ji Wancho with a smile. However, after seeing Ji Wancho enter the building, the smile on Kai Yi's face immediately disappeared. What's going on? Did the cliff behind really collapse? As he spoke, Kai Yi frowned slightly and looked at Sheng Firen. After seeing that group of people leaving, Sheng Firen's brows were furrowed even more tightly than Kai Yi's. Not only that, but the expression on Sheng Firen's face didn't look very good. Well, I just saw the news they sent. There was indeed a collapse of a section of the cliff on the back mountain, but the cause is still unknown. As he spoke, the expression on Sheng Firen's face suddenly froze. Why don't you take me to see it? Kai Yi said. Hearing this, Sheng Firen nodded, and then took Kai Yi to the back mountain. Even after the two of them walked away, there was no time to look back. Someone who had been standing far away outside the employee area slowly took out his cell phone. However, he was not taking secret photos, but seemed to be editing a message and sending it to someone. Following Sheng Firen, we came to the cliff in the back mountain. The guests have not yet explored this place. However, it can be seen clearly that this place has been arranged perfectly. Originally, this place was going to be used for a recording at the end, so we asked someone to trim the plants and so on. Seeing this, Sheng Firen explained. And in front, on the other side of the cliff, there were several people standing. Seeing two people coming forward, he stood up and made way. When the two walked forward, they found that there had indeed been a collapse here, and the area was quite large. Part of the cliff has now fallen onto the beach below. At this time, there was also a group of people standing on the beach below. How come? Seeing this, Sheng Firen slowly squatted down and checked with some confusion. Kai Yi stood there and observed his surroundings carefully, then he walked towards a place as if he had discovered something. Sheng Firen was originally communicating with the people around him with a stern face. But when he noticed Kai Yi beside him got up and left, he immediately looked over with some worry. Kai Yi, be careful. Although he knew that Kai Yi was quite skilled, Sheng Firen was still a little worried about the situation on the cliff. Then he opened his mouth to remind him. Okay, but I think I found something. Do you want to come over and take a look? What? He looked towards Kai Yi with some doubt, but Sheng Firen still stood up and walked over obediently. Look at the stone wall in this place. As he spoke, Kai Yi pointed to the crack in front of him. If you don't look closely, this crack is no different from other places. But if you look closely, you can see that there is a small white area in the crack. But it is only a small area and still not obvious. Look at this mark. If it were a little deeper, wouldn't it look more like explosives? What? After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Sheng Firen looked down in surprise. Indeed, if you look closely at that whitish area, it does look like what Kai Yi said. But there are actually security booths at regular intervals throughout the deserted island. If someone really used explosives, they would definitely be able to hear it. What you said does make sense, but have you forgotten the heavy rain 2 days ago? As he said that, Kai Yi stood up, found a stone from the back and sat down casually. Sheng Firen blinked at first when he saw this, then he immediately reacted. She looked at Kai Yi with sudden realization. Are you saying that person chose that time on purpose? After hearing the conversation between the two, the other people around them still didn't quite understand. After Kai Yi's slow explanation, they finally understood. The violent storm that day caused many of the cameras on the crew to break down. It was also because of that, because of the thunder and rain, people could not hear the sound of the explosives. Because of this, the traces of explosives disappeared very quickly. Although there was still a little left at the end, if the rain had lasted longer that day, I'm afraid there would have been no trace at all. As Kai Yi slowly explained, people reacted immediately. Yes, why didn't they think of this place? After all, they had already surveyed this deserted island very carefully when they had done so before. Moreover, nature's workmanship is not too bad either. How is it possible that this cliff would collapse just like that? This left them completely puzzled, and even when they were inspecting it just now, they couldn't figure out for a long time how it collapsed. But now after Kai Yi's explanation, everyone then figured out the problem. If that's really the case, then that means haha, I didn't expect that they really wanted to make my variety show go down the drain. Having said that, Sheng Firen stood there, and the expression on his face gradually became cold and frosty. Even the smile on his lips was cold. The employees around him hadn't seen Sheng Firen's expression like this for a long time. So they all shuddered, then subconsciously rubbed their arms and took a few steps back. So what are you going to do now? Now that the cause of the incident has been found out, Kai is no longer in a hurry. Let someone deal with this cliff and the debris below first. At least they won't be able to tell that it collapsed at the same time. I also want to find out who came out that day. Having said that, Sheng Firen hurriedly greeted Kai and left. Knowing that Sheng Firen could handle the matter, Kai decided not to stay here. After all, to put it bluntly, I am just an investor. As long as he can make sure that this variety show can be broadcast smoothly, he doesn't really want to interfere with other things. Thinking of this, Kai stretched lazily, turned around and left the back mountain. I originally thought of going back to my room to have a good rest and observe my stock market. But unexpectedly, Kai just walked to the door of his room. Even before I could open the door with my hand on the doorknob, I heard the door behind me open. Because Kai arrived at the deserted island later, there were actually not many people living in this building. Even when Kai went to work before, he didn't meet his neighbors. Originally, Kai thought he had no neighbors. I didn't expect to meet him this time. He turned around and was stunned when he made eye contact with the person behind him. Even the person who had just opened the door with tears in his eyes was stunned. Because I just woke up and am still a little confused. Gu Wancho was halfway through yawning and just about to wipe away her tears when she saw the person opposite her. After realizing that the person in front of her was Kai, she quickly stood up and adjusted her expression. "You're back. Are you done resting?" The two spoke at the same time, and were stunned at the same time. But then, they both laughed. "I didn't expect you to be resting across from me. I thought I had a new neighbor." Kai said this and shrugged helplessly. Gu Wancho smiled helplessly and said, "We are neighbors after all. You're going to work now." As he spoke, Kai looked at the time on his watch. "I just came back from the back mountain half an hour ago, and I'm not sure if the situation there has been resolved. Well, I'll be able to recover after a short rest, but they haven't rested enough yet, so I thought I'd go check it out first." As he spoke, Gu Wancho began to tidy up his clothes. "So hardworking, I would say you should just wait for them. After all, young people should learn something, right? You don't know them. Once they take a break, it's endless." Although what Kai said made sense, Gu Wancho was also very helpless. Suddenly Kai asked a question, then turned around and slowly walked towards Gu Wancho. Seeing the man in front of her getting closer and closer, Gu Wancho couldn't help but tense up. The person I see on the screen every day is now standing in front of me. I have to admit, this still made her a little nervous. What happened? Subconsciously swallowing, looking at the chest that was about to touch her face, Gu Wancho looked up at Kai somewhat awkwardly. "It's not my illusion," Kai said with a chuckle. "What illusion?" At this time, Gu Wancho's attention had already drifted away. After all, smelling the unique scent of men in her nostrils made her feel a little dizzy. Kai pointed at Gu Wancho. However, when Gu Wancho looked down in the direction of Kai's finger in confusion, he did not find anything different. The clothes are also clean, nothing is stuck on them. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho looked up at Kai with some confusion. "What's wrong? I mean, your muscles seem to be better trained than before." Gu Wancho was stunned for a moment because she didn't expect Kai to say this. But after reacting, Gu Wancho's face suddenly showed ecstasy. "Can you tell that after I followed your video and exercised, I feel that my body is better than before? I don't know if it's my illusion, but after exercising for a long time, it seems that even exercise is very easy." Gu Wancho said this with a smile on his face, and there was also surprise on his face. She is a veteran exercise expert and has been exercising for a long time. So, he could still notice the differences. "Do you know why?" Kai said this and turned around to open his door. Sure enough, after hearing Kai's words, Gu Wancho subconsciously followed Kai. "Go in first, I can show you how." Having said that, Kai walked in first. Gu Wancho was not wary at all and walked straight in. As a result, after entering the room, he simply closed the door. The movements are quick and agile. Kai didn't expect Gu Wancho to be so direct, or was it that she had never been wary of him? Indeed, Kai was not wrong. Gu Wancho really felt that his skills were pretty good. After all, when she was in the police station before, she was still quite skilled in fighting. At least she had no rivals among all the men in the police station. Therefore, Ji Wancho is still confident in this aspect. After walking into the room, Kai put the things in his hands casually. Then I turned on the TV and played the video of myself exercising. Look at these movements. At first glance, they are no different from the usual exercise videos. But if you look closely, you will find that these movements are very similar to the Tai Chi exercises. Tai Chi. Hearing this, Ji Wancho immediately became puzzled and walked forward with curiosity. She hadn't noticed it before, but after hearing what Kai said, she walked forward to take a look, and indeed found that the actions Kai gave as examples were different. Looking at it this way, they do look alike. Ji Wancho said in surprise. If we talk about Tai Chi, it's just a general term. After all, even if it's Tai Chi, different Tai Chis have different moves. But you have to admit that our ancestors' stuff is really amazing. But this is amazing. Ji Wancho couldn't help but sigh. After all, she had tried various ways to exercise before. Even, in order to exercise good body and figure. She also gets up early and goes to the gym several times a day, and even takes various kinds of auxiliary medicines and nutritional supplements every day. This obsession caused Ji Wancho to suffer severe physical depletion over a period of time. Even the consumption of her liver had made her feel a little weak. Finally, after the doctor's warning, Ji Wancho calmed down a lot. And, after training according to Kai's method, only then did she realize that she could maintain her current figure by exercising once a day. Moreover, it will not consume your body. The ultimate goal of exercise is to maintain health. You can't just pursue a perfect body. If your body is not healthy, what's the point of having a good body? Kai said in a meaningful tone. Ji Wancho has a deep understanding of this. Compared to others, Ji Wancho also deeply understood how much physical exhaustion that incident had taken on her. I felt much better during this period of time. But before, although she looked impressive in figure, she was also quite skilled in martial arts. But I often suffer from palpitations and can't sleep at night due to physical reasons. I even feel anxious and weak from time to time. However, when I went to the hospital for a checkup, nothing was found. The question is to let her have a good rest, pay attention to her daily routine, and eat well. So after Kai finished speaking, Ji Wancho fell into deep thought. Can Kai get rid of one thing from you? What is it? Kai walked to the bar and poured a glass of water, took one for himself, and handed one to Ji Wancho. He looked at Ji Wancho in confusion. However, what Ji Wancho said was still within Kai's expectations. Can you help me record again? No, customize a video, I'll pay you, as long as you can maintain your figure and it's good for your body. Ji Wancho said this very excitedly, and as he spoke he walked forward excitedly and shook Kai's hand. Her expression was very sincere, and after she finished speaking, she looked at Kai with anticipation. I was afraid that Kai would disagree. Kai did not agree immediately. This made Ji Wancho very anxious. Kai, as long as you agree, the reward will definitely not be a problem. Hearing this, Kai immediately laughed. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Wancho. Then he said jokingly, do I look like someone who is very short of money? Hearing this, Ji Wancho smiled awkwardly. Really? Being able to invest in such a program means that Kai's company is still very powerful. Working in a company like this, how could Kai's salary be low? She looked at Kai awkwardly, and then smiled sheepishly. But I don't have anything else to do besides this. It's okay, it's just a video. Are you free now? Now. Ji Wancho suddenly raised his head and looked at Kai. Yeah, but do you still need to go investigate? As he spoke, Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over. Oh, there's no rush. There's no rush. Everyone in my group is still awake, so we can wait. After hearing Kai's words, Ji Wancho quickly waved his hand and said. That's good. Let's start now. Stand on the carpet and I'll teach you. Good. Upon hearing this, Ji Wancho smiled brightly, turned around and walked directly onto the carpet. Now I'll do one move and you'll do one move. Just follow me first. After a while, Kai looked at Ji Wancho, who was a little out of breath behind him, and couldn't help but smile. Is it okay now? Ji Wancho nodded. Yes, I have almost memorized all the movements. Okay, then you do it first, and I'll watch from here to see if there are any movements you don't do well. Having said that, Kai turned and walked aside. To be honest, Ji Wancho still felt somewhat awkward being watched by others while performing the movements. But when he thought about the good things that practicing would do for his health, Ji Wancho suddenly became energetic. It's just that I have already practiced it several times with Kai Yi just now. This also caused Ji Wancho to feel that his whole body was starting to heat up, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his body. Would you like to take a break? Seeing this, Kai Yi suggested. No, I'll just go get some water. Having said that, Ji Wancho walked quickly to the bar and drank all the water in his cup. But in the end, when she walked back, she took off her coat and threw it on the sofa. I'm ready, let's get started. Having said that, Ji Wancho started to perform his actions on his own. And she also didn't see Kai Yi, who was sitting on the sofa beside her with a gloomy look in his eyes. Perhaps because she came into exercise, the clothes under Ji Wancho's coat were all tight. So, after taking off the coat, the tight clothes immediately showed off Ji Wancho's perfect figure. Although the heroines Kai Yi had seen all had perfect figures. But, how to say it? If it looks like it, Ji Wancho's figure will be more stylish and even fuller. After all, she is a fitness fanatic and her muscles are very tight. Even her peach-like buttocks, which were very obvious before, seem to have become more firm in the past month. Just wearing clothes is already perfect. Looking at it this way, Kai Yi could even imagine what kind of figure was underneath that tight clothes. Ji Wancho's movements over there were really awkward. It was not because the movements were awkward. On the contrary, after completing them, she immediately felt very comfortable. As a result, I felt less tired and relaxed all over. What made her feel awkward was the extremely burning gaze on her. She didn't expect that Kai Yi's gaze would be so obvious. That familiar and burning gaze scanned over and over me, just like a pair of hot hands caressing me. Thinking like this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but feel even hotter. As a result, because of Ji Wancho's imagination, she quickly remembered the content of the dream she had at night because of watching Kai Yi's video. Thinking of the dream he had before, Ji Wancho's breathing became a little rapid. Your move is not okay, you need to move your hands a little higher. Suddenly, Kai Yi's voice came to my ears. This brought Ji Wancho back to his senses immediately, but his breathing also tightened at the same time. Because just when she was daydreaming, Kai Yi had walked to her side without her knowing. He even put one hand around her waist and the other hand held her arm. Ah yes, okay. The thoughts in my mind suddenly became a mess. Even Ji Wancho forgot what to do next for a moment. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 200 villain points. What's wrong? Hearing the system's voice and noticing that Ji Wancho had stopped moving, Kai Yi lowered his head slightly and asked. And the two of them were so close now that Kai Yi only had to lower his head slightly, and Ji Wancho could already feel the breath of his words. This immediately made Ji Wancho's face feel hot. She responded somewhat panically, but she was still hesitant. I just suddenly forgot what the next move is, Ji Wancho said softly. She lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes drooping, and she didn't even dare to look up at Kai Yi's face. Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Kai Yi continued to lower his head and asked in a very gentle tone. Hearing Kai Yi's gentle tone, Ji Wancho couldn't help but want to indulge in it. Sister Ji, are you there? It was at this moment that other people's voices suddenly came from outside the door. There was also the sound of someone knocking on the door. This made Ji Wancho shudder suddenly, and then he quickly straightened up. Ahem, my team member is here to see me. Well, I'll leave first and come back after I finish the investigation. Having said that, Ji Wancho ran away with a red face. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Kai Yi shouted directly. This made Ji Wancho stunned. After hesitating for a while, he turned his head slowly, but still kept his head slightly lowered. It seemed as if she didn't want Kai Yi to see her blushing face. You forgot to take your coat. The temperature difference between day and night is quite large here. If you stay there until the afternoon, you will definitely be cold. As Kai Yi spoke, he picked up his coat, walked forward and helped Ji Wancho put on the coat himself. In just a moment, Ji Wancho's body stiffened. At the same time, the blush on her face had spread to the base of her neck, looking very obvious. Okay, go out, your team members are still waiting for you. As he spoke, Kai Yi gently patted Ji Wancho's shoulder. Oh, okay, Ji Wancho nodded blankly. As if he was dreaming, he turned around in a daze, opened the door and walked out. Sister Gu, what are you doing? Yes, Sister Gu, aren't you in this room? How come? Mr. Kai. Everyone looked at Gu Wancho in surprise. And then, after everyone looked at Kai Yi behind Gu Wancho, they began to stutter when speaking. After all, no matter how much they imagine, they can't figure it out. How did Gu Wancho get into Kai Yi's room? And, thinking of this, everyone shut their mouths, but their curious eyes were still looking at the two of them. It was not because of anything else, but because of Kai Yi's smile and Gu Wancho's flushed face, which made it easy for them to think too much. Ahem, there's something I need to ask Mr. Kai, so I just passed by for a while. Gu Wancho said this with a serious expression, then after greeting Kai Yi, he turned around and walked directly towards the elevator. Leaning against the door frame in a good mood, Kai Yi waved at Gu Wancho with a gentle smile. She didn't dare look at Kai Yi for too long. After all, Gu Wancho was afraid that the temperature on her face would not go down. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave quickly? I see you all want to work overtime. Gu Wancho was already standing in the elevator, but he saw that his subordinates were still standing there, looking at the two of them curiously. Helplessly, Gu Wancho could only say with a sullen look. Seeing that Gu Wancho seemed a little angry, those people quickly and obediently rushed into the elevator this time. Well, Mr. Kai, we're leaving first. Yes, don't worry, we will return Sister Gu to you soon. Yes, be right back. What the hell are you talking about? I see you guys want to run around the island a few times, right? Oh my, are we just kidding, Sister Gu? That's right, spare my life, Sister Gu. If we run around the deserted island a few times, we will be ruined. As the elevator door slowly closed, Kai Yi could even vaguely hear their voices. Hearing this, Kai Yi could only shake his head helplessly and smiled. Then he took a step back, returned to the room, and closed the door. I looked down at the time on my watch. It's been almost an hour, plus the half an hour since I came back. The part over the cliff should be almost finished. Thinking of this, Kai Yi prepared to take a rest. After all, I am not a particularly important person, the main thing is to ensure a good income and good exposure. You don't have to work particularly hard. Thinking of this, Kai Yi went to check out the stock market and ARC Group's recent earnings. After seeing the result he wanted to see, he half lay on the bed with his phone in hand. During the 3 days of participating in the program, Kai Yi did not look at his mobile phone. This also resulted in that when he looked at his phone now, he found that he had many unread messages. Yiroro was a little angry because I ignored her. But it's also because I haven't talked to her for 3 days. This made Yiroro no longer dare to be angry, and she carefully asked Kai Yi if he was busy. There is also Lu Qingshuang, who has always been very worried about her own safety. There was even Lu Ruya who was curious about what he was doing. Finally, there is Morris, who sent me the most messages. Kai Yi didn't expect that Morris, who looked cold, was actually a chatterbox. After replying to the messages one by one, a phone call popped up in front of Kai Yi the next second. I subconsciously wanted to answer the call, but I didn't expect it to be a video call. And the person on the opposite side was Morris. After seeing Morris's profile picture, Kai Yi hung up the phone with Morris in 1 second. That was a close call. Kai Yi first breathed a sigh of relief slowly. You can't reveal your appearance now. After all, Yihan is still with Morris. Yihan still has a deep obsession with Morris. After all, Morris's identity as the daughter of the mafia is of great help to Yihan. What's more, Morris is the only child in the family. That is to say, those background forces will be under Morris's name in the future. Although Kai Yi has not read the rest of the original novel, he has now completely entered the stage of expressing himself. However, Kai Yi still remembered his purpose in the early stage. She wanted to bring Morris into her harem, and at the same time, to gain access to the power behind Morris as quickly as possible. Yihan had even started thinking early on how to create an accident and kill Morris's father after gaining their trust. From all of this, it can be seen that Yihan is a cruel and ruthless person. Although, being cruel and ruthless is not necessarily a bad thing for a person. But the bad thing is Yihan, who will do anything to achieve his goals and interests. You might have been his sibling or the woman he loved in the last second. The next second, he could walk on his own grave. Kai Yi had already seen through Yi Han's true face. This is why he decided from the beginning to do everything he could to get rid of Yi Han. This is because, if Yi Han discovered any of his actions, it would ultimately lead to his death. Thinking of this, Kai Yi's eyes became even more fierce. While Kai Yi was thinking about these things, his mobile phone had already received a lot of messages. After knowing that Kai Yi was not ignoring her on purpose, Yi Ruo heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Qingxuang kept reminding Kai Yi to be careful. At the same time, he kept emphasizing that Kai Yi must keep in touch with him. She said that if Kai Yi encountered any problems, he must contact her. In addition, Lu Ruya also told Kai Yi that the company had been successfully listed 2 days ago. It's a pity that Kai Yi didn't know about this joy at the first time. After chatting for a few words, Lu Ruya hurried to work. After all, as the company's business and performance continue to expand, the company has more and more things to do. Even the company's senior management has been constantly busy. In this way, Kai Yi's work on a business trip here can be considered relatively free. Finally, Morris. After receiving Kai Yi's message, the girl did not send a message, but made a video call immediately. However, perhaps even Morris did not expect that Kai Yi would hang up the phone directly after he called. Although he felt somewhat sad, Morris still explained it nervously. Morris, sorry I didn't mean to call you. I was just anxious and my mind was confused. Why, it's okay. Morris, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I just haven't heard your voice for a long time, and I was anxious. I really didn't mean to involve your privacy. After seeing the news from Morris, Kai Yi was immediately happy. It seems that the little girl feels angry and bad because she doesn't like to show her face. Why, it's okay, I'm not angry, I just took a shower and didn't put on any clothes, I'm embarrassed to answer your call. After Kai Yi sent this message, the chat box on the other side kept showing that the other party was typing. I think even Morris on the other side didn't expect Kai Yi to reply like this. After a long time, the little girl replied to the message. Morris, no, it's okay, I don't mind. He didn't know if it was Kai Yi's illusion, but he always felt as if he saw the little girl's blushing and expectant expression through this word. Why, don't worry, we'll meet sooner or later, you have to keep me a little mysterious, right? Morris, hey, hello. Looking at the words on the phone, Morris couldn't help but smile foolishly. She had even begun to look forward to the scene of their meeting. In fact, Morris had already begun to imagine what Y looked like. However, she also often heard that if you fall in love online, you may meet someone who is not very good looking. Although she was not in an online relationship, she did not have high expectations about Y's appearance. Besides, she didn't care about Y's appearance, she only cared about him as a person. So, in Morris's imagination, Kai Yi was not very good looking. At first, Morris even imagined that Kai Yi was a slightly fat person. However, after seeing the picture of Kai Yi's abdominal muscles, he changed his mind. At this moment, Kai Yi had no idea what Morris was thinking of him. If Kai Yi knew that in Morris's imagination, he was originally an ordinary-looking fat boy. Later on, he became a person with a decent appearance. If Kai Yi knew what Morris was thinking, he would definitely not be able to help but tease Morris. After chatting with Morris for a while and calming him down, it was already getting late. And, just as Kai Yi thought, the broken cliff that was blown up had now been repaired. Therefore, even when Ji Wancho took a team to investigate, nothing happened. At the same time, Sheng Firen had already begun to quickly search the employee area for people who had gone out late that night. I believe it should be found soon. After all, the employee area is also monitored. Even if the surveillance in that building is destroyed, we can still check it through surveillance in other places. Here, we still have dinner together in the evening. It's just that we went to the specialty hot pot restaurant upstairs. The other team members sat at one table. Kai Yi, Sheng Firen and Ji Wancho were sitting at the same table. We're leaving tomorrow, are you in such a hurry? After hearing Ji Wancho's explanation, Kai Yi was somewhat surprised. Ji Wancho nodded helplessly. Yes, the higher-ups have said that we need to investigate and get the results as soon as possible. Maybe they want to get the results and deal with it quickly, but that may disappoint the person who reported it. No problem. He'll probably be disappointed. He deserves it, he made me work overtime for no reason. Having said that, Ji Wancho angrily drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. But the next second, her cell phone rang. After seeing clearly who was calling, Ji-Yu Wancho's expression suddenly changed. Someone above me called. I'm going out to answer the call. After saying hello, Ji-Yu Wancho turned around and walked outside to answer the phone. After Ji-Yu Wancho left, Kai Yi and Sheng Firen looked at each other. It seems that we both have the same idea. The two smiled at each other. Kai Yi's smile deepened, and he said. But I didn't expect him to be so lingering. As he spoke, Sheng Firen rubbed his brows helplessly, and the anger on his face was already very obvious. So what are you going to do? Kai Yi was not in a hurry. After all, this kind of thing still had to be solved by Sheng Firen alone. However, when he thought of Qin Tian's stupid appearance, Kai Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. When I get home tonight, I'm going to find time to call my parents and ask them to help me warn Qin Tian. The rest can only be dealt with after I get back. Having said that, Sheng Firen sighed helplessly again. After all, this variety show is very important to her, and she can't just deal with it casually. Thinking of this, the worry expression on Sheng Firen's face became more obvious. At this time, Ji-Yu Wancho, who had gone out to make a phone call, came back with a bad look on his face. What's wrong? Are you being taught a lesson? Kai Yi looked over and joked. Hearing this, Ji-Yu Wancho looked at Kai Yi helplessly. But it must be said that Kai Yi's words did make Ji-Yu Wancho feel better. At least he didn't feel so blocked in his heart anymore and felt more relaxed. It's not a lesson, it's just that you are a bit stubborn as you are getting older. Speaking of this, Ji-Yu Wancho couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong? Is it because of us? Seeing this, Sheng Firen also looked over. Ji-Yu Wancho nodded. Yeah, I don't know which rich kid is trying to curry favor with our boss. We have to take one of you as a person in charge when we go back tomorrow to report, and we have to stay for several days. Not only that, the report we submitted today will take several days to review. The other two immediately understood what Ji-Yu Wancho said. These troubles, after all, are actually just to make things difficult for them. However, Ji-Yu Wancho felt unhappy because the report she submitted was not reviewed for a long time, which was also quite troublesome for her. So can you guys go back with me? It might take some time, but if you don't go back with me, I'm afraid we'll get stuck there. If it keeps getting stuck, then at a certain time, you will have to stop filming. After looking at the two of them, Ji-Yu Wancho reminded them very friendly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen also fell silent. I went through all this just to get her off the island. That's all. There may still be Qin Tian's people on the island now, if Sheng Firen just left like that. Who knows what kind of trouble will happen later. But even if I don't go, the report may still be stuck, and filming may still have to be stopped when the time is up. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen's face gradually became gloomy. I'll go. At this moment, Kai Yi on the side suddenly spoke. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Sheng Firen suddenly raised his head. You go. Okay, I guess you're the one in charge, and it says no director or staff, so you can do it. Just when Sheng Firen was surprised and confused, Ji-Yu Wancho beside him also whispered. This rule was established because we wanted to target them. However, perhaps even they did not expect that Kai Yi would exploit this loophole. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 2,000 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi blinked his eyes, and sure enough, he saw that Sheng Firen's favorability towards him had increased to 85%. Seeing Kai Yi looking at him, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile gently at him. So, early the next morning, Kai Yi packed up a little and followed Ji-Yu Wancho onto the boat back home. As soon as he entered the cabin, Kai Yi saw that everyone on the ship was yawning. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh. No, you didn't get enough rest last night. It's not that I didn't rest well, it's that I rested too well and forgot to sleep. A team member standing by said with some regret. Yes, the staff dormitory is better decorated than my home, and the facilities are comprehensive. We couldn't help but play games for a little longer yesterday. Yeah, it's a pity that we have to go back so soon. Those team members couldn't help but sigh, with expressions of great pity on their faces. So you played games too. Seeing this, Kai Yi also looked at Ji-Yu Wancho beside him. From the moment he got on the boat, he noticed that Ji-Yu Wancho looked a little dazed. Even after sitting down here, my head was still moving a little bit, and I was about to fall asleep while sitting. I'm not. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho spoke in a daze. Then why are you so listless now since you didn't play games with them? Kai Yi looked at Ji Wancho with some surprise. After hearing this, although Ji Wancho was still leaning on the back of the chair in a daze, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although I didn't play games with them, the facilities in your office area were so good that I stayed in bed and watched movies until the early morning. As he spoke, Ji Wancho yawned quietly again. Hearing this, Kai Yi just raised his eyebrows and looked over, without commenting. After all, what she said was true. The luxury cruise ship of their program crew will stay at sea for a day and a night. This ordinary ship takes 5 or 6 hours longer than a cruise ship. Not only that, because it is just an ordinary boat, it is not very big, and the seats are all hard seats like those on a train. There aren't even any berths. Kai Yi now understood why the group was so tired when they first arrived on the deserted island. It is really tiring to sit in a seat for a whole day and night. Although there are not many people, you can lie down on the seats. But after all, we are on the sea, so there will definitely be some bumps. The slightest bump could cause you to fall off your seat. So, as there were more people and time went on, many team members simply spread out something and slept on the ground. By now, it was almost noon. When Kai Yi thought about having to stay on the boat for another day and a half, he felt a little tormented. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt one side of his shoulder sink. Subconsciously turning his head, Kai Yi saw that Ji Wancho, who had been sitting there and nodding, had leaned on his shoulder without him noticing when. He smiled helplessly and shook his head. Even though it was painful, he still had to sit down. Thinking of this, Kai Yi slowly closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. Kai Yi didn't know how long he had closed his eyes, but when he keenly noticed the unusual shaking of the hull, he suddenly opened his eyes. I looked around subconsciously and saw that everyone else was still asleep. But the shaking of the ship became more and more violent. The accident happened suddenly. Following a few loud noises, the ship began to shake violently. Kai Yi, who was sitting in his seat, was almost shaken off. Fortunately, he quickly stabilized his body and then quickly hugged Ji Wancho beside him. After noticing the movement of the ship, Ji Wancho suddenly opened his eyes. However, after finding herself in Kai Yi's arms, she couldn't help but be stunned at first. What's going on? She raised her head and looked around warily. There is a ship outside that is deliberately attacking us, Kai Yi said, and motioned Ji Wancho to look out the window. The hull is now unstable, although everyone on board has been awakened. However, because the hull was still shaking violently at this time, even if they wanted to stand up, they still couldn't. Oh my god, what's going on? There's a ship outside hitting us. What's going on? Mad, why did he bump into us for no reason? Before everyone could sort out their thoughts, the hull was hit hard again. Ji Wancho on this side was just about to stand up from Kai Yi's arms. However, before Ji Wancho could stand up straight, the ship began to shake violently again. This time the hull tilted even more severely, and some seawater poured in from one side. Oh my god, help! Now everyone can see that the ship in the sea obviously did it on purpose. Deliberately trying to kill them. Seeing this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but grit his teeth and look at the boat outside. She struggled to stand up straight and subconsciously reached her hand to her lower back. However, the next second, Ji Wancho found nothing. Only then did she realize that she had been transferred to another place and her gun had been confiscated. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Ji Wancho couldn't help but curse inwardly. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the ships that kept hitting him. It seems that the other party did it on purpose. Moreover, it was impossible to tell from the outside how many people were inside the ship. I don't know who is on the other side, but it is obvious that these people are well prepared. At the same time, they all came with a purpose. Where is the captain? Where did the captain go? Kai Yi looked around and then shouted loudly. At this moment, a team member happened to walk to the front. He flung open the door and then his face was suddenly filled with panic. The captain is missing, even the people who were on the ship are missing. So that means we are the only ones left now. Oh my god, are they going to commit murder? Everyone spoke in horror. Faced with the blow of reality, everyone's spirit was on the verge of collapse, and some people even began to cry. The boat is broken, the boat is broken. Suddenly, someone shouted. A large amount of seawater suddenly rushed into the cabin. Those who had not had time to stand up were immediately swept into the sea and choked on the water. Even some people who were closer to the cave entrance were inevitably swept into the water. There were even some people who didn't even have time to stand up and were about to be swept out of the cave by the sea. There is the sea outside now. If you are really carried away by the sea water, you will be dead. Seeing this, everyone screamed. Noticing this situation, Kai Yi asked Ji Wancho to hold on to the nearest railing, and then he strode over. Kai Yi, be careful. Seeing Kai Yi rushing towards the sea, Ji Wancho's heart suddenly rose to his throat. She warned worriedly. Help, help, help. The man struggled in the sea water, but because the boat was shaking, he couldn't stand up. At the same time, because he was constantly immersed in the water, he couldn't help choking on the water. As his physical strength was depleted and he was swallowed by the sea water, the man gradually became desperate. Just when he was about to give up and slowly close his eyes, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone. Get up quick, use some strength to stand up. The man was stunned, then he opened his eyes and found that it was Kai Yi who grabbed him. The force on the wrist was so strong that it made him feel a little disappointed. After answering, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and followed Kai Yi's footsteps. The opponent's strength was very strong, which made the man certain that he would survive. After placing the team member in one place, Kai Yi continued to walk in another direction. After all, logically, there should be a lifeboat on every ship. On this side, Kai Yi just turned around and heard the system prompt sound. Ding ding, passerby A's admiration value detected, reward 2000 villain value. Ding ding, detected the worship value of the destined heroine, reward 2000 villain value. Ding ding, Li Gang's worship value is detected, and 6666 villain value is awarded. The other worship values are normal, but the last sentence. This made Kai Yi speechless and he turned around to look at the young man he had just rescued. Sure enough, Kai Yi saw that he was looking at him with tears in his eyes. As Kai Yi blinked, he immediately noticed the favorability panel in front of him. The name was indeed Li Gang, but the favorability rating on the panel was what really surprised Kai Yi. Kai Yi had never expected that this Qingyang named Li Gang had such an amazing 100% favorable impression towards him. Kai Yi was afraid that he had seen it wrong, but even if he blinked a few times, the value on it was still 100%. This made Kai Yi somewhat unable to hold back. After all, even he himself did not expect that the first person who had a 100% favorable impression of him was just a passerby. Even a man. To be honest, this made Kai Yi feel a little uncomfortable. However, no matter how awkward it was, at this time, he still had to find a lifeboat quickly. Thinking of this, Kai Yi quickly walked forward. However, what was surprising was that there was actually a lifeboat in the cabin, but it looked like it had not been used for a long time. Moreover, it looks very small, the kind that can only carry 6 people. This made Kai Yi's expression suddenly serious. But after all, it's better than nothing. Meanwhile, the ship outside had already begun to scare the dead hand. The force of his impact became stronger and stronger, and the entire ship seemed to be overturned. The lifeboat was quickly lowered, and Kai Yi quickly gathered everyone together. Listen to me, we are very far from the dock now, and you may not be able to get back in the vast ocean, so listen to me and follow the direction I point to return to the deserted island. Keep your phone in this safe. As he spoke, Kai Yi handed them the walkie-talkie he had used on the deserted island before. As long as you arrive near the deserted island, can contact the people inside. There are exactly 7 people in the group. If Kai Yi is included, there will be 8 people in total. This lifeboat can only carry 6 people at most. Therefore, Kai Yi estimated that the 7 of them could still stay there safely. However, if there is one more person, the situation may not be the same. Kai Yi, why don't you come up? Ji Wancho was standing on the side of the lifeboat. When he saw Kai Yi was about to retreat after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became anxious. After hearing Kai Yi's instructions, even Li Gang felt a little panicked. Brother Yi, aren't you going with us? Ever since Kai Yi saved his life, Li Gang immediately regarded Kai Yi as his benefactor. So, when he heard Kai Yi talking, he became anxious. No, not yet. Barely stabilizing himself, Kai Yi looked at the increasing amount of water in the cabin, as well as the trend of the boat next to him continuing to hit him. His face gradually became ugly. Why? Ji Wancho was anxious to grab Kai Yi's hand. If the lifeboat goes out, the ship over there won't let you go, so we have to take the initiative. As he said that, Kai Yi sneered and looked at the ship over there. I have to say, Kai Yi is starting to get a little excited now. After all, those who want to take his life have to see if they are qualified. Thinking of this, Kai Yi turned around and walked towards the boat. However, Kai Yi is not stupid. The opportunity to escape is right in front of him, so how could he not be tempted? However, the lifeboat really couldn't accommodate one more person. And that's not all. Kai Yi realized that the ship that came wanted to know his name. So, to be honest, I am the one who is holding them back. Kai Yi was not as ruthless as Yi Han, and he didn't want to implicate other people because of himself, so he made this decision. After thinking about this, Kai Yi walked to the operating table. Although the ship is now stopped on the sea and even one side of the ship has been broken, the ship can still be started with difficulty. Seeing that the boat could start, Kai Yi ruthlessly crashed into the boat behind him. The force and speed seemed like a mutual destruction. This made the ship on the opposite side panic. Although they retreated a little, Kai Yi still drove the boat to catch up. What should I do, Sister Ji-Yu? Li Gang looked at Ji-Yu Wancho anxiously. Ji-Yu Wancho stood there until Kai Yi disappeared from her sight. As she saw the boat going farther and farther away, her expression gradually became ugly. It was not until a man got off the enemy ship and swam towards their boat that Ji-Yu Wancho seemed to have made up his mind. He jumped directly into the sea and headed towards the ship. Just leave quickly and leave us alone. After saying this, Ji-Yu Wancho swam forward with only his mind focused on Kai Yi. And she also found a reason for herself. Yes, although she was transferred out, she was a police officer after all. How could she just stand by and watch someone die? Besides, now there is another person who wants to sneak onto the ship and attack Kai Yi, and Kai Yi definitely can't deal with it alone. At this time, she is still needed. Thinking of this, Ji-Yu Wancho's speed gradually increased a lot. Kai Yi raised the corner of his mouth and kept increasing his speed. However, the surroundings were so noisy that he did not come to his senses until he heard an unusual sound behind him. He turned around suddenly and looked through the door, and saw Ji-Yu Wancho fighting with someone. Obviously, that person had underestimated Ji-Yu Wancho's strength, so he didn't take Ji-Yu Wancho seriously at the beginning. And because of this, that person missed the best moment to counterattack. So in a short while, he was subdued by Ji-Yu Wancho. After knocking the man unconscious and letting him drown in the sea, Ji-Yu Wancho quickly came towards the cockpit. After making eye contact with Kai Yi, Ji-Yu Wancho was obviously relieved. Why are you here? Kai Yi asked. Ji-Yu Wancho shrugged breathlessly. This is the duty of the people's police after all, I can't just stand by and watch someone die. Hearing this, Kai Yi smiled helplessly, and then he said, don't worry, we won't die. Although he said this, he still drove the boat and rammed into it recklessly. Speaking of letting others pay with their lives, Kai Yi had no intention of letting them go at all. So even their ship has become dilapidated. But Kai Yi still relied on the driving skills of the god of cars of Akina Mountain to successfully submerge the opponent in the sea. Seeing a lifeboat coming out from the opposite side, Kai Yi rammed it without any hesitation. Seeing that the sea suddenly calmed down, Ji-Yu Wancho breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the water almost reaching their thighs, Ji-Yu Wancho's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly became nervous again. Kai Yi, what should we do now? Hearing this, Kai Yi could only look over helplessly. I have no choice. Now I can only rely on fate. Having said that, Kai Yi vaguely judged the direction and immediately sped away. However, after all, this ship is already a powerful bow and crossbow, so it can only be driven as far as possible. And just after that short period of time, they had completely lost their way. At this time, the original lifeboat could no longer be seen on the calm sea. When Kai Yi woke up again, he was already trapped on a beach. He opened his eyes drowsily, and the dazzling sunlight made Kai Yi squint. After sitting up, he began to look around. Although it was on the beach, it was not the deserted island where Sheng Firen rehearsed the show. Looking around, Kai Yi immediately understood. I'm afraid this may be an isolated island. It's the kind of loneliness that seems like no one has ever set foot in it. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and at this moment the only sound in Kai Yi's ears was the sound of the waves. Subconsciously looking at the vast sea, Kai suddenly realized how insignificant he was. Therefore, he was still very grateful to have survived the ship. But, after taking a short rest, Kai immediately stood up and looked around. The most important thing now is to find Ji Wancho immediately. However, if Kai himself could survive, then Ji Wancho should be 100% sure to survive as well. After all, Ji Wancho can be regarded as the destined heroine, and is blessed with a halo. Thinking of this, Kai walked quickly forward, preparing to go around the island to try to find. By the way, check if there are any shipwrecks around. And, sure enough, after walking a short distance forward. After walking past the huge reef, Kai saw the wreckage of the ship hidden behind it. However, the wreckage was some distance away from the shore and appeared to be completely damaged. I was thinking of going up there to take a look after I find Ji Wancho. But before Kai could look away, he immediately noticed that the wreckage of the ship trembled slightly a few times. This made Kai stop suddenly. The wreckage was standing there, it couldn't possibly start shaking for no reason. After all, looking at the bright sunshine outside, it means that at least one day has passed since the attack at sea. I don't know if the person that Ji Wancho dealt with on the boat before is still alive. But then he thought, he had protected Ji Wancho a second before he fainted, maybe Ji Wancho was on top. Thinking of this, Kai cautiously walked slowly towards the wreckage from the sea. After walking for a distance, Kai swam over. Finally, he stood on the reef outside the wreckage of the ship. The boat was still shaking. Kai hid at the door, listening to the footsteps approaching slowly from inside. His expression gradually became solemn. "Pa, pa." As the footsteps got closer, the man was about to come out of the door. Kai quickly reached out to stop the other person. But, it is obvious that the other party is also skilled. So after Kai stopped her, she quickly started to fight back. But after several rounds, she still couldn't escape Kai's confinement. "What are you going to do? What is your purpose?" Seeing that he couldn't break free, Ji Wancho gave up and asked. "Sister Wancho." After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Kai also reacted. Although it was previously speculated that Ji Wancho was the destined heroine, with the halo of the heroine, she would definitely be fine. However, it was not until he saw a living person that Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Kai, am I?" After hearing Kai's figure, Ji Wancho turned around with a look of surprise. But after seeing the living Kai standing in front of her, I was ecstatic. "Kai, I'm so glad you're okay." Having said that, Ji Wancho rushed forward and hugged Kai directly. "Luckily you're okay, fortunately you're okay." Ji Wancho felt very guilty and uneasy, so when she saw that Kai was fine, her eyes suddenly turned red with excitement. After all, she also clearly remembered that it was Kai who protected her tightly just 1 second before the boat could no longer hold on. Thinking of what happened before, Ji Wancho couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes and they fell. So the moment he woke up, Ji Wancho immediately thought about finding Kai. Fortunately, Kai is fine. Fortunately, Kai is fine. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho's arms around Kai's waist became tighter and tighter. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and the villain value is awarded. Hearing the system's prompt, Kai blinked subconsciously. Then he saw Ji Wancho's favorability panel. He had never heard much about Ji Wancho's liking for him before. This also led to Kai's previous belief that Ji Wancho didn't like people like him. However, Kai did not expect that the villain value that Ji Wancho provided him would be so high. Maybe it's because the favorability level increased so quickly. At this time, Ji Wancho's favorability towards Kai had risen to 70%. It's relatively fast. Seeing this, Kai was quite satisfied. Okay, stop crying." As he said that, Kai reached out and patted Ji Wancho on the back. She cried silently for a while, perhaps feeling a little embarrassed for crying. Ji Wancho stood up with a stern face and wiped the tears from her face. I didn't cry," she said stubbornly. Kai was really amused by her appearance. Okay, I know you are not crying anymore." Ji Wancho looked up at Kai helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the bloodstains on Kai's body. In just a moment, Ji Wancho suddenly froze there. "Kai, why is there so much blood on you?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but point at Kai Yi with trembling hands. What? Hearing this, Kai Yi subconsciously looked down and found that there were indeed a lot of blood stains on his clothes. Frowning slightly, Kai Yi slowly lifted up the hem of his clothes. However, the wound on the side of the waist had obviously stuck to the clothes. So the clothes are not easy to open. Wait a minute, don't worry, I'll help you get it open. Seeing that Kai Yi used a lot of force, Ji Wancho suddenly became anxious. As he said that, Ji Wancho was about to reach out to stop Kai Yi. However, she was still not as quick as Kai Yi. It's okay, I can do it myself. After saying that, Kai Yi directly opened his clothes. In just a moment, the blood began to flow down. Seeing this, Ji Wancho was shocked again. Kai Yi, he couldn't help but roar anxiously, and then Ji Wancho reached out to cover the wound. It's okay. I can cover it myself. Let's go into the cabin first. Having said that, Kai Yi took the lead and walked away. Seeing Kai Yi walk into the cabin so calmly, Ji Wancho had no choice but to follow him in no matter how anxious she was. Kai Yi, wait a minute, let me see your wound first. Having said that, Ji Wancho walked towards Kai Yi very quickly. It's okay. Please help me find some medicine in the cabin first. Most ships should have first aid kits, so Kai Yi also planned to go in and try his luck. Ah, good. Seeing Kai Yi so calm, no matter how panicked Ji Wancho was, I couldn't help but listen to Kai Yi's words and started to take action. Kai Yi walked to a corner and glanced at the surrounding cabins. The situation here is better than Kai Yi imagined. At least after drifting here, there are still a lot of things left in the cabin. Although after getting on the lifeboat, some people also took their luggage. But after all, the situation was very urgent at that time, so not many people were carrying luggage. A lot of them were also left on the ship. After drifting here, although a lot of luggage was lost on the ship, it was much better than expected. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I consumed too much yesterday. So now Kai Yi was holding his wound, and his body was inevitably a little weak. Got up. I couldn't find the medicine I wanted in a short time. With no other choice, Kai Yi could only open the small shop he had drawn before and try his luck. Kai Yi had good luck, but he didn't expect that some medicines would be so expensive now. Hemostatic medicine requires 1000 points, iodine requires 500 points, and medical gauze also requires 500 points. After thinking about it, Kai Yi placed the order without hesitation. After all, points are not as important as life. Moreover, these few are enough to take up a lot of time, so he doesn't need other scar removal methods. After all, he is a man, so what if he has a few scars on his body? Besides, he still has the Wachun ointment, so there is still time to use it later. Compared to Kai Yi's calmness, Ji Wancho over there was so anxious that she was about to cry because she couldn't find the medicine. After all, she thought that if she couldn't treat the wound properly, Kai Yi would be in danger. This made her extremely anxious, and her whole face was filled with gloom. Okay, I found it. It was not until he heard Kai Yi's voice behind him that Ji Wancho felt much better. After hearing Kai Yi's words, she quickly turned around and trotted towards Kai Yi. Kai Yi, sit down first. I'll help you take care of your wound. Having said that, Ji Wancho took the medicine from Kai Yi's hand very proactively and sat down next to him. Good. After responding, Kai Yi slowly lifted up the hem of his clothes, revealing his wound. Although it was already this time, Ji Wancho couldn't help but be stunned for a moment after seeing Kai Yi's good figure. However, she quickly came to her senses, coughed lightly, and prepared to help Kai Yi treat his wound. Kai Yi's wound was on the side of his waist. Looking at his perfect figure and the extra wound on his perfect shark skin, Ji Wancho was immediately heartbroken. This cut is not small, please be patient. As he spoke, Ji Wancho lowered his head slightly and treated Kai Yi's wound. It was obvious that the wound was caused by an accidental cut by a sharp object. There was already some scab on it, but after Kai Yi's treatment, it started bleeding again. Ji Wancho had received training after all, so even if she felt very distressed when I went up to him, but I cleaned the wound immediately and skillfully. After disinfecting it, he quickly folded a piece of gauze together and pressed it on Kai Yi's wound. Only after the wound stopped bleeding did she feel at ease and began to wrap gauze around Kai Yi's wound. Holding Kai Yi's waist, Ji Wancho concentrated on wrapping the gauze. At first, her mind was focused on Kaiyi's wound and she didn't notice anything was wrong. But just when they were entangled for the last round, she leaned forward to hug Kaiyi, and her face was pressed against Kaiyi's clearly defined abdominal muscles again, then she reacted. Kaiyi's skin was obviously slightly cool at this moment, but when it touched Ji Wancho's cheek, it felt extremely hot. Swallowing subconsciously, Ji Wancho kept reminding himself to stay calm, and finally he calmed down. Okay, remember to be careful. Ji Wancho warned worriedly. Kaiyi stretched his body and shook his head indifferently. It's okay, it's not a serious injury. And his physical condition is still very good now, so there is no need to worry too much about this injury. As he spoke, Kaiyi stood up and walked to the side of the cabin, looking at the scene outside. Sure enough, even from this angle, there is still an endless sea outside. It looks like they can only wait for rescue here for now. After all, if you want to swim back by yourself, it would be more difficult than ascending to heaven. Standing next to Kaiyi, Ji Wancho also thought of this matter immediately after seeing the sea. Oh, what should we do now? Now we can only collect as much supplies as possible and prepare to survive here. Having said that, Kaiyi walked back to the cabin and began to look around. Now the wreckage of the ship is stuck between several huge reefs. Judging from the extent, it shouldn't be washed away by the waves. At the same time, Kaiyi was also going to take all the things to the beach to dry them, and by the way, check to see if there was any sign of anyone coming to this isolated island. After hearing Kaiyi's opinion, Ji Wancho immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to work. At the same time, she was afraid that Kaiyi's wound would be aggravated, so she told Kaiyi to rest more. This made Kaiyi somewhat amused and helpless. I have to say that Ji Wancho's personality is still very special. After all, her personality is not just cheerful, but also responsible, straightforward, and not squeamish at all. At the same time, she does not think that she is a woman and needs others to protect and take care of her. She is a very independent person. Thinking of this, Kaiyi couldn't help but feel fortunate that it was Ji Wancho who came to this isolated island with him. After all, if it were other people on the boat, not only the girls but even the boys looked spoiled. If you really want to survive with those people, it doesn't matter if you're a little tired. I'm just afraid of being tired. It's okay. This is just a minor wound and you don't need to rest. Then you clean up here first and take the things out to dry. I'll see if there are any intact rooms on the ship. Having said that, Kaiyi began to survey everywhere. However, after all, the ship was hit by the enemy at the very beginning, and even drifted all the way here. Although due to the angle, the water in the cabin had disappeared at this time. However, there are still gaps of varying sizes throughout the ship. It's okay to take a rest here on a normal day. But, I am afraid that it might rain or be windy. After all, there is air leakage in here, and I am not sure whether it will leak rain. Looking at the situation around him, Kaiyi couldn't help but sigh. Although there are many things you can use, the most important thing in the wild is to rest. The deserted island where Sheng Firen and his team filmed the variety show was okay. After all, a lot of people had been sent there to survey it before. But this is not necessarily the case for this isolated island. If no one has ever been there before, the situation outside is very dangerous. After all, he might just lie there and die silently the next day. Thinking of this, Kaiyi became a little uneasy, and then he sighed with great melancholy. The configuration of this ship was not very good. After all, they had planned to spend a day and a night on it before returning. This means there are no berths on it. However, the absence of berths does not mean that there is no place for the staff to rest. After all, it is impossible for a captain to drive for a day and a night. Thinking of this, Kaiyi started looking everywhere. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he succeeded in finding a small room. Because this small room seems to be separated by the remaining space. There were no windows in the entire room, so it was very dark. But the good thing about this room is that it is in the middle part of the ship, so there is not much damage. The surrounding walls are still intact. The only drawback is that after the ship hit the ground here, all the objects inside were scattered all over the place. But it's okay, as long as we clean up a little, we can live in it. It's good news after all. However, it would not be very convenient if there were no windows. There happened to be a window in the room next to it, so Kaiyi thought of connecting the two rooms together, but it couldn't be too big. After all, there was also a hole over there. After all, this looks like a temporary place, and the surrounding walls are not very strong. While thinking, Kai started to pack up. Gu Wancho over there took out all the things to dry, and then hurried back to look for Kai. Because he was concerned about Kai's wound, and was afraid that Kai would do some heavy work that would affect his wound. By the time Gu Wancho came over, Kai had almost finished packing. I found a small bedroom inside. Although it is rather simple and small, at least it is windproof and rainproof. As he said that, Kai spread the last relatively clean bed sheet on the bed. Seeing this, Gu Wancho also began to look around the small room. Indeed, just as Kai said, this room is windproof and rainproof and looks relatively intact. Although small, it is definitely better than surviving in the wild. But, similarly, this room is also very small. There is only enough space for 2 single beds, and the remaining space can only accommodate a very small storage cabinet. In the end, all that was left was an aisle that was barely big enough for 2 people to stand side by side. Yes, you can only walk side by side. If 2 people walk in at the same time, it will still be more or less crowded. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho's thoughts gradually became vague. Do I have to sleep in here with Kai for the next few days? The 2 single beds were placed tightly together, which made Gu Wancho start to have wild thoughts. At the same time, some images began to emerge in her mind. The thought that she might roll into Kai's arms while sleeping made Gu Wancho's face turn even redder. Sister Wancho, what's wrong with you? You look a little weird. Kai looked over in confusion. Hearing this, Gu Wancho was stunned for a moment, and then immediately came to his senses. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm just a little hot from being tired. As he spoke, Gu Wancho pretended to stretch out his hand and fan himself. That's fine, as long as you're alright. Do you want to go out and take a look together? As he spoke, Kai searched around for some small tools and put them on himself. Fortunately, when I participated in the variety show before, the director did not allow me to leave the props behind. After Kai returned, he had not yet packed the things in his backpack. As a result, those tools are still placed in the interlayer of Kai's backpack. It comes in handy now. Seeing Kai take out a lighter and finally some small daggers and other things, Gu Wancho couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. This was prepared when I was recording the show, but I forgot to take it out. Seeing this, Kai could only explain. Oh my god, you are so lucky. Fortunately your backpack was not lost along the way, Gu Wancho said with surprise. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I had some tools in my small suitcase, but unfortunately I can't find my suitcase anymore. The two talked as they walked out. The things that Gu Wancho had just taken out had already filled up the surrounding beaches. However, Gu Wancho also had common sense. The things that were hung out to dry were all some distance away from the coast. After all, if the tide rises soon, it would be a waste of time. The two of them each took a backpack and began to survey the island. It seems that no one has ever set foot on this isolated island. After taking a quick stroll outside, Kai confirmed his idea. Gu Wancho nodded in agreement. That means we can't go deeper inside. It's very dangerous. Yes, on such an undeveloped desert island, any inconspicuous little thing could be highly poisonous. Therefore, from now on, they must be extremely careful after stepping onto the land. The two first searched for a distance around the surrounding beach. After finding nothing, they prepared to infiltrate. We need to find some food. There are only a few vacuum-packed packages of food left in the boat. The rest are inedible. Having said that, Kai walked in with a serious expression. Yeah, okay. After responding, Gu Wancho followed behind very vigilantly. Both of them wore long pants. After all, something might suddenly jump over. However, in this season, the forest is still very humid and hot. Not long after they walked in, they were already sweating all over. Even the clothes they were wearing were now tightly attached to their bodies. I didn't expect it to be so hot in here, Gu Wancho said as he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yeah, be careful. We have to stop a little further ahead. We can't go any further. As he spoke, Kai looked around with a sharp gaze. Perhaps Gu Wancho didn't notice it, but when they walked further inside, Kai discovered that there were actually quite a few things observing them. But they didn't move either. In that case, Kai wouldn't provoke them. There's a river ahead, do you want to catch some fish? Because it has never been visited by humans, the resources on the deserted island are still very abundant. Gu Wancho nodded. After all, eating fish was obviously safer than eating other things. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. As he spoke, Kai Yi picked up the stones on the ground and walked slowly to the river. This river is deeper and larger than the previous island. Therefore, there must be more unknown dangers inside. Kai Yi took off his shoes and socks and walked in slowly, holding a branch picked up from the roadside in his hand. Kai Yi, be careful. Looking at the river that seemed to have no bottom, Gu Wancho said worriedly. Rest assured. After answering, Kai Yi walked forward with bated breath, looking at seeing the afterimage looming under the river. Kai Yi threw the branch in his hand without hesitation. With a sound of breaking through the air, the bamboo pole disappeared on the water. This river is very deep. It's normal that we didn't hit the target. It's okay. Just try a few more times. Just try a few more times and it will be fine. Seeing this, Gu Wancho on the side also comforted him softly. After hearing Gu Wancho's words, Kai Yi just looked at her with a smile, then held his breath and dived into the water. Kai Yi. Seeing Kai Yi's action, Gu Wancho was stunned. Walking forward with a look of astonishment, looking at the calm water surface, Gu Wancho could only hear the sound of rushing water. She looked at the water anxiously. Kai Yi, Kai Yi. Gu Wancho became anxious as she couldn't hear Kai Yi's voice for a long time. Gritting his teeth and looking at the water, Gu Wancho was so anxious that he didn't even take off his clothes. He just threw the backpack on his back and turned around and jumped into the river. What are you doing? Just when Gu Wancho was thinking about diving into the water to rescue Kai Yi. Suddenly, there was a sound of flowing water at the side, followed by a splash. When Gu Wancho subconsciously turned his head to look over, he saw Kai Yi standing there wiping the water off his face. Then, Kai Yi looked at Gu Wancho with some surprise. Sister Wancho, why did you come down? Ah ha ha ha, I just want to see if anyone needs help. After meeting Kai Yi's eyes, Gu Wancho smiled awkwardly, then looked away. However, there were too many flaws on her face. When Kai Yi saw Gu Wancho turning her head and looking away as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but smiled slightly. Then I'll throw this fish ashore first. Kai Yi said, and swam slowly towards the shore. Although this fish is enough for them to eat, seeing that Gu Wancho is so enthusiastic, they decide to just play here for a while. The main purpose is to give Gu Wancho a way out. Gu Wancho over there was also trying hard to find fish in order to give himself a way out. After all, she thought, if Kai Yi could catch fish, how could she not catch one? After all, she is so skilled. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho's expression looked around carefully. It's just a pity that she didn't have the extraordinary eyesight and hearing like Kai Yi, so looking at the turbid water surface, she really couldn't see anything. Kai Yi was not in a hurry. Instead, he stood at the edge of the river and looked at Gu Wancho with a smile. Sister Wancho, do you need a branch? Gu Wancho hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in. Ahem, throw one to me then. As she said this, she looked at Kai Yi awkwardly. Okay, wait a minute. Kai Yi found a very symmetrical branch on the ground and was about to throw it to Gu Wancho, but his eyes paused the next second. Sister Wancho, please stand over there and don't move. I won't move. Throw it to me. He blinked a little confusedly, but Gu Wancho still stood there obediently. As he spoke, Gu Wancho also stretched out his hand, ready to take it. But in the next second, Kai Yi moved quickly and threw the branch in his hand. At that moment, Gu Wancho also heard the sound of breaking air. Judging that the force was not small, Gu Wancho was also hesitating whether to open it further. However, before Gu Wancho could dodge, the branch quickly passed by her ear. Feel the wind passing by your side face. Gu Wancho was even certain that if the branch was aimed at his face, he would probably die here. Kai Yi, what are you doing? Frowning slightly, Gu Wancho looked up at Kai Yi with some displeasure. After all, no one wants to joke with their own life. Look at the branches behind. Kai Yi raised his chin slightly and gestured to Gu Wancho. Gu Wancho's brows were still frowned. It's just me who's here now. You better be more careful next time. If it's someone else. Gu Wancho turned his head and looked behind him. After seeing the situation behind him, Gu Wancho's body suddenly stiffened. Snake. Her eyes widened in horror, and then she stepped back in panic. Looking at the water snake that was almost 2 meters long and the bright patterns on it, she suddenly felt cold all over. After all, people say that the brighter the snake, the more poisonous it is. Not to mention the snake is so huge. If it really bites me, I might die here. When he thought of this, Gu Wancho suddenly felt as if he had survived a disaster. At this moment, Gu Wancho suddenly realized that someone had an arm around her waist. I turned around subconsciously and saw that it was Kai Yi. And after she leaned into Kai Yi's arms from behind, the coldness on her body suddenly disappeared. I'm sorry Kai Yi, I just wronged you. After saying that, Gu Wancho looked at Kai Yi very embarrassedly. Thank you for saving my life, otherwise I might have. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi blinked subconsciously and saw that Gu Wancho's favorability towards him had risen to 75%. I didn't expect that as the difficulty of increasing favorability increased, the villain value would also increase. It's okay. It's my fault that I didn't have time to tell you. Go up quickly. As he said that, Kai Yi put his arm around Gu Wancho's waist and walked up. Gu Wancho also walked quickly to the shore, fearing that the blood of the snake behind would get on his body. It was not until he stepped ashore that Gu Wancho finally breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, she still looked around vigilantly, fearing that a snake would jump out at her feet in the next second. Okay, don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go back now, okay. Seeing Gu Wancho's frightened look, Kai Yi said with a helpless smile. Yeah, okay. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Gu Wancho also nodded in response. After all, she really wants to go back now. It's getting dark soon, so I have to go back and clean up. As he said that, Kai Yi carried the fish and walked in front. By the time we got back to the coast, most of the stuff was dry. So they discussed packing up all their things and taking them back. Although at this time, the tide was already rising. However, the wreckage is surrounded by reefs, so you can reach the ship directly even by launching. Okay, let me light a fire. Kai Yi found a large iron basin from somewhere and started to light a fire inside. When the two of them just came back, they also got some dry branches and some edible fruits. Kai Yi was very skilled at making fire and he had it lit in a short while. The color of the fire was reflected in the dim cabin at this time. At the same time, it also makes the surrounding humid air warmer. Both of them were still wearing the same clothes they had just worn when they entered the water. Kai Yi is okay, he is quite resistant to the cold. But Gu Wancho couldn't do that. Because of her crazy physical exercise in the past few years, her body has been severely damaged. Although he had started to replenish his body in the past 2 years, Gu Wancho felt cold all over when the temperature dropped a little. Sister Wancho, come here. After preparing the fish and putting it on the fire, Kai Yi stood up. What's wrong? Gu Wancho was sitting there tiredly, and looked over there dazedly when he heard the words. Seeing this, Kai Yi walked forward and reached out to touch Gu Wancho's forehead. What's wrong, are you tired? After realizing that the temperature on Gu Wancho's forehead was not a fever, Kai Yi smiled warmly. The warm firelight flickered on the ground in front of Kai Yi, especially when he saw Kai Yi's gentle smile at this moment, which made Gu Wancho stunned. But after coming to his senses, Gu Wancho felt his face getting hot again. Ahem, a little bit, but it's okay. He quickly withdrew his gaze and then Gu Wancho replied. Fortunately, it was very dark around now, so Kai Yi should not be able to see the blush on her face right. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know that Kai Yi saw it all clearly. Come with me. As he spoke, Kai Yi stretched out his hand. Gu Wancho didn't hesitate at all and reached out to hold Kai Yi's hand. After being lifted up by Kai Yi with a little effort, Gu Wancho saw Kai Yi casually took out a fire stick from the campfire and walked in front. I just discovered that there seems to be some fresh water left in this small bathroom. Do you want to take a bath here? Fresh water for a bath. I didn't expect that there were still a lot of things left on this ship, which surprised Gu Wancho. It's somewhat of a surprise. Why can't we save the fresh water for drinking? Gu Wancho quickly suggested. No, I'll go out and find a clean river. You can wash without worry. As he spoke, Kai Yi had already brought Gu Wancho to the small bathroom. Because it was dark, it was a little difficult to see clearly inside. Kai Yi walked in first, handled the torch a little, and then placed it in the corner. This torch has been specially treated, so it should be able to burn for a long time. Just be careful not to put it out. But if anything happens, you can just call me. As Kai Yi placed the torch inside, Ji Wancho could see the situation inside clearly. Indeed, due to water and electricity problems, even the shower in the bathroom cannot be used. I could only put all the fresh water in that small bathtub. Not only can the bathtub only accommodate one person, but the water inside is only enough for one person. What will you do if I wash? Ji Wancho said, then looked at Kai Yi with his arms folded. At this moment, she was not as cold as at the beginning. After all, there was not much wind when she walked inside. It's okay, I'll just go out and take a shower. I just need to get a few buckets of fresh water. Don't worry about me, go ahead. Having said that, Kai Yi smiled, turned around and left. Looking at Kai Yi's back gradually disappearing into the darkness, Ji Wancho slowly withdrew his gaze. She looked at the direction Kai Yi left again with complicated eyes, and then started to wash up. After all, the two of them had just been in the river, and their bodies were stained with a lot of dirt, so they really needed to be washed thoroughly. When Kai Yi came back, Ji Wancho was still there clearly. I knocked on the door slightly, but Kai Yi didn't go in. I've prepared the meal, remember to come and eat later. Ah, okay. Ji Wancho inside responded, then looked up with a full gaze at the figure standing in front of his door with his back to him. Because the door in the bathroom was broken, it could only be taped to one side. So it's almost the same as having no door at all. Just now, when she heard the approaching footsteps, she was still hesitating whether to remind Kai Yi. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi turned around first. To be honest, I was a little disappointed and a little relieved. After all, Ji Wancho is still very confident about her figure. Only, how could she be looking forward to it? After Kai Yi walked away, Ji Wancho quickly washed her face with water, then held her chin with both hands and stared blankly. Why should I feel excited? How strange. Obviously, the person she liked more before was Yihan. After all, it has to be said that although she often pretends to be indifferent, but she had also seen Yihan's skills. At the same time, Yihan is the strongest person she has ever met. How is it possible that someone doesn't admire the strong? Especially since she is a woman and Yihan is a man. But now, thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but slowly raise his head and cover his heart. Shaking his head, Ji Wancho slowly stood up, changed into clean clothes, and walked out. When Ji Wancho walked back to the cabin with a torch, the food had already been served. Come and eat together. He sat there and looked at Ji Wancho with a smile. Ji Wancho also subconsciously looked around and found that at some point, several large holes around him had been covered up by Kai Yi using leaves. No wonder when Ji Wancho walked in, he found that the wind around him was much weaker. It's getting late now, and I can't find anything suitable. I'll fix it tomorrow, and it shouldn't be leaking so much. Seeing Ji Wancho looking around, Kai Yi also spoke. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Ji Wancho said with a smile. Now getting along with Kai Yi, everything about it makes Ji Wancho feel a little new. After all, she had never experienced the feeling of two people helping each other and working together. If you really say it, the two of them are like running a small home together. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho's chewing movements suddenly froze, and his whole body sat there motionless. Her beautiful eyes slowly widened. She had not expected that she would come up with such an idea. Sister Wancho, are you okay? Seeing that something was wrong with Ji Wancho, Kai Yi asked worriedly. With her head slightly lowered, Ji Wancho shook her head with a blushing face. It's okay, it's okay. The food you cooked was so delicious that I ate in a hurry and choked. After responding with this sentence, Ji Wancho's mind began to storm. The two of them finished their meal, cleaned up and prepared to rest. Actually, it's quite relaxing not having a job. But now what we are worried about is the issue of life. After all, on this deserted island, if no one came to find them, the two of them would really become savages. He came to the lounge holding a torch. Because the lounge was really small, Kai Yi could only find a corner and put down the torch. It would be bad if it burned the bed. Wait a minute, I'll get the quilt. Having said that, Kai Yi turned and walked out. After nodding, Ji Wancho took off his shoes and socks and slowly lay down on the bed. Looking at the hole that Kai Yi had made in the window outside, she also looked at the starry sky outside from that side. I have to say that the scenery here is still very good. Just when Ji Wancho was staring outside in a daze, Kai Yi came back with a quilt. Why is there only one quilt? Looking at the quilt on the bed, Ji Wancho blinked her big eyes and looked at Kai Yi in confusion. I can't help it. Although this room is much better than the other rooms, it still got some water in it. Even these two quilts got wet. This bed is fine, but the other one hasn't dried yet. Oh well. Seeing that Ji Wancho was feeling a little awkward, Kai Yi simply lifted the quilt and covered Ji Wancho with it. It's okay. I have body heat so I don't need to cover myself with a blanket. Having said that, Kai Yi lay down on the other bed and closed his eyes. Ah, this made Ji Wancho stunned. She didn't expect that Kai Yi was really lying there motionless, and even had his eyes closed. If you listen carefully, Ji Wancho can even hear that Kai Yi's breathing has become even. This made Ji Wancho a little surprised. Did he fall asleep so quickly? Kai Yi, I called out softly, but he didn't respond. Although Ji Wancho was indeed a little embarrassed to sleep in the same bed with Kai Yi. After all, now the two single beds are tightly combined together, and at first glance it looks like a double bed. But all in this situation, given the conditions, it's fine to sleep in the same bed. Ji Wancho is not the kind of pretentious person. But she is a girl after all, and the imagination of Kai Yi in her mind has not completely disappeared. So at that moment, Ji Wancho felt more or less embarrassed. But she had never expected that Kai Yi would fall asleep so easily. This made Ji Wancho, who was sitting there, look at Kai Yi with a somewhat helpless look. She shook her head helplessly, then sighed and lay down. The next second, she covered Kai Yi with half of the quilt. Finally, she lay down and prepared to rest. Ji Wancho, who was contentedly preparing to rest at this time, did not notice at all that Kai Yi on the other side seemed to have a smile on his face. Because they were extremely tired the day before, they both went to bed and woke up very late the next day. It was not until the bright sunlight came in through the window that Ji Wancho slowly woke up. The main reason is that she still has some biological clock, so she wakes up earlier than Kai Yi. However, she had just opened her eyes in a daze and hadn't reacted yet. The only thing she felt in her mind was that the quilt was really warm. It was not until he smelled the familiar scent at the tip of his nose that Ji Wancho reacted. She slowly raised her head with a blushing face, and found herself in Kai Yi's arms. Yesterday she thought about rolling into Kai Yi's arms when she fell asleep. But I didn't expect it to really come in now. Especially now that Kai Yi's arm was still around her waist, she was suddenly in a dilemma. The main problem is that it's difficult to exit. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but look up at Kai Yi's face. Listen to the even breathing beside your ears and feel the rise and fall of the chest under your palms. Ji Wancho knew that Kai Yi should still be sleeping soundly. Seeing her like this, she felt even more reluctant to wake Kai Yi up. But as she looked at Kai Yi's face at this moment, she couldn't help but become a little mesmerized. I have to say, he is really handsome. Thick eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin, stylish lips. She seemed to have heard someone say before that the bigger and taller a man's nose is, that place seems to be bigger. So, is Kai Yi also? What are you looking at? Just as Ji Wancho fell into deep thought and even wanted to look down, he suddenly heard a low and magnetic voice coming from above his head. Maybe because he just woke up, Kai Yi's voice was a little hoarse at this moment. However, this also gave him another different kind of charm. Subconsciously raising her head to look over, Ji Wancho almost fell for Kai Yi's gentle gaze. No, I didn't see anything. I just felt a little dazed when I woke up. Ji Wancho said embarrassedly. The weather looks good today. Kai Yi looked out the window and said. Indeed, it is very good indeed. Ji Wancho agreed. Ji Wancho leaned in Kai Yi's arms, still feeling a little hot at this moment. However, she didn't expect that Kai Yi had already woken up and was still chatting. He actually didn't let go of her, which made Ji Wancho even more confused. After answering Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho also calmed down. She still nestled in Kai Yi's arms. Ji Wancho even noticed that Kai Yi's arm around her waist seemed to have increased the strength intentionally or unintentionally. So now Kai Yi should have realized that he was hugging him, right? But why didn't he let himself go? This made Ji Wancho a little confused. But he has already noticed it, so he should let go of himself at that moment, right? Thinking of this, Ji Wancho waited there quietly. But after a long while, she still didn't feel like letting go to Kai Yi. She looked up with some confusion and saw Kai Yi staring out the window in a daze. Kai Yi, what are you looking at? She asked curiously. Kai Yi seemed to have just reacted, and when he heard this, he lowered his head and looked at Ji Wancho. I'm thinking about what to eat and when they will find us. If it takes a long time, I'm afraid we have to prepare more comprehensively to prevent any emergencies in the future. Oh, I see. Ji Wancho responded, and then he symbolically stepped back. She originally thought that this would remind Kai Yi, but unexpectedly, Kai Yi was still lying there with his arms around her, as if he had no intention of getting up at all. Likewise, he didn't seem to have any intention of letting go. This put Ji Wancho in a difficult position. The two hugged each other tightly, and it was not known if it was because of the temperature. Maybe it was because Ji Wancho was shy, but now she felt that the surrounding was really hot. This made Ji Wancho feel even more uncomfortable. However, no matter how uncomfortable Ji Wancho was, Kai Yi over there still seemed to notice nothing. Seeing this, Ji Wancho was very helpless but too embarrassed to say anything. So after hesitating for a while, she decided it would be better for her to go out. Looking up at Kai Yi, seeing that he was still thinking about something, Ji Wancho subconsciously stepped back. Then, what about Kai Yi? As he spoke, Ji Wancho was about to sit up, ready to take Kai Yi's hand away. Please take your arm away for a moment. As she spoke, Ji Wancho was about to struggle to sit up, but just when she got halfway up, she suddenly heard Kai Yi take a breath of cold air. Even her feet seemed to touch something. The thing was wobbly, but the touch was very clear. His sister Wancho, please stop moving. The next second Kai Yi quickly hugged Ji Wancho's arm to stop her actions. As an adult, no matter how stupid Ji Wancho was, he could guess what it was. She didn't expect that she had just accidentally. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho's face suddenly turned red. She stood there in a daze, and suddenly felt a heat spreading from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The scorching temperature on his face at this moment even gave Ji Wancho an illusion. So, is your head already so hot that it's smoking? But, even though Ji Wancho was like this, the thought just now still emerged in his confused mind. Sure enough, what they said seems to be right. People with big noses seem to be really big. Until Kai Yizua when he stood up, Ji Wancho was still sitting there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. Kai Yi reached out and poked Ji Wancho's cheek with amusement. Sister Wancho, what are you thinking about? Kai Yi's actions immediately brought Ji Wancho back to his senses. She sat there in a daze, then slowly stretched out her hand to point. But her finger reached halfway and suddenly froze there the next second. Realizing that his actions were inappropriate, Ji Wancho quickly withdrew his hand. Kai Yi, are you okay? Ji Wancho spoke somewhat embarrassedly, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but lower his head slightly. It's okay, this is normal, it's usually like this when you wake up in the morning. Having said that, Kai Yi turned around, put on his coat, put on his shoes and walked out. Is that so? After Kai Yi walked out, Ji Wancho was left alone standing there in a daze. Is this normal? Is this what men usually do in the morning? Ji Wancho blinked in confusion. At this moment, she even had an urge to take out her cell phone to search. But at the moment, this is definitely impossible. Could it be that she was overthinking just now? She thought. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho slapped his face angrily, and then buried his head in his knees. At this moment, she was somewhat annoyed with herself, thinking that she really seemed flustered and had so many unnecessary thoughts in her mind. Sister Wancho, are you up? Get ready to wash up and have breakfast. Oh, okay, I'll get up right away. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Ji Wancho immediately raised his head and looked over, then quickly responded. However, her face was very hot at this moment, and it must be still red. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho quickly rubbed his face. I didn't walk out until I felt my face wasn't so hot anymore. However, when Ji Wancho walked to the cabin, Kai Yi was no longer there. There was just a cup full of water and a brand new toothbrush on the table next to it. There was also a pen and an open notebook next to it. Although it might be because it was soaked in water, so the notebook is now wrinkled. But the words written are still clear. He said that Gu Wancho should wash up first, and he would go out to find something and come back soon. He asked Gu Wancho to wait for him and watch the fire in the cabin first. Looking at the words on the notebook and the toiletries prepared in front of him, Gu Wancho's heart suddenly felt warm. However, she is not the kind of person who would just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. So, after washing up, Gu Wancho prepared to clean up the surroundings first. And Kai over there was indeed preparing to go out to look for something. But the forest was really dangerous, so he decided to go to the freshwater river where he had visited yesterday to take a look. The water over there is not that deep, and because of the current, there must be many small animals that want to go there to drink water. On the way to the river, Kai also checked his villain value. Although I gained a lot of villain points in the past 2 days, I also used some of it to buy things with Luo Yu by the river, and some of it was also used up from yesterday's medicine. So Kai still has some villain value left. It was considered a lot, so after thinking about it, Kai directly opened the random small shop. It is indeed a small shop. Although the items sold in it are random, they are generally similar to those in small supermarkets. Kai took a quick look and bought 2 eggs and some sweet potatoes. These can be explained, but the others are difficult to explain. After all the consumption, Kai still had villain value left. I have to say, buying things in the system is expensive. Although Kai could still afford it, he still felt a little reluctant. After all, who knows, it might be useful later. Now he has not really stood against He-Han. Maybe these villain values can save your life in the future. Thinking of this, Kai put his things into his backpack and walked to the river. After setting up a few small traps, he filled a bucket of fresh water and went back. On the way back, he also picked up some seafood from the beach. I have to say, you won't starve to death here, but other places are a bit troublesome. That's all. Gu Wancho might feel a little melancholy. What if no one can find them? But now Kai is just a little worried that they will find him very late. After all, Gu Wancho is still here. Even if he were to trap himself to death here, he couldn't trap the destined heroine to death here, right? When Kai returned, Gu Wancho was already busy. I saw her find some tools and fix the damaged wooden boards and other debris from other places to the broken holes around. Kai didn't expect that Gu Wancho was so efficient at work. After he was away for a while, she finished all the work. Kai, you're back. Hearing Kai's footsteps, Gu Wancho turned around and looked over with a look of surprise. Kai also understood Gu Wancho's mood from the eager look in her eyes when she turned her head. Looking at the anticipation on her face, she was waiting for me to praise her. Subconsciously, he wanted to give a compliment, but in an instant Kai swallowed his words. Looking at Gu Wancho with a smile, Kai gradually put down the things in his hand. I went outside to get something. I'll make breakfast right away. Kai spoke in a gentle tone, then turned around and started to get busy. Seeing that Kai had no intention of saying anything else, Gu Wancho felt somewhat disappointed. Okay, but Kai, do you think it's okay for me to do it this way, these holes? After nodding, Gu Wancho asked casually. Yeah, sure, that's fine. After hearing Gu Wancho's words, Kai responded and said. However, he just looked up for a moment and then lowered his head to continue working on the things in his hands. Seeing this, Gu Wancho felt even more upset. It's not that it's sad, it's more like the feeling of unfulfilled expectations. However, the next second, Gu Wancho shook his head helplessly again. She is not a little kid anymore, does she need some praise? Thinking of this, Gu Wancho prepared to continue with the work in his hands. But I didn't expect that someone would rub my head the next second. I didn't expect you could do this, and you did it so well. Fortunately, I was stranded on the island with you, otherwise it would be troublesome. Kai said, his face was tender. He looked at Gu Wancho. After hearing Kai's words, Gu Wancho was so pathetic that she blushed immediately. It's okay, they are just small things, I can just fix them with a little effort. Gu Wancho spoke very casually, but only she knew how excited she was just now. I brought back some sweet potatoes. We'll have roasted sweet potatoes and fried eggs. Do you want some clam chowder? Hearing Kai Yi's every word, Gu Wancho couldn't help but feel warmed. Gu Wancho did not expect that Kai Yi was so omnipotent. He can also cook, and the food he cooks is delicious. At this time of material scarcity, Kai Yi really seems to be very omnipotent. After finishing their meal, both of them prepared to check the remaining things. Yesterday they took all their stuff out to dry, and most of it was clothes and some electronic products. What a shame, these electronic products can't be turned on. After trying all the electronic products, Gu Wancho couldn't help but shook his head with some regret. Even if it can be turned on, it can only be used as a flashlight. After all, there is definitely no signal in this damn place. Kai Yi said as he packed up his things. Ah, that's right. With a melancholy sigh, Gu Wancho picked up the backpack beside him and shook it. Why doesn't anyone bring snacks? There were some rustling sounds coming from the backpack, but the things inside did not come out. Seeing this, Gu Wancho increased the strength of his shaking. What's in this she? All the stuff inside was poured out. Even because of Gu Wancho's great strength, a part of it fell in front of Kai Yi. Looking down in confusion, Kai Yi slowly picked up the small packages on the ground. Then he said hesitantly, "This is BYT." Looking at the BYT scattered all over the ground, Gu Wancho suddenly felt embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do. She hurriedly squatted down to pick up all the BYTs and put them back into her backpack. "Whose backpack is this? Why do you carry so many of these things?" she accused, blushing. In just a few words, Gu Wancho's face became hot. She even felt that her whole body was steaming. Especially when she picked up the BYT under Kai Yi's feet, Gu Wancho didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Kai Yi. In fact, she didn't know if it was Gu Wancho's illusion, but she always felt that the man above her head seemed to be looking at her. "Ahem, let me clean up and throw these things away." Having said that, Gu Wancho stood up and prepared to take the BYT from Kai Yi's hand. However, before Gu Wancho could take the BYT, Kai Yi had already dodged her move. "Wait a minute, you can't throw this thing away." As he spoke, he took the backpack from Gu Wancho's hand. Ah! After hearing Kai Yi's words, Gu Wancho was really stunned. "This thing is still useful." As Kai Yi said this, he put the last BYT in his hand into his backpack, then zipped up the backpack and put it aside. Gu Wancho stood there in a daze, and after thinking about Kai Yi's words for a long time, she still didn't react. After all, what use is this BYT? Thinking of this, Gu Wancho's face became hotter and hotter, and soon his whole face turned red. "Sister Wancho, are you okay? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, Kai Yi took a step forward, stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. At that moment, Gu Wancho felt as if she was scalded by Kai Yi's hand, and her whole body trembled instantly. "Kai Yi, you are such a person, how could you?" Gu Wancho was somewhat at a loss for words to continue. At this moment, she just stood there, biting her red lips slightly and looking at Kai Yi. "What, Sister Wancho, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm not that open-minded, but it's true that everyone has needs, but you don't need so much BYT, right?" As she spoke, she looked up at Kai Yi, but quickly looked away. Kai Yi really can't use so many BYTs by himself, so does he want to use it together with me? Thinking of this, Gu Wancho suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Could it be that Kai Yi is self? "Sister Wancho, did you misunderstand something when I say useful? I mean BYT can be useful in other places, not in bed." Although Kai Yi said so, Gu Wancho still felt that he was making excuses and that he was too embarrassed to admit it. "Sister Wancho, you still don't believe it?" Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Wancho. Seeing the very complicated expression on Gu Wancho's face, he could only explain slowly. "Although this BYT is normally used as you said, it is still useful in the wild because it is relatively resilient and can be very tightly sealed. So, in the wild, it can be used for waterproofing, or for holding things, sealing, holding water, and it can also be used as a tourniquet, so many people will bring some with them when they go on an adventure in the wild just in case." Gu Wancho didn't expect Kai Yi-jun to start explaining seriously. And every word of the explanation makes perfect sense. This time, Gu Wancho was completely stunned. Really? Just as Kai Yi said, BYT does have these uses. But Yu Wancho has a straightforward personality and is willing to take responsibility for his actions. So after hearing Kai Yi's words, he immediately realized that he had indeed misunderstood him just now. Her face turned slightly red, and she suddenly felt a little helpless as she stood there. Sorry, yes, I misunderstood you. As he spoke, Yu Wancho slowly lowered his head. In fact, if you think about it carefully, she seems to have come into contact with this knowledge before. Although I don't remember it very clearly, I can still remember it if I think about it carefully. However, when she saw Byt just now, the thoughts in her mind became a little impure. This led to her misunderstanding Kai Yi in the end. Thinking of this, Yu Wancho suddenly became very annoyed. After all, she didn't expect what happened to her. All day long, my mind is filled with abnormal thoughts. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's not a big deal. As he said this, Kai Yi also clearly saw Yu Wancho's very annoyed expression at this moment. After curling his lips slightly and rubbing Yu Wancho's head, Kai Yi continued to pack his things this time. Seeing Kai Yi packing up his things as usual, nothing unusual happened just now. This immediately made Yu Wancho feel even more embarrassed. She is obviously 2 years older than Kai Yi, how can her thinking be so immature? The two of them sorted out the dried things a little bit and collected a lot of usable things. After putting all these things away, the two prepared to go out hunting again. Kai Yi also took out a diving goggles from his backpack. Sister Wancho, would you like to eat some seafood? The two walked along the coast, and Kai Yi turned to look at Yu Wancho and asked. However, Yu Wancho was still a little absent-minded at this moment. So, after hearing Kai Yi's words, he just nodded subconsciously. Okay. After saying that, Yu Wancho saw Kai Yi put the backpack in his hand on the ground, and then began to take off his clothes. Then wait for me on the shore. I'll be back soon. After taking off his shirt and throwing it aside, Kai Yi turned around and headed towards the beach. Yu Wancho looked at Kai Yi's figure almost greedily, and couldn't help but stare at him. However, after she saw the bandage around Kai Yi's waist, she immediately reacted. Wait a minute Kai Yi, you can't touch the seawater now. Kai Yi had already touched water once yesterday, so he couldn't go into the sea now as the salty water would cause great damage to the wound. As he spoke, Yu Wancho took a step forward and directly grabbed Kai Yi's arm. Seeing Kai Yi turned his head to look over, Yu Wancho said seriously, the wound on your body has not healed completely. If you touch the seawater now, it will definitely get worse. It's okay, it's just a minor wound. No. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Yu Wancho frowned even more tightly. As she said this, she subconsciously snatched the diving goggles from Kai Yi's hand. However, Kai Yi just raised his arm slightly and dodged. Seeing this, Yu Wancho suddenly jumped up in anger, subconsciously put one hand on Kai Yi's chest, and tried to grab with the other hand. Oh wait a minute, am I? Perhaps it was because Yu Wancho used too much force, or perhaps it was because the beach was very slippery. So, the moment Yu Wancho pounced on them, the two of them suddenly became unstable. The veteran driver is playing steadily, pay attention to the little sheep so he doesn't get lost. In this way, the four long legs were entangled together. The scene in front of him was spinning, and by the time Yu Wancho came to his senses, he was already lying on Kai Yi's chest. Seeing Kai Yi being knocked down by him, Yu Wancho hurriedly tried to get up with a panicked look on his face. Her pupils trembled slightly. She didn't expect that she would knock Kai Yi down. Sorry. Yu Wancho slowly sat up from Kai Yi's body and was about to get up. However, just when Yu Wancho wanted to get up, a wave suddenly hit him from behind. This was something neither of them had expected, so the moment the waves hit them, both of them were caught off guard. Kai Yi, The waves behind him knocked Yu Wancho, who had just sat up, back down. At that moment, both of them closed their eyes tightly and groaned. The waves come quickly and go quickly. Soon, the water on both of them drained away. However, even though the process was very quick, both of them were already completely wet. Feeling the touch on her lips and waiting for the water on her body to recede, Yu Wancho slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she made direct eye contact with Kai Yi. Meeting Kai Yi's smiling eyes, Yu Wancho was stunned. Are they kissing now? Because of the wave just now? Ji Wancho really didn't expect that the plot in the novel and TV series would happen to her. And just when Ji Wancho was staring at Kai Yi in a daze, Kai Yi no longer sat there waiting to die. He put one arm around Ji Wancho's waist and then took the initiative to attack. The next second, Ji Wancho felt her tightly closed lips being pried open by something wet and hot. Noticing Kai Yi's actions, Ji Wancho immediately came back to his senses. However, before Ji Wancho could get away, she was stunned by Kai Yi's passionate kiss. She has had no love experience for more than 20 years, and the only person she has admired is Yi Han. It's just that the two of them were ambiguous for a while, and before they confirmed their relationship, Yi Han went abroad directly. Even after Yi Han went abroad, the two rarely contacted each other. But, after all, she is a novice in love. She thought, if the two of them were compatible, even if I wait for Yi Han to come back, even if I wait for several years, Yi Han will still find me when he comes back. However, she was not a fool. From the rare chat records between the two, she could tell that the other party's enthusiasm did not seem to be as strong as it was at the beginning. As Kai Yi gradually gained the initiative, Ji Wancho also became confused. I have to say this because I have never experienced it before. Kai Yi's kissing skills still made Ji Wancho very comfortable, and she even felt a little addicted to it. Gradually, all the thoughts in Ji Wancho's mind disappeared, and she slowly reached out and hugged Kai Yi's neck. Even the other hand couldn't help but start caressing Kai Yi's exposed skin. She had been coveting Kai Yi's figure for a long time, so when her hands touched Kai Yi's body, she became excited. Slowly and carefully stroked every detail of Kai Yi's body. Feeling that extremely perfect skin, Ji Wancho was even gradually sinking into it. Both of them began to breathe rapidly. Seeing that Ji Wancho's hands were not honest at all, Kai Yi also felt that there was no need for him to be honest. Thinking of this, Kai Yi, who was holding Ji Wancho's hand, gradually began to become dishonest. His movements were so skillful, how could he be compared to the young and inexperienced Ji Wancho? Kai Yi just attacked her fiercely, and his hand just teased Ji Wancho's waist. Ji Wancho was already unable to resist anymore. In just a few breaths, Ji Wancho was already shaking all over, and his face was flushed. She couldn't help but follow Kai Yi's actions, and even her consciousness became a little unclear. After a long time, another wave came over, but it only reached the waists of the two men. The cold sea water hitting his body made Ji Wancho sober up instantly. She slowly raised her head, breathing slightly, and looked at Kai Yi under her. Seeing Ji Wancho looking at him with a dazed look in his eyes, Kai Yi smiled and then raised his big hand and put it on the back of Ji Wancho's head. Slightly pressing Ji Wancho's head down, he opened his thin lips and whispered softly in her ear. Yi's big hand teased Ji Wancho's waist, which made her moan softly. Although he was still slightly conscious, his eyes were blurry. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her with tender eyes, Ji Wancho also remembered the comfortable feeling of Kai Yi's kiss just now. So she hesitated for just a moment, then she nodded gently and looked at Kai Yi with bright eyes. Well, there's more. After hearing what Ji Wancho said, Kai Yi didn't hesitate and just picked up Ji Wancho and carried him horizontally to a place where he would not be hit by the waves. Holding Ji Wancho, he walked to the tree and leaned against the trunk. The moment Ji Wancho was picked up by Kai Yi, she subconsciously hugged Kai Yi's neck tightly. Sitting astride Kai Yi's body, her two long white legs were tightly hooked around Kai Yi's waist. Afraid of being thrown off. But because Kai Yi walked with big strides and was a little unsteady, Ji Wancho also noticed something strange. Biting her lips slightly, feeling the strangeness beneath her body, she could only try her best to restrain herself from making any sound. By the time he leaned against the tree trunk, Ji Wancho's forehead was covered in sweat. Kai Yi naturally noticed that something was wrong with Ji Wancho. He looked down at Ji Wancho. Ji Wancho's skin is not fair, but it is not dark either, and she looks very healthy. At this time, the white sportswear she was wearing was already wet by the seawater. Even the very sexy little clothes with lace inside were revealed. Not only is the small clothes on her body very sexy, but it also wraps around her soft body, making her look very full. Even the other small piece of clothing, seen through the wet clothes, was very sexy and charming. I didn't expect that Sister Wancho looked so serious on the surface, but secretly. As he spoke, Kai looked Ji Wancho up and down with a playful look. Ji Wancho's face flushed, and even her eyes turned red with embarrassment. At this moment, her wet hair stuck to both sides of her cheeks, and at first glance, she had a kind of messy beauty. Even her red lips were slightly swollen from Kai's kiss. At first glance, it looked as if she was inviting Kai with her lips slightly pouted. Hearing Kai teasing him, Ji Wancho seemed a little angry. She raised her eyelashes slightly and glanced at Kai angrily and annoyedly. However, her originally normal expression now looked extremely charming considering the situation on her face at that moment. It was as if she was flirting with Kai. Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Although he said this, Kai's burning eyes were still staring at Ji Wancho. The wet sportswear not only revealed her small clothes, but also covered up Ji Wancho's good figure. Kai now completely understood why there was the term, wet temptation. But I have to say, this really makes people's blood boil. Even Kai began to get a little impulsive. Kai. Noticing Kai's change, Ji Wancho suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. She twisted her waist slightly, but the next second her whole body suddenly became numb. She had clearly felt great just now, but she didn't expect that she could still. This made Ji Wancho a little surprised. Sister Wancho, you are so proactive. Seeing Ji Wancho, who was suffering from his own fault, with his eyes tightly closed, his lips pursed and his head tilted back, Kai couldn't help but tease him. Even though there were several thin layers of clothes between them, the touch was still very obvious. Kai's eyes suddenly darkened, and the next second he tightly clasped Ji Wancho's waist with both hands, and moved downwards. Hem woo 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 Kai hem. Ji Wancho shuddered all over, and even the back of his body began to tremble slightly. I don't know whether I was scared or excited. Sister Wancho, you were so proactive just now, I thought you liked it very much. Kai spoke softly, and as he spoke he reached out his hand and gently helped her to push the loose hair on her forehead to the side. However, although he looks so gentle on the surface, he is not gentle at all in private. Even Ji Wancho was tortured terribly. Woo 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 Chi, you slow down, woo 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 Chi. She called out in a sweet voice, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. She tried to make the man gentler in this way, but she didn't know that this behavior would only arouse the man's impulsive heart even more. However, Ji Wancho's sportswear, it was already a mess down there. She didn't expect that her clothes were still on her body, but the excitement did not diminish at all. This was an excitement she had never experienced before. I can't stand it now, what will I do in the future? As Kai spoke, he gently lifted up Ji Wancho's wet clothes. The next second, that perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of Kai. Not to mention the clear waistline, even the obvious vest line is very clear. Even the feel is very good, which makes Kai admire Ji Wancho's hard work. After all, it is quite tiring to work and exercise at the same time and keep such a good figure. Sister Wancho, they all said that this would be very happy. Doing it from time to time can also relieve the pressure of work, so just relax. Kai held Ji Wancho's waist with both hands and could clearly feel that she was indeed very nervous at the moment. Woo woo. Ji Wancho subconsciously wanted to answer Kai's questions, but the words he said were not fully formed. But as time went by, Ji Wancho did gradually get used to this kind of happiness. However, just as her body relaxed and she gradually began to enjoy the happiness, another intense happiness came over her. Kai held the softness with both hands and began to tease it with his fingers. This happiness made Ji Wancho's body tense up again. Ahem. Her head was raised high and pressed tightly against the tree trunk. Even the curve of the neck is perfect. Because I exercise regularly, I often check where I am lacking. If Ji Wancho were there, he would also be nervous and pinch his muscles. Even the softness was pinched by Ji Wancho. I've read some novels and heard people describe it before. Ji Wancho didn't believe it at all. After all, no matter how sensitive it is still a part of the body. How is the touch different from other parts of the body? At least, before today, Ji Wancho had always held this idea. But until now, at this moment Ji Wancho's thoughts were immediately broken. She hadn't expected her waist to be so sensitive. And now, the excitement almost made Ji Wancho feel like he was ascending to heaven. Just like that, happiness completely swept over her brain, and her mind became blank. Ji Wancho stretched out her hands and hugged Kai tightly. She lay on his shoulders, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Just like that dying fish. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward villain value. Hearing the system's voice, Kai's smile deepened. Are you happy? He tilted his head slightly and asked Ji Wancho. He responded weakly, but it was not a perfunctory answer from Ji Wancho but a very honest one. The sportswear that was already wet by the seawater became even wetter and a little sticky. Maybe it's because of the long time and the sweat stains mixed together, so it's like this maybe. After climbing on Kai's shoulder to relax for a while, Ji Wancho slowly came back to his senses. My mind, which had been blank, suddenly became clear. The scene in front of me also became clearer. When Ji Wancho thought about what she had just experienced, she blushed so much that she couldn't raise her head. She blushed and buried her head in Kai's shoulder, not even knowing how to face Kai in a while. Just when Ji Wancho was autistic, Kai beside him spoke up. Sister Wancho, you are happy, but I am not happy yet. He nodded slightly and whispered into Ji Wancho's ear. Ji Wancho not only felt Kai's warm breath when he spoke, but even Kai's lips seemed to touch her earlobe intentionally or unintentionally. This also made Ji Wancho feel that his ears were burning. What do you mean? Hearing this, she asked in a low voice, somewhat shyly. What's the meaning? Kai smiled and repeated her words, but he did not explain. Instead, he used actions to tell Ji Wancho what this meant now. Ji Wancho trembled all over and had just calmed down with great difficulty, but now his face suddenly turned red again. She wanted to say something, but she was somewhat at a loss on this matter, so she stammered and couldn't speak clearly. I've made you happy, can't Sister Wancho help me? Seeing this, Kai looked at Ji Wancho somewhat aggrieved. Seeing Kai like this, Ji Wancho's heart suddenly softened, and he also felt a sense of guilt. It's not that I won't help, it's just that I. Just what? Seeing that Ji Wancho was embarrassed to look at him, Kai continued to ask. I just don't have the strength yet. Seeing Kai's questioning, Ji Wancho could only blush, grit her teeth and speak it out. Kai didn't expect this to be the answer. He originally thought that Ji Wancho was just simply unhappy. She looked at Ji Wancho with her eyes slightly widened, but after seeing Ji Wancho gritted his teeth and said this, her face flushed and she buried her face in her shoulder. This made Kai feel a little amused and helpless. It's okay, then let's go back and have a good rest. Having said that, Kai hugged Ji Wancho, turned around, walked to the side, picked up his clothes and backpack, and walked back. What do you mean? Ji Wancho was still sitting astride Kai's body. Seeing this, she was more or less unable to react. Since you are tired, let's go back and have fun. Go back. Ji Wancho was dumbfounded again. After all, I didn't make it to the end, but it was definitely comfortable. This made Ji Wancho feel relieved and he was indeed in a much better mood. Just like Kai said, doing such happy things can indeed relieve people's stress. But if I go back now, facing the soft bed in the small, enclosed space, you can already feel the scorching atmosphere just by imagining it. But if he went back like this, Ji Wancho would know what he would face. She doesn't want to give herself up just yet. So when she thought of this, and saw that Kai was about to carry her into the cabin, she began to struggle. Kai, you put me down first. The moment he heard Ji Wancho's words, Kai frowned slightly. Why? After meeting Kai's puzzled eyes, Ji Wancho suddenly felt guilty. I don't want to do it yet. That's it, just like that. Kai didn't say anything, just looked at Ji Wancho steadily. Facing such a look, Ji Wancho became more and more nervous. Kai, Just when he was about to explain, before Ji Wancho could finish his words, Kai placed her on the reef. It's okay, go back and rest for a while, I'll go find some food. Having said that, Kai turned around and left with his clothes and backpack, very decisively without any hesitation. It's not me. Looking at Kai's departing back, a feeling of guilt suddenly swept over Ji Wancho's heart. She tried to explain something, to say something. But after he opened his mouth, he suddenly became speechless again. In the end, she could only watch Kai Yi stride away. And just before leaving, Ji Wancho's eyes were sharp enough to catch a hint of red on the gauze that Kai Yi was going to stick to. This immediately made Ji Wancho's heart tighten. But, in the end, she still didn't step forward to keep Kai Yi. After all, her heart was still very confused at this moment. Ji Wancho returned to the small lounge in a daze, changed into dry clothes, and sat on the boat in a daze. However, at this moment, her heart and mind were still a mess. Because before, she admired Yi Han, and she also thought that feeling was love. After all, it seemed that every time Yi Han appeared before, no matter how many people were present or how outstanding they were, she seemed to be able to see Yi Han in the crowd at a glance. Plus, Yi Han is very strong, and she also likes strong people. So for a period of time, Ji Wancho naturally felt that he and Yi Han were destined to be together. Isn't this kind of feeling love? And every time I get along with Yi Han, I feel very comfortable. But, when he thought of Kai Yi, Ji Wancho couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his face again. But it was strange that she could also experience the conditions that made her and Yi Han very compatible in Kai Yi. Not only that, every time she gets along with Kai Yi, she feels very happy, very comfortable and very reassuring. In fact, there are many times when she seems to have gotten used to it. Unconditional trust in Kai Yi. In fact, in the situation just now, she was clearly awake. Neither of them had drunk any alcohol, but her mind was already a little unclear. She even did many intimate things with Kai Yi in broad daylight under such circumstances. Even at that time, she would not feel repulsed. So when encountering this situation, Ji Wancho's mind started to become confused and messy. But didn't she like Yi Han before? So what kind of feelings does she have towards Kai Yi now? And even though she and Kai Yi have known each other for such a long time, they don't meet often. Besides, Kai Yi's identity is really special. He is Yi Han's subordinate. She just did that kind of thing with Yi Han's men. Does that count as betrayal of Yi Han? No, that's not it. She and Yi Han haven't confirmed their relationship yet. But before Yi Han went abroad, there was already some ambiguity between the two. It's just that no matter how ambiguous it was, she would be happy, but she didn't seem to feel shy or blushing as when she faced Kai Yi. Ji Wancho's mind became more and more confused, and she even tried to sort out her thoughts. But when I finally thought about it, my mind just became even more confused. This made Ji Wancho feel exhausted. But when I think of how tender and affectionate Kai Yi was to me just now. Whenever I think of Kai Yi's expressionless face as he left at the end. And seeing the wound on Kai Yi's waist, Ji Wancho suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even her mood became a little depressed. Not only that, even thinking of Kai Yi's appearance, she felt a little heartbroken. At the same time, she felt a little guilty, and she even felt like a sinner. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho buried his head between his legs. And Kai Yi over there did go back to continue looking for food. He was not panicked, but he did feel a little aggrieved. However, all these things happened were within his expectations. Although he felt a little aggrieved just now, Kai Yi firmly believed that the final result would satisfy him. This is a high-end game after all. Follow Xiaoyang so you won't get lost. Those who have followed the update here, please follow Xiaoyang. However, Kai Yi still underestimated Ji Wancho's reserve and shy personality. So, when Kai Yi brought the things back, Ji Wancho still stayed in the small lounge and didn't come out. Kai Yi didn't go in to call her, but prepared lunch and then went to the lounge. When he walked to the door, he found Ji Wancho already lying on the bed wrapped in a quilt, with even her head not showing. At first glance, it looks like he's already fast asleep. He knocked gently on the side door and said, "Sister Wancho, get up and eat." "Sister Wancho. The food is ready, hurry up and go eat. I'll be waiting for you in the cabin." After hearing Ji Wancho speak, Kai Yi turned around and left. In fact, Ji Wancho was not asleep, she was just a little embarrassed to face Kai Yi. But it was already this late and Kai Yi had still gone out hunting and prepared lunch, so she still had to get up and eat. After all, in the current situation, it is not easy to go out hunting. Besides, because of her own reasons, Kai Yi went out hunting alone and she didn't even help. So after sitting there hesitating for a while, Ji Wancho stood up and slowly walked out. "Are you up? Your meal is ready here, come and eat quickly." As he said that, Kai handed her a pair of chopsticks. Ji Wancho originally wanted to say something, but she didn't expect that at this moment she saw Kai seemed like nothing had happened. This made Ji Wancho speechless. But looking at the table full of sumptuous lunch, she still felt a little embarrassed. Well, let's go hunting together this afternoon. Ji Wancho asked tentatively, then looked up at Kai with a cautious expression. However, after Ji Wancho said this, Kai was still concentrating on eating his meal. Hearing this, he just nodded, okay. After all, there is no signal here, so it is impossible for them to try to contact the outside world. All we can do now is to survive on this deserted island as best as possible. When the two went out together in the afternoon, Kai behaved the same as before, as if nothing had happened between them in the morning. I set some traps by the river. How about we go over and take a look now, Kai suggested. At this time, Ji Wancho was staring at Kai's back in a daze. After hearing his words, he was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. When the two returned to the river, they saw 2 rabbits in the trap, which could feed them for a while. However, Kai still needed something to enhance the flavor, so he looked inside for a while. Will there be any seasoning in here? Following Kai inside, Ji Wancho looked up at Kai with a puzzled look on his face. Although it looks different from what we usually eat, it tastes at least the same. Kai said as he walked inside. But it's really dangerous in there, Sister Wancho, would you like to go back and wait for me? Having said that, Kai turned around and looked at Ji Wancho. Ji Wancho didn't expect Kai to turn around suddenly, so when he met Kai's eyes, he was stunned. Ah! The moment her eyes met Kai's, Ji Wancho immediately looked away. After all, at this moment, she was still embarrassed to look Kai in the eye. Although Kai looked like nothing had happened on the surface. However, the exciting experience in the morning is still vivid in Ji Wancho's mind. Even thinking about it at this moment, Ji Wancho couldn't help but blush. Seeing that Ji Wancho didn't dare to look at him, Kai couldn't help but laugh secretly. I mean, it's still too dangerous ahead. Sister Wancho, do you want to go back and wait for me? No need, I'll go with you, I can still help a little. After hearing Kai's words, Ji Wancho immediately waved his hand and said. After all, she didn't help this morning. If we go back right now, it would be too unkind. It was clearly a situation where 2 people were required to survive, but Kai had to work alone, which Ji Wancho didn't want. After all, her personality is such that she is never willing to trouble others. Okay, then you help me carry these 2 first. Having said that, Kai handed the 2 rabbits to Ji Wancho. Whatever Kai wants to find, he finds it in different places. The search went smoothly at first. It becomes more difficult after that. Even when Kai couldn't find it, he was still thinking about giving up. At worst, he could just refresh the random shop a few more times. However, just when Kai was about to give up, Ji Wancho spotted that thing with his sharp eyes. Kai, look, does that thing look like a Sichuan pepper? As he spoke, Ji Wancho excitedly pointed to the plants on the other side. Yes, that's it. Looking at the thing that was almost covered with spikes, Kai nodded slowly. Seeing Kai nodded, Ji Wancho walked forward excitedly. How much do you need? I'll go pick them. Just a little. Seeing that Ji Wancho had already stood there, Kai had no choice but to speak helplessly. As he spoke, he put the things in his hand into his backpack, and soon Ji Wancho came back. Okay, let's go back, we've almost found everything. Ji Wancho nodded after hearing what Kai said. After spending the whole afternoon together, the 2 of them were no longer as awkward as before. However, this was just what Ji Wancho thought. Okay, it's getting late. As she spoke, she followed behind Kai. After just 2 steps, Ji Wancho realized something was wrong with him. She scratched her arm and saw that 2 bumps had appeared on her arm at some point. However, Ji Wancho didn't care. As he got closer to the cabin, Ji Wancho realized that he was feeling very itchy. Not only on the arms, but also on the collarbone, chest, and even the legs, they are all very itchy. This made Ji Wancho very helpless. Did he accidentally rub against something or was he bitten by something? However, no matter how much she thought about it, she didn't seem to realize that she was bitten by something. Could it be that I really had accidentally scratched something while walking in the jungle just now? This left Ji Wancho puzzled, but even though she couldn't figure it out, her body still felt very itchy. She scratched here and there, and soon even Kai Yi noticed that something was wrong. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Ji Wancho gently shook his head. "That's not the case, I just feel a little itchy on my body." Seeing that Ji Wancho was still scratching his body even while talking, Kai Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. "Come with me." As he spoke, Kai Yi took Ji Wancho's hand and quickly walked out of the woods with her. It was already getting dark at this time, and the two people were still in the woods. So now when you first walk out of the woods, you will find that the sky is not that dark. Because it was brighter outside, the little red dots and pimples on Ji Wancho's body became more obvious. Not only Kai Yi, but even Ji Wancho himself was shocked. What is going on? Even though Ji Wancho had undergone a lot of training before, he was still a little confused and panicked when facing this situation. After all, she had never encountered such a situation before. Even though she had been bitten by insects before, or had allergies to other things, Ji Wancho had never felt so uncomfortable. And now it looks very serious just on the surface. "It's okay, don't panic. I'll help you deal with it when we get back." The two of them returned to the cabin before it got completely dark. On the way back, Ji Wancho felt that the wounds on his body were becoming more and more itchy, and even the small spots seemed to be swollen. Even though Ji Wancho was mentally very strong, he became completely panicked when faced with such a situation. "Kai Yi, what should I do? Will it get worse? Is this a disease? Will I get sick?" At this moment, the two were on an isolated island, far away from human culture and even without advanced medical conditions. And even they don't seem to know why this is happening. When he thought of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but become even more panicked. After all, if she died here for no reason, her life would be too short and a pity. "It's okay, don't panic. Wait here, I'll find something to apply on you." Kai Yi added more fire to the bonfire. He picked up a few pieces of firewood, then turned around and pretended to search his bag. Soon, Kai Yi took out a box of Wachun ointment. He thought that the Wachun ointment was very effective for blood stasis and scars. Especially if it's useful for scars that have been there for several years, then it should be useful for this as well, right? Thinking of this, Kai Yi took it and sat directly next to Ji Wancho. "I'll put some of this on you." As he spoke, Kai Yi opened the lid and began to slowly apply it on Ji Wancho's arm. This paste feels cool when applied at first, and it also effectively relieves Ji Wancho's original itchy feeling. In fact, at that moment, Ji Wancho even felt that applying this thing was quite comfortable. However, after applying the cream, my arms still felt a little itchy after a while. But it's much better than before. Now, the pain in the two arms was relieved a lot, but other parts of Ji Wancho's body were still very itchy. Seeing that Ji Chichiu still had an unpleasant expression and even scratched other parts of his body with his hands from time to time, Kai Yi also discovered that something was wrong. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable elsewhere as well?" Having said that, Kai Yi walked forward and prepared to check it out. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Wancho finally nodded. "After all, if it is just a normal itch, it's fine, but if it is something serious, it is better to resolve it as soon as possible." Thinking of this, Ji Wancho reached out and slightly lifted his collar. Sure enough, at this time, her collarbone and neck were covered with densely packed small red dots. Kai Yi lit a torch and then saw that it was not just those few places. Even other places are covered with small red dots at this time. "I'll help you apply all the ointment now, otherwise I'm afraid it will get red and swollen later." Some parts are actually quite sensitive. So when Ji Wancho heard that Kai Yi wanted to apply it on him, he hesitated for a moment. However, after hearing that there might be redness and swelling, Ji Wancho suddenly became panicked. Okay, then, thank you for your help. Between face and life, life is more important. Then you first take off all your clothes, I need to check it out." Kai Yi said this seriously, but at this point, Kai Yi really had no other ideas. He was just thinking about how to quickly apply the ointment all over Ji Wancho's body. After all, neither of them knew what caused this little red dot. If the delay is too long, and if something really goes wrong, that would be bad. Seeing Kai Yi's serious expression, Ji Wancho was also very panicked. So after Kai Yi finished speaking, she didn't even hesitate and took off all her clothes in one go. However, after taking off their clothes, they were shocked again. Because, even inside the clothes and some more private places are now covered with red dots. Why is it so serious inside? After looking at what was happening to him, even Ji Wancho himself was shocked. She originally thought that it was only around exposed skin, but she didn't expect it to be so serious on her body. When I think of the dangers in the woods, especially the dangers on a deserted island like this. This frightened Ji Wancho so much that his eyes suddenly turned red. Kai Yi, what should I do about this? She couldn't help but tremble all over, and even her voice trembled. No matter how independent she was before, after encountering this situation, she was still afraid in her heart. It's okay, believe me, after applying the ointment, it should be fine. As he spoke, Kai Yi straightened his expression and began to apply ointment on Ji Wancho from head to toe. However, at this moment, Ji Wancho felt really itchy all over. So, during the process, she knew that she couldn't grab it with her hands. But when the itch becomes severe, the hands will subconsciously want to scratch it. However, every time this happened, her actions would be stopped by Kai Yi. Just bear with it for a while, okay, it will be fine soon, trust me. As he spoke, Kai Yi's hands quickened in speed, and he didn't even stop for the slightest when passing certain places. Finally, after a long while, Kai Yi finally helped Ji Wancho apply the ointment. After applying the ointment, both of them subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After the itching on his body was relieved a lot, Ji Wancho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Kai Yi, I do feel much better now. As he spoke, Ji Wancho also bent down and prepared to pick up his clothes and put them on. However, her action was stopped by Kai Yi the next second. Wait a moment, the ointment on your body hasn't dried yet. If you put on clothes now, they might get rubbed off. Kai Yi reminded seriously. In fact, Ji Wancho also knew this truth. If you don't want the ointment to be scratched off, the best way is to wrap it with gauze. But obviously, they don't have that much gauze now, so they have to save it for later use. Moreover, even if all the gauze were used now, it might not be enough. Thinking of this, a trace of embarrassment suddenly flashed across Ji Wancho's face. But, she felt a little embarrassed and her face even turned slightly red. Having said this, she turned and looked at Kai Yi. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi had already packed up everything quickly and even started to prepare the ingredients. He was so focused on processing the ingredients that it seemed as if he didn't even take her current appearance seriously. It seemed as if he wasn't even interested in taking another look. After a passionate morning, Ji Wancho just couldn't believe that Kai Yi really had no feelings for her at all. After all, Ji Wancho clearly felt Kai Yi's enthusiasm in the morning. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho's gaze slowly dropped down. However, after seeing it clearly, Ji Wancho was stunned for a moment. It was just dusk outside, and her eyesight was very good, so she could see everything clearly. So, she also saw it clearly, and now, checking now, Kai Yi indeed had no reaction at all. This shocked Ji Wancho so much that he just stood there in a daze. How is it possible? In the morning, Kai Yi was very enthusiastic. Why is there no reaction now? How could he have no interest in me at all? It must be said that this fact made Ji Wancho feel somewhat frustrated and deeply shocked. She pursed her lips slightly and suddenly felt that she was being a little pretentious. After all, whether Kai Yi is interested in her or not, and whether he has any feelings for her or not, has nothing to do with her. And, besides, she had rejected Kai Yi in the afternoon, so why is she being so pretentious now? Yes, when he realized what he was thinking just now, even Ji Wancho himself felt that he was being a little pretentious. Sister Wancho, please sit over there and take a rest. I will prepare the meal soon. After dinner, you can go and take a rest. As he spoke, Kai Yi began to process the ingredients skillfully. He also knew that he could not help much at the moment, so after responding, Ji Wancho just sat there obediently. There is no entertainment now. Even mobile phones can't watch it, so there is no need to watch it. So she could only sit there and watch Kai Yi's actions. To be honest, although Ji Wancho felt that his psychological endurance was strong. After all, when he was performing the mission before, the gun was pointed at his forehead. Even when facing threats from enemies and some dangers, she is actually quite calm. After all, she herself felt that dying for the people was not in vain. However, if she were left stranded on a desert island alone, she would definitely feel lonely and panicked. You may even become depressed and wonder if you are going to die like this. Yes, she had to admit that she was afraid that she would disappear from this world silently. However, with Kai Yi's company, her mentality was able to stabilize normally. Watching Kai Yi cooking at this moment, Ji Wancho felt inexplicably touched. Judging from Kai Yi's appearance, he must cook often, right? If he gets married in the future, will he often cook at home? Moreover, after spending some time together, Ji Wancho discovered that Kai Yi actually had a very good personality. He is gentle, caring, considerate, and even emotionally stable. This kind of person should be very popular. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho suddenly realized something. She thought, Kai Yi suddenly seemed to have forgotten what happened in the morning. Was it also? Is it because you're used to it? Yes, he is so popular, so it shouldn't matter even if I'm missing, right? Ji Wancho felt a little uncomfortable when thinking about this. Sure enough, can feelings be developed through getting along with each other? While Ji Wancho was struggling and thinking over there, Kai Yi had already successfully prepared the meal. Sister Wancho, I'm done. Let's finish our meal quickly and go to rest. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, Ji Wancho on the other side also came back to his senses immediately. Oh okay, you've worked hard. After all, she hadn't put on her clothes yet, so she was very reserved when she stood up to take the things. In fact, Ji Wancho began to feel fortunate that it was now dark, and even though there was a bonfire, he couldn't see clearly. However, the little red spots on my body felt much better after applying the ointment. But there is still a slight itch. However, Ji Wancho still didn't dare to move, and just started rubbing from time to time. Are you still a little itchy? Seeing this, Kai Yi looked up and asked. Seeing Kai Yi looking at him, Ji Wancho quickly sat down again in a reserved manner. Ji Wancho nodded shyly, feeling somewhat distressed. It wasn't that itchy just now, but it's a little itchy again now, but not as severe. She said in a low voice. Kai Yi nodded, that means the ointment is still effective. I'll help you apply it again when we rest. Nodding slightly, Ji Wancho responded softly. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Although it's a bit embarrassing, health is still important. After finishing their meal and cleaning up a bit, the two returned to the lounge with torches and ointments. Sister Wancho, please stand on the bed. I will help you apply the ointment. Oh, okay. Ji Wancho was originally shorter than Kai Yi. If they stood side by side, Kai Yi would have to squat down. But the space in the lounge is small, so it is really difficult to operate that way. Standing obediently on the bed, Ji Wancho subconsciously turned around to face Kai Yi. However, the moment he turned around, Ji Wancho suddenly started to wake up. Then she felt her face suddenly getting hot. After all, the space in this lounge is very small. It was also because Ji Wancho did not control the distance well, so as soon as he turned around, the surging force seemed to be caressing Kai Yi's face. This made Ji Wancho freeze in place. Yes, I'm not. He subconsciously clasped his hands across his chest, and Ji Wancho didn't know what to say for a moment. It's okay, it's not a big deal, just stand still and I'll help you apply the ointment. Compared to Ji Wancho's embarrassment, Kai Yi looked very calm. It seemed as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. In the dark room, only the flames of torches were flickering. Likewise, in the silent space, neither of them spoke, and Ji Wancho could even hear his own breathing. Looking at Kai Yi's calm look, Ji Wancho even felt that she was being very pretentious just now. Even though the ointment had been applied, there were still some red marks on Ji Wancho's body. In the dim firelight, Kai Yi wiped it carefully, but he soon wiped the more sensitive parts. Just like before, Ji Wancho still just stood there, slightly pursing her lips to prevent herself from making any sound. However, Kai Yi could also clearly hear that Ji Wancho's breathing had become heavier. Not only that, even Ji Wancho felt that the temperature around him was rising. But she also felt that this might be her illusion. After all, she felt that her whole body was very hot. Okay, let's dry it for a while and get ready for bed. Having said that, Kai Yi turned around and left the lounge. Kai Yi, what are you going to do? Seeing Kai Yi leaving, Ji Wancho asked in panic. I'm going to get something, I'll be right back. Get something. Ji Wancho looked at Kai Yi's back and murmured in a low voice, why didn't you bring a torch when you got the things? It's still quite dark outside. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho stood there obediently for a while. After she felt that the ointment on her body was not so sticky anymore, she slowly lay down. Carefully covering the quilt, Ji Wancho placed the other half of the quilt on Kai Yi's side, and then closed his eyes. She was actually just lying there without sleeping, but she was thinking about what might happen in a while. She couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she was about to share a bed with Kai Yi again. After all, she was actually quite scared because of the rift between her and Kai Yi caused by what happened in the morning. Although the intimacy between the two made Ji Wancho feel very comfortable. However, Ji Wancho still hasn't sorted out his feelings. She felt that she had liked Yihan and admired him before, and it was definitely the same now. Although I haven't confirmed my relationship with Yihan yet, doing this kind of thing still makes me feel a little sorry for Yihan. Therefore, this kind of thing must not be carried out to the end. And, moreover, Kai Yi is Yihan's subordinate. If there is something going on between the two of them, it will be really embarrassing. As he was thinking this, Ji Wancho vaguely heard footsteps. It's Kai Yi who's back. Noticing Kai Yi getting closer, Ji Wancho held his breath nervously. Finally, she noticed that Kai Yi slowly lifted the quilt beside him. This made Ji Wancho even more nervous. However, things did not develop as Ji Wancho had expected. Just when Ji Wancho thought Kai Yi was about to come in, she didn't expect Kai Yi to tuck the other half of the quilt directly under himself. Then she heard some rustling sounds coming from Kai Yi's side. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Ji Wancho finally turned his head and looked over. However, she didn't expect Kai Yi to bring up another quilt. Perhaps noticing Ji Wancho's gaze, Kai Yi also looked over. This quilt happened to be dry, so I took it back. Oh. Ji Wancho responded but didn't say anything. She just buried her head in the quilt and looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi lay there flat on his back, and did not turn his head to look at Ji Wancho. Are those pimples on your body still itchy now? It would have been fine if Kai Yi didn't say anything, but as soon as Kai Yi said it, Ji Wancho's attention returned to the acne. Good. Although she said this, she subconsciously reached out and scratched it. But before she could reach out her hand to scratch it, Kai Yi grabbed her hand. Don't scratch it, or you may get an infection or a scar. I know. Ji Wancho said this guiltily. Although she knew it, when she felt itchy, her hands would. I would subconsciously reach out my hand. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho simply put her arms outside the quilt. After all, she couldn't control herself when she slept at night. Do you need my help? Seeing Ji Wancho's actions, Kai Yi also said with concern. Help me how? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho was also stunned. If you feel like you can't control yourself at night, I can help you. Kai Yi said this, then turned sideways and looked at Ji Wancho. Ji Wancho blinked, and after hearing Kai Yi's words, she nodded as if possessed by some unknown force. Okay. As soon as Ji Wancho finished speaking, he saw Kai Yi slowly approaching. After a while, Kai Yi came in front of her. Without waiting for Ji Wancho to ask clearly, Kai Yi held her tightly in his arms like a silkworm. Okay, go to sleep so you don't have to tickle yourself. After Kai Yi finished speaking, he closed his eyes first. Ji Wancho was completely stunned, and after a while she looked up at Kai Yi. At this time, Kai Yi's breathing had become even, as if he had fallen asleep. She just stared at Kai Yi for a long time, then lowered her head in panic. She wanted to ignore her own heartbeat, but there was no way, it was still very obvious. She slowly lowered her head, and at this moment, the whole surrounding her was filled with the scent of Kai Yi. Just smelling it makes people feel very safe. Even before Ji Wancho fell into deep thought, he was still thinking in a daze. I think if I could live like this for the rest of my life, it wouldn't be a bad idea, right? The two of them slept peacefully here, but outside, it seemed like a world of chaos. Especially Sheng Firen, he was extremely anxious and used his connections to search for them on the sea overnight. The young man Li Gang, who was rescued by Kai Yi, also came from a well-off family and was also sending people to search and rescue. But the others only lost contact with Kai Yi temporarily. After all, when Kai Yi was recording variety shows before, he didn't often reply to messages. They didn't react for a moment and were just a little worried. And those who were worried on the other end of the phone might not have thought of it. At this time, Kai Yi had been stranded on a deserted island. The next day, Ji Wancho still woke up in Kai Yi's arms. However, when he found out that Ji Wancho had woken up, Kai Yi immediately let go of her and left. "Since you're awake, I'll go get ready for breakfast." As he spoke, all Kai Yi left behind was his back. Seeing this, Ji Wancho, who had just woken up, was stunned for a moment before he reacted. She quickly got up, put on her clothes, and followed Kai Yi in a hurry. After a night, the red pimples on Ji Wancho's body had almost healed. At least it's not as itchy as last night. And to put it bluntly, these past 2 days, Kai Yi had been the one cooking and hunting, which made Ji Wancho somewhat embarrassed. Kai Yi, how about I make breakfast? There are still some ingredients left on the boat." Ji Wancho quickly caught up with Kai Yi and said. Kai Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Well, you stay home and cook. I'll go out hunting and be back soon." Having said that, after washing up, Kai Yi set off directly. Kai Yi had no idea how much shock the word, home, he casually said brought to Ji Wancho. Even while processing the ingredients and making breakfast, Ji Wancho was still repeating what Kai Yi had just said in his mind. She was busy over there with her ears burning. When she thought about it carefully, the current division of labor between the two of them really made them like a family. Although she didn't want anything to happen between her and Kai Yi. But I have to say that Kai Yi is also a very outstanding person. Moreover, Ji Wancho also felt quite comfortable when being with Kai Yi. So, now that the relationship between the two of them has become a little awkward, Ji Wancho has been thinking about whether he should ease the relationship between them. After all, Kai Yi is a friend worth making. Thinking this way, when Kai Yi came back, he found that Ji Wancho's attitude towards him was much warmer. Although he didn't know why, Kai Yi wouldn't accept being slapped in 1 second and then given a sweet treat in the next. No matter how enthusiastic Ji Wancho was, Kai Yi remained the same as before. "Although my cooking skills are not as good as yours, it should still be edible, right?" During the meal, seeing that Kai Yi remained silent, Ji Wancho took the initiative to find topics to talk about. Kai Yi nodded slowly. "Well, actually your cooking skills are pretty good." That's good, that's good. I was still worried that you wouldn't be used to the food, but it's good if you can get used to it." Ji Wancho said with a smile on her face. However, after she said this, the atmosphere around her became quiet again. Ji Wancho didn't think much of it before, but now that she cares about it, she feels a little embarrassed. "Where are you going to go in a while?" After thinking about it, Ji Wancho still asked. Kai Yi said helplessly, "Although we don't lack anything now, we still have to try our best to ensure that we have enough food. After all, if they come too late, it will be difficult for us to survive later." Ji Wancho nodded. After all, what Kai Yi said did make sense. "How about we go together after dinner?" she suggested. "No need, I'll just go and take a look by myself first." After hearing what Ji Wancho said, Kai Yi lightly rejected her proposal. Ji Wancho was stunned after hearing Kai Yi's refusal. Kai Yi frowned slightly. "I don't know what happened yesterday afternoon that caused you to be like this, so for safety reasons, it's better for you not to enter the jungle for the time being." After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho wanted to speak up and refute. "But I have to say that what Kai Yi said does make sense. Well, I'll just take a look at the river and the coast first." Because of the discussion in the morning, Kai Yi went directly into the jungle after dinner. Helpless, Ji Wancho could only wander around alone. Because of the traps that Kai Yi had set before, he had eaten a lot of rabbits in the past 2 days. Ji Wancho first went to the trap over there and brought back a rabbit, then caught a fish, and picked up some seafood on the way back before returning. Even before Kai Yi came back at noon, she was thinking of preparing a big meal in advance. Kai Yi is back. However, before Ji Wancho finished cooking, the sky outside had gradually become gloomy. This made Ji Wancho somewhat worried. After all, if it really rains heavily in a while, it would not be a good thing in this situation. Looking outside with some worry, Ji Wancho quickly took some things and blocked the holes around the cabin while the meal was not yet finished. Mainly for reinforcement, hope it can hold up. By the time Gu Wancho finished all this, the food had already been prepared. However, even at this time, Kai Yi still hadn't returned from the jungle. As the sky outside became increasingly gloomy, Gu Wancho became more and more worried. She looked outside somewhat restlessly. A faint wind was already blowing outside. Especially looking at the sky at this moment, it seems that the weather will not be very good in the near future. So after hesitating for a moment, Gu Wancho hurried back to look for 2 coats. After putting on one piece of clothing herself and taking one for Kai Yi, she rushed straight into the depths of the jungle. Because it hasn't rained yet, Kai Yi's footsteps have not been covered up or disappeared. Therefore, Gu Wancho can still rely on his experience and find Kai Yi through the traces on the ground. It's just that this process will take a little time. However, after Kai Yi enters the jungle, he will definitely come back the same way. So Gu Wancho just had to find the road that Kai Yi took. Originally, Gu Wancho wanted to find a raincoat, but there was none on the boat. Following the traces on the ground, he slowly walked into the jungle. After a while, Gu Wancho felt a few drops of water falling on his body. Subconsciously looking up at the sky, she slowly stretched out her hand and found that it had begun to drizzle. This made Gu Wancho's expression gradually become solemn. At the same time, she also felt a little regretful. She should have come in with Kai Yi in the morning. After all, more people means more care. And although Kai Yi does look tall and strong, he has not received any special training. The surgery wasn't as scary as I thought it would be, but the dietary restrictions during the recovery period were very uncomfortable. So, she should have come in with us. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho felt even more guilty. However, no matter how anxious she was, she could only search bit by looking at the traces on the ground. After all, if she was even slightly careless, she might have missed out on meeting Kai Yi. As the footprints in front of him became clearer and clearer, Gu Wancho felt somewhat relieved. It looks like I should be able to catch up with Kai Yi soon. After all, Kai Yi should have been moving forward while looking for something, and he shouldn't have gone too deep. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho couldn't help but relax his vigilance. In addition, she has been closely following Kai Yi's whereabouts. Therefore, this gradually reduced her vigilance towards her surroundings. Especially when the drizzle around fell on the leaves. This also made it even more difficult for Gu Wancho to hear the tiny sounds around him. Hee. Gu Wancho seemed to hear a rather strange sound vaguely. However, when she wanted to turn around to check, she found nothing. She frowned in some surprise, but did not relax her vigilance. Instead, she looked around carefully and cautiously. However, after a while, she still didn't find anything. This made her turn around suspiciously and continue walking forward. But that's when the unexpected happened. With a loud boom, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, before Gu Wancho could react, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then, as the thunder disappeared, the footsteps behind him seemed to become more and more obvious. The footsteps were very strange. At least at first glance, they didn't sound like human footsteps. Suddenly reacting, years of vigilance made Gu Wancho subconsciously roll to the side. He rolled to the side holding his head, and the dead tree that was just in front of his head was suddenly crushed into pieces. Gu Wancho also successfully saw what was lurking behind him just now. She widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect to see this kind of creature here. After all, she always thought that this kind of creature only existed in TV and movies. Yes, what Gu Wancho saw was not what she imagined. It was not those carnivores, but a huge wild boar. She didn't understand why the wild boar attacked her. However, she knew that if she was pierced by the 2 long fangs on his head, even if Hua Tuo were here, he might not be able to save her. And even without those 2 fangs, this wild boar could have made Gu Wancho lie down in an instant just with its weight and strength. Thinking of this, Gu Wancho clenched his teeth, and the next second he quickly stood up and ran forward. After all, she is trained, so even in the jungle, she is still agile. But the only drawback was that because she had to escape quickly, she didn't have time to avoid the branches along the way. So along the way, it was inevitable that we would get scratched. But, these are much better than being hit by a wild boar. Hee. However, no matter how fast Gu Wancho ran, this area was still the wild boar's territory. Although Ji Wancho was rushing forward all the way, he had to avoid some sharp branches along the way. But the wild boar with thick skin and flesh could ignore all these. It even rushed towards Ji Wancho, crushing everyone all the way. The rain above was getting heavier and heavier, and even Ji Wancho was soaked from head to toe. Even the soil on the ground became wet, making it even more difficult for Ji Wancho to escape. After all, if she wasn't careful for a moment, she might fall to the ground. If that happened, she was sure. If I hadn't climbed up immediately, if I hadn't dodged immediately. In that instant, he would be crushed into a pool of meat paste by the wild boar behind him. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho couldn't help but feel cold all over, and even his steps became much faster. The wild boar behind him made such a loud noise that it naturally alarmed many animals around him. Especially after running away, the wild boar didn't seem to intend to let Ji Wancho go. The animals here suddenly panicked because of the sudden attack of the wild boar. Ji Wancho even vaguely saw a lot of afterimages running away under him. This made Ji Wancho secretly feel that this was not good. However, she still couldn't dodge it. It rushed to Ji Wancho's feet. This caused Ji Wancho to lose his balance and his feet slipped. But even so, Ji Wancho still tried his best to roll to the side. After all, that might still be a possibility to avoid it. She fell heavily into the mud beside her, and subconsciously tried to get up, but found that her feet had sunk in. The wild boar over there had also reacted and was now running towards this side panting. Looking at the wild boar getting closer and closer, Ji Wancho broke out in a cold sweat. She clenched her fists tightly. She had not expected that there would be a mud pit here. She had not expected that she would die here. She had not expected that she would die at the hands of a wild boar. All of this made Ji Wancho feel very unwilling. But what's the use of this? At this moment, she was powerless to struggle and could only accept it all. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho slowly closed his eyes. Buzz. Oh. Following a miserable pig cry, Ji Wancho suddenly opened his eyes. Then, she saw that the wild boar, which had been rushing towards her, was now screaming miserably and struggling frantically on the spot. Looking at the changes happening before his eyes, Ji Wancho couldn't help but be stunned. Then she looked behind the wild boar with some confusion. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly climb up the vines? A familiar voice sounded, and the next second a vine as thick as a wrist was thrown in front of Ji Wancho. Kai Yi. He looked at Kai Yi in astonishment as his figure gradually emerged from behind the wild boar. Ji Wancho didn't expect that Kai Yi would suddenly appear from the sky at such a critical moment. Although she was surprised, she quickly followed the vines and slowly climbed out of the mud pit. Kai Yi. After hiding in a safe place, Ji Wancho saw that Kai Yi was still beside the wild boar. This made her heart rise to her throat. It's okay, just hide over there first and throw a branch to me later. Having said that, Kai Yi used the force of the force to pounce directly on the wild boar with the dagger in his hand. The wild boar was indeed very big for Ji Wancho, but for Kai Yi, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, it was still okay. But after all, it grew up in the wilderness and was a wild boar, so its skin and flesh were thick and tough. Kai Yi tried several times before he successfully stabbed the dagger directly into the wild boar's body. Throw me a branch. After shouting towards Ji Wancho, Kai Yi then extended his hand. Kai Yi successfully caught the branch thrown by Ji Wancho, and the next second he stabbed the branch directly into the knife along the edge. The wild boar was still struggling frantically over there. Ji Wancho originally wanted to go forward to help because she was still somewhat worried about Kai Yi. But unexpectedly, after Kai Yi pierced the wild boar's body with the branch, the wild boar went crazy. Looking at the scene, Ji Wancho didn't dare to step forward rashly. Kai Yi. With a miserable pig cry, the wild boar turned around and ran towards the wind direction. It was still raining heavily and the sky around was getting dark. Kai Yi didn't want to fight the wild boar to the end, so he did the same thing and pierced the wild boar with a branch again at another location. This time it was obviously a fatal blow to the wild boar. And it was at this moment that Kai Yi took the opportunity to roll off it, and then ran towards Ji Wancho. Kai Yi. After seeing Kai Yi running back from there, Ji Wancho breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Now go back and go. Without waiting for Ji Wancho to say anything, Kai picked up the things he had just put down, turned around, grabbed her wrist and ran out quickly. He didn't stop until he was out of the jungle. Are you okay? As he spoke, he looked Ji Wancho up and down. Although the two had already run out, what happened just now was still vivid in their minds. Even until now, Ji Wancho's heart is still beating fast. I'm fine. I'm fine. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho also waved his hand and said breathlessly. That's good, let's go back now. Having said that, Kai Yi picked up the things in his hands and walked back to the boat in advance. Ji Wancho originally wanted to say something, but Kai Yi in front of him still walked away. Seeing this, Ji Wancho had no choice but to follow him. After all, the rain outside is getting heavier and heavier, so it's really not a good opportunity to talk. After returning to the cabin and closing the door slightly, the sound of rain outside became a little quieter. But it was just some noises. After all, this broken ship was not particularly soundproof. Kai Yi, are you injured? She walked forward cautiously and asked. Kai Yi shook his head and took a towel and handed it to Ji Wancho. Don't worry, I'm fine, but you should remember to be more careful next time. Although Kai Yi did not blame him in his words, Ji Wancho still felt a little upset when he heard it. I was just worried about you and wanted to go out and look for you. I didn't expect something like this to appear. Hearing this, Kai Yi sighed helplessly. Okay, but remember to hide next time, and don't worry if I don't come back late in the future. After hearing his words, Ji Wancho subconsciously wanted to refute something. But in the end she found that there seemed to be nothing to refute in Kai Yi's words. Originally, she thought Kai Yi was just an ordinary person and it would be unsafe for him to be alone in the jungle. But now she found that Kai Yi was not what she had imagined. The behavior just now has proved it. After all, Kai Yi could easily deal with the wild boar that even she couldn't deal with. And easily eliminated. This made Ji Wancho re-examine Kai Yi. She also realized that it seemed that from the very beginning, everything was what she thought. Kai Yi is also very low-key and never shows off anything. However, if she thinks about it carefully now, she will find that Kai Yi has many excellent qualities. Strong strength. Even when the two of them changed into dry clothes and returned to the cabin to eat, Ji Wancho kept staring at Kai Yi curiously. What's wrong? Is there something on me? Kai Yi asked doubtfully. Ji Wancho shook his head slowly, no. After thinking about it, she quickly responded, I was just thinking, if the wild boar dies, can we have several meals if we bring it back? She said with an embarrassed smile. Hearing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Wild boar meat is not tasty and is difficult to chew. In addition, if it is not properly processed, it can easily taste fishy. The most important thing is that even though it has just rained heavily, if we don't leave quickly, the bloody smell of the wild boar will attract someone who knows what else. This was an aspect that Ji Wancho had not thought of, so after hearing Kai Yi's words, she suddenly realized it. She looked at Kai Yi intently, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker. At this moment, although the room was a little dim, but Kai Yi seemed to be shining again in her eyes. At the same time, this inevitably reminded her that it was Kai Yi who saved her at the critical moment. Even at this time, Ji Wancho couldn't help but recall the somewhat funny thoughts in his mind at that time. Although the idea was a bit naive, Ji Wancho felt that it was still in line with Kai Yi. Yes, at that time, Kai Yi was like a hero who descended from the sky and saved Ji Wancho. This was a great shock to Ji Wancho's heart. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi turned his head and looked at Ji Wancho without saying a word. Sure enough, I saw that Ji Wancho's favorability towards me had reached 80%. As expected, Ji Wancho is a person who admires the strong. However, Ji Wancho is the only heroine with such a high favorability that he has never had before. Thinking of this, Kai Yi even found it a little novel. Kai Yi, have you learned this before? I see you seem to be pretty good at it. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Ji Wancho finally opened his mouth to ask. I have learned a little bit. After all, I was abroad with the boss before, and we all have some skills, otherwise we would have died long ago. It was not clearly stated what he did before, but I think Ji Wancho should have figured it out in his mind. He nodded as if he understood, but Ji Wancho's curiosity remained. After all, she could see that Kai Yi's skills were much better than hers. So what do you usually study? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Wancho with amusement. If I told you my true ability, wouldn't it be a big loss? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Ji Wancho smiled awkwardly. After all, what Kai Yi said was indeed the truth. After all, no one wants to contribute their unique skills directly. But it must be said that this also made Ji Wancho even more curious. But if you want to learn some skills, you can go ask the boss. After all, he is much better than us brothers. Oh. Hearing the name Yi Han again from Kai Yi's mouth, Ji Wancho immediately felt that the atmosphere around him became subtle. After all, you are so if you ask, the boss should be able to tell you easily. Ah yes, okay. Hearing these words again, Ji Wancho suddenly became restrained. She sat there with her head drooped slightly, and after hearing what was said, she just nodded slightly. She even didn't dare to look up at Kai Yi. After all, she wasn't sure what Kai Yi was thinking about right now. Yes, he obviously knew about his relationship with Yi Han before. At this moment, Ji Wancho's mind was in a mess again. However, thinking about the food getting cold, she didn't understand what was going on. After shaking her head slightly, she subconsciously wanted to look at Kai Yi next to her. But he found that Kai Yi had already left. Well, Ji Wancho couldn't help but cover his forehead with a helpless sigh. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even know where Kai Yi was leaving. Because of the weather, it was still stormy outside and the weather around was gloomy. After all, this is the environment now, nothing is convenient. The temperature around dropped suddenly, but Ji Wancho's wet hair had not dried until now. She turned and walked towards the lounge, and sure enough, she saw Kai Yi lying there wrapped in a quilt and asleep. This made Ji Wancho slow down his movements. Looking at the faint tiredness on Kai Yi's sleeping face, she felt a little uncomfortable. I feel guilty and uncomfortable. After all, it was Kai Yi who had been taking care of herself most of the time during these 2 days. Thinking of this, Ji Wancho didn't even notice that he was looking at Kai Yi. His eyes softened. There was the sound of rain all around, and the sky became gloomy. Coupled with what had just happened, Ji Wancho gradually felt sleepy. She climbed onto the bed carefully, wrapped herself in the quilt and prepared to take a nap. But after all, my body was still a little damp, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Or maybe it was for some other reason, but even after wrapping himself in the quilt, Ji Wancho still felt that there was some draft around him. It's still a bit cold. After thinking for a while, Ji Wancho prepared to get up, put on another piece of clothes and go to sleep. What's wrong, are you feeling unwell? The moment Ji Wancho sat up, he suddenly heard Kai Yi's voice behind him. Maybe it was because he had just fallen asleep, so his voice was a little hoarse when he spoke. Even to Ji Wancho's ears, there was a hint of entanglement in the words. Subconsciously turning her head, she saw Kai Yi lying there, looking at her with his eyes slightly narrowed. Although he has short hair, in this situation, his hair will not dry for a while. Because of sleeping, his hair was somewhat messy and scattered on his forehead. But even so, he is still handsome. Even this look adds a different flavor to him. For some reason, looking at Kai Yi, Ji Wancho felt his earlobes getting hot for some unknown reason. No, I just want to find a coat to put on. Not daring to look at Kai Yi any longer, Ji Wancho turned around and wanted to get out of bed after withdrawing her gaze. Do you feel a little cold? After hearing Kai Yi's words, she heard a rustling sound behind her. Subconsciously turning her head, she saw Kai Yi had stood up and sat up. In fact, the next second, Kai Yi covered Ji Wancho with his quilt. Then he put Ji Wancho's quilt on top. I'm sorry I didn't react at first because of my body heat, but now the 2 quilts shouldn't be so cold. Having said that, Kai Yi lay down again and closed his eyes. It seemed as if what happened just now was just an ordinary thing. Ji Wancho looked at Kai Yi, then looked at the seat next to him. Does this mean that I can lie down next to him? Under the current circumstances, it's good to have a place where you can sleep well, without worrying about other things. Perhaps realizing that Ji Wancho did not come over, Kai Yi closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Ahem. After responding, Ji Wancho slowly got into the quilt. Almost in an instant, Ji Wancho felt the warmth. That should have come from Kai Yi. After lying down, Ji Wancho suddenly felt the scent of Kai Yi all around him. A familiar sense of security came over her, and it made her completely relax. Even fatigue slowly set in. Maybe it was because the shock just now was too great, so Ji Wancho felt very tired now. After lying down, he fell asleep quickly. Ji Wancho was dazed and had a dream. However, in the dream, she was just a third person and couldn't control herself. The two people in the dream were her and Kai Yi. In fact, the location is in the cabin lounge. In fact, the scene was exactly the same as it was before Ji Wancho fell asleep. If it weren't for the third perspective, Ji Wancho would have thought that he was not asleep at this moment. However, in her dreams, her relationship with Kai Yi seemed to be better. She saw herself and the man who had just laid down slowly beside Kai Yi. However, the next second she giggled and lay directly in Kai Yi's arms. In fact, compared to Kai Yi who was looking at her with a smile on his face, she seemed to be more proactive. After seeing his own actions in the dream, Ji Wancho's eyes suddenly widened. She slowly stretched out her arms and affectionately embraced Kai Yi's neck. The next second, she raised her head slightly and held Kai Yi's thin lips. She even stretched out her pink little body with a naughty look and licked Kai Yi's lips. Even Ji Wancho himself did not expect that he was so bold. She actually started teasing the man so proactively. But even so, Kai Yi was still lying there, looking at him with a smile, as if he had no reaction at all. Just like Kai Yi these 2 days. Kai Yi's actions also made Ji Wancho somewhat depressed in her dream. In fact, the next second, Ji Wancho saw himself in his dream, withdrew his hand, and then shrank back into the quilt. Before Ji Wancho could wonder what he was going to do, he saw a very clear outline appear on the quilt. She saw her hand slowly sliding down, then it stopped in one place and began to spin slowly. Ji Wancho's eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of surprise. No, am I so bold in my dream? How could he actually do such a thing? The scene that followed was naturally predictable. After all, things have been provoked to this point, Kai Yi can't just stand there and do nothing. I saw him suddenly hug my waist, turn around and press the dreaming me under him. This scene made Ji Wancho feel so embarrassed that her face turned red. However, when she looked at the two people over there, especially after seeing her own face, she knew that it was all a dream. So even though she felt a little embarrassed, she still looked on curiously with a blushing face. She thought, it was all a dream anyway. Even if the two of them really did something, it's nothing. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked over. However, in just a blink of an eye, Ji Wancho's perspective changed again. The two people who were originally in front of him have disappeared. But in front of her appeared Kai Yi's enlarged face. The air around her was very hot, and Kai Yi's breath completely enveloped her. You were so proactive just now, why are you in a daze now? Kai Yi looked at Ji Wancho in front of him and couldn't help but speak jokingly. Kai Yi's tone and burning eyes made Ji Wancho feel hot. Even the whole body felt hot. She hesitated, still not realizing what was going on. The atmosphere and temperature of Kai Yi around him were all very real. Could it be that I wasn't dreaming just now? Are you not dreaming now? Or was it that I was actually sleepwalking just now? I was dreaming just now, but in reality, it was exactly the same as in the dream. I was dreaming just now, but in reality, it was exactly the same as in the dream. I did this and that to Kai Yi. She thought blankly, even a little afraid to face the reality.